What's up, guys? Did you prepare for this debate in your dreams? No. I got like fucking 50 text messages last night from some retard trying to reset my fucking Twitter password at like 4 a.m. Good fucking memes, dudes. Oh, fuck. What's up, guys? What's going to be the main talking points? I don't even fucking know, dude. Oh, nice and warm today.
Fruit by the foot fun. What's on the end of yours?
You'd fuck your uncle. You'd fuck your uncle. Shut your fucking face, Uncle Fucker. You're a cocksucking ass licking Uncle Fucker. You're an Uncle Fucker. Yes, it's true. Nobody fucks Uncle.
Nice memes.
Wealthy blacks also commit more crime than
PewDiePie. Peace. This was Street Journal. Now,
What's up, guys? How are we doing today? I hope Destiny wins today. It's not a win or a loss, it's just a discussion, mates. Right? The email is fake, not the stats? What a fucking idiot. That's a block. I'm blaming Sargon for most of this. That's going to be the center point of this argument, that all of this is Sargon's fault. A lot of people like to watch Sargon, so try to leave him with some of his career intact. I'm 99% positive that this discussion is going to end with all of my fans thinking I dominated and all of his fans thinking he dominated, because people are so insanely partisan at this point that it is impossible to hear an alternative point of view. But again, I think that Sargon has contributed to that climate just as much as anybody else. I don't know why Jim got suspended on Twitter. Apparently it's my fault, so I don't know. Apparently it's literally my fault every single time anyone gets suspended on anything. Did you hear that Naked Ape's channel got copyright struck? And it was my fault, apparently, even though I've never filed a DMCA takedown on his channel. Apparently that was me trying to silence the truth. Oh, and also, apparently I messaged Naked Ape from an AKA, I guess. That was my secret account. That guy DM'd me on Twitter, and he was like, holy fuck, dude, Naked Ape thought that you were me. The guy with like that fat ankle or whatever is his Twitter profile picture. Good fucking memes, dude. Who is Jim? Mr. Medicure. I don't know what the fuck his name is. Some Gamergate dude who apparently dominated me in an argument because everybody likes to misconstrue every single thing I've said about it. Apparently I'm for a full-scale invasion of Mexico and a detoppling of their leader with the American military, I guess.
Schick Hydro versus a lube strip with 7 hydrating gel pools that give you 40% less friction. It's designed like no other razor to protect from irritation. Schick Hydro, free your skin.
Which one of you fucking retards makes these threads? Will Destiny keep exposing the dishonest mental gymnastics that is the alt-right? I know it's one of you guys in my fucking chat. I guarantee it. I am financially literate and didn't understand what happened in the Naked Ape debate. At one point you said GDP memes and then said you didn't mention it. Oh, that was probably my problem misspeaking for the GDP memes. But the problem is that Naked Ape had no desire to understand my argument, and he was looking to jump down my throat at every single fucking thing I said. He started the debate off hoping that he could strawman me on a really simple meme, right? He wanted to nail me on the fact that growth of GDP does not necessarily equate to growth for everyone in the economy. This is a very basic, fundamental economic truth that anybody that's not a total retard knows, right? And I could explain it in 2 seconds, right? Just because the entire GDP grows doesn't necessarily mean it's good for everybody, right? However, GDP growth is good, right? So when you talk about growing the economy as a whole, right, GDP growth is good. You just need to make sure that the winnings are distributed as evenly as possible throughout society, right? Or at least in a fair way based on who's making the contributions. So I think like in the mentioning of like all of the good things that a supply increase can do in an economy, one of those things is an increase in GDP or growth in the economy. Like every time I brought that up, he was like super quick to like jump down my throat despite me mentioning other things as well, you know? Can somebody tell me real fast what is Sargon actually liberal on? Because everybody in my chat, I know I got a lot of Sargon fanboys in my chat. Everybody gets mad when I say he does a lot of alt-right speaking points. And everyone in chat is like, dude, Sargon is a liberal. You're showing your bias. What does Sargon actually have liberal stances on? Do you personally think you should make note cards? I've got a notepad open. I'll write down shit he says. I'll try to keep track of things. Healthcare? Okay, this is a really funny meme that I've noticed. I don't know if you guys noticed this or not, okay? But you take very extreme people on the right, British people, and then you take very extreme people on the right, American people, and this is what the conversations are like. Do you think everybody should be in charge of themselves? Fuck yeah. Do you think affirmative action is wrong? Fuck yeah. Do you think that immigration, happens too much? Yeah, fuck yeah. We need to take care of everyone where it goes. Blah, blah, blah. All right. Do you believe in the power of the fucking free market? Fuck yeah. Free market is so fucking cool. Do you believe in capitalism? Yeah, hell yeah. Capitalism is so fucking awesome. Do you think that healthcare should be a right for everybody? Fuck no. Fuck yeah. What? And then they're like, what? What are you talking about? That's like the funniest shit to me, is when a British conservative and an American conservative are on the same page about so many things. And then when healthcare is brought up, the British dude is like, get the fuck away from my NHS. What the fuck are you talking about? You're not going to dismantle this. And then the American's like, wait, what? Fuck, healthcare is not part of the free market, blah, blah, blah. And you get like this huge, that's always like a really funny fucking meme to me. Are all the British conservatives that are like massively pro NHS. Oh, shit, dude. Fucking memes, mates. Wait, so what else is Sargon liberal on besides healthcare? There's got to be something more, please. Sargon is gay? Is that true? Sargon is liberal on weed? So he's like, there's like a meme for like the classical libertarian, and it's like, I want to be conservative or Republican in the United States in every single way, but I also want to smoke weed. What is the there was some fucking meme picture I saw of that. These are like the two biggest douchebag terms. It's very unfair for me to say this, I realize that, but I've noticed, like, anecdotally, that the two biggest douchebag terms I see is when people describe themselves. Sometimes you get a 2-in-1 where they go, I am a libertarian and a classical liberal. Which, according to the one dude I talked to a long time ago, classical liberal literally just means I'm pro-capitalism, so it's like a useless descriptor. I could be wrong on that, though. Classical liberal. It's a political ideology and a branch of liberalism which advocates civil liberties and political freedoms with representative democratic and the rule of law and emphasizes economic freedoms found in economic liberalism. Okay, so yeah, it's pretty much just a capitalist, right? A capitalist that's okay with democracy. So it pretty much describes like every person of the West, right? Pretty much everybody is a classical liberal to some extent. Am I wrong in that? What is social liberal? Oh, the belief that individual liberty requires a level of social justice. Like classical liberal social tendency to endorse, but it defers from the legitimate role of the government, including addressing economic and social. Oh, okay, never mind. I guess there's a difference here between classical and social liberalism. Oh, this was the meme. I'm fiscally conservative but socially liberal. I love weed, but fuck poor people. God damn it. Huh. Destiny's a fucking retard. It makes me cringe when I see him in these threads. Makes me think of all the people who believe in a Russian narrative. Oof, that feel when the intelligence community is less informed than the ingenious minds on poll. Rip. Oh, look what's at the top of Reddit. We watched this on stream recently. Don't be a sucker. U.S. video made to protect and educate people against the divide and conquer propaganda tactics used by the media. Yeah, by the media seems a little strange, but... Wait. Is this a Donald poster that was trying to... Oh, okay, never mind. Ooh, new account. Anti-homosexual warning. Uh-oh.
That looks innocent enough, doesn't it? Lots of young people hitchhike. Seems like a good way to get from one place to another. But sometimes there are dangers involved that never meet the eye. So no matter where you meet a stranger, be careful if they are too friendly. One never knows when the homosexual is about. Let's take the case of Jimmy Barnes. Jimmy played baseball all afternoon, and he didn't feel like walking home, so he decided to thumb a ride. He'd done it 100 times before, and he didn't think anything was unusual when the driver struck up a friendly conversation. In fact, he seemed like a real nice guy. What Jimmy didn't know was that Ralph was sick, a sickness that was not visible like smallpox, but no less dangerous and contagious, a sickness of the mind. You see, Ralph was a homosexual, a person who demands an intimate relationship with members of their own sex. So no matter where you meet a stranger, be careful if they are too friendly, if they try to win your confidence too quickly, and if they become overly personal. One never knows when the homosexual is about. He may appear normal.
Be careful. Alright, I'm gonna go get a hot chocolate so I can be in the best emotional state possible for this fucking cancer. Oh god. Would you consider talking to the alt-hype? I can't communicate with race realists. I don't have the fundamental philosophical philosophical credentials to do so.
Can we please keep Sweden out of this debate? We don't want to be in any more drama, teehee. I've turned off the text-to-speech on the donations. Good luck. Yeah, if you're Swedish, stop fucking talking shit on my chat. I'm gonna send the Sharia patrol to your house to shut your shit down.
Hello.
Testing, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you loud and clear.
Excellent. Right. How are you doing? You all right?
I'm doing great. How you doing?
Not bad. Not bad. Just had a big late lunch and now I feel like a nap. But other than that, I'm pretty good. Right. So is there anything you particularly don't want to talk about during the conversation?
No, everything is fair game, I think.
Okay. Cool. Anything you want me to know before we start or anything like that?
No, I don't think so. Do you have a particular flow that you would like the conversation to follow? Some type of talking points, or?
Well, I guess there are a bunch of points from your conversation with Jontron and Naked Ape that I think a lot of people want to pick up on, and I'd really appreciate if we can have a more useful conversation than those ones seemed. You know, because I think that there are perspectives that you're not really considering fully. And I think it could be worth having a less confrontational chat.
Yeah, I agree. Most of my chats aren't too confrontational. The Naked Ape was a special exception.
Yeah, Naked Ape likes to have fights, basically. But I've got to hand it to him that the one thing he really does know is economics. So I'm not surprised.
He didn't really demonstrate it at all because he seemed too keen to jump down my throat at like buzzwords rather than actually trying to talk about any particular economic issue.
Yeah, I don't think that conversation was handled brilliantly. But right, okay. Well, I'll put us live, and then we'll start talking, I guess.
All right. Do you wanna start off about everything concerning the DMCA shit? It seems to be a logical starting point.
We can if you like, but I'm actually really not very bothered about it.
Well, it bothers me, so.
Okay. Okay. Well, let's. Okay. Well, I'll put us live, and then we'll go for it.
Sure.
Hey everyone, I'm chatting to Destiny about the recent dramas and debates he's been in, and I think I'd like to have it so that this isn't necessarily a debate. This is more a conversation to try and actually productively get through some of these criticisms and issues and whatnot. How's it going, Steve?
Pretty good. How you doing?
Yeah, really well, thanks. Right, well, you said you wanted to start with the DMCA stuff, so should we start with that?
Yeah, just to get it all out, because a lot of people seem to have a lot of different opinions on things.
Sure.
I guess to start, I'm starting with this disclaimer now, because apparently a lot of people get upset. If there's, at any point in this discussion, the feeling that I am intentionally mischaracterizing or misrepresenting your views, please feel free to stop me immediately, so that it doesn't feel like I'm trying to win a debate with you by verbally steamrolling you.
Okay,
so,
and the same goes for you on me. If you feel I'm misrepresenting you, do say.
Sure. So
right.
this ties that disclaimer kind of ties into arguing in good faith. I feel that when I am discussing things with people, I generally try in good faith to understand what it is they mean. For in case you were curious or your fans were curious, in my discussions with you, I don't think that you're racist. I don't think that you are a closet racist. I don't think that you are insanely bigoted.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't really have these opinions of you because you haven't really said anything to give me that type of indication. It's possible I could misconstrue some of your ideas on affirmative action or something like that into being racist, but I don't think that would be very fair, and I don't think that does either side any good, right?
Agreed.
So, my question for you, I don't know how familiar you are with my content. I know that we've had a discussion in the past. Based on the conversation that I had with JonTron, do you think I am a communist or supporting of communist ideology?
I don't know if you're supportive of communist ideology. That was actually going to be one of the first things I was going to bring up, because I wanted to just get it out of the way. The way you said it in the debate, I get the feeling it was more a tactic than something you truly believe, right?
Okay, I don't know if it was a tactic, but me and John were talking about, I believe I asked him the question, something along the lines of, does it make you uncomfortable that a lot of the people coming up right now to defend you on Twitter are literal white nationalist Nazis? And I don't mean this as like, conservatives. I mean like literal, like the last guy he responded to on Twitter, I think in his profile.
I agree.
So I asked him that, and then he brought up a very strange point. The only person that I've heard say this to me in real life before was my mom, right, who was a product of the Red Scare, right, older lady. And he was like, well, what about the communists? And I was like, it was like a very bizarre, taken aback, like, and I wasn't even sure, like, I don't even know, like, what do you mean? I think I might have said, like, what's the problem with communists or communism or whatever? Like, I think I might have said that as like a one-off comment. It was literally the only time we'd brought it up in the entire video. We never really went into an in-depth discussion on it. I didn't even give I didn't give any defense of it. I don't think I've ever given an indication in my entire life, whether on Twitter or on video or in text, that that I'm a pro-communist. So I thought it was strange that of that entire conversation, you pulled out that "what's wrong with communism" quote as sort of implicitly stating that I am some defender of communism.
Oh, well, no, actually, I thought the implication was that you didn't know anything about communism.
Okay.
Because you said, well, what's communism ever done? What's that got to do with this? And the thing that it has to do with it is that on the other side of JonTron's argument are legions of communists, it seems. So it seems strange that you'd side with them, because your argument was, why would you side with the neo-Nazis?
So
because
I think.
Sorry. Oh, go on. Sorry. No, you go ahead.
I don't think I've ever sided with communists on any issue in like my entire life that is like intrinsic to communism.
Okay,
I took a lot of. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, just to jump in there, because I feel like I should point out that I don't think JonTron is siding with neo-Nazis.
He's about as close to it as he can be without actually siding with them.
Yeah, but that's the thing.
I'm not even sure if that's true.
Yeah, but the opposition to this discussion is about as close to siding with communists in the same way. Because
so what have I said that's very close? Sorry, go
ahead. Hang on, just to sort of like the reason I think this is actually a bit of a guilt by association argument, and I think it's one we shouldn't be making, because the sort of the people who are at the radical fringes of like neo-Nazism and communism are generally quite despicable people. They're not the sort of people who you would. They don't argue in good faith. They're not interested in a real political discussion. They're interested in browbeating people with their ideology. And I think that it's unfair to associate anyone who does come to the table to have an honest discussion with the fact that there are Nazis or communists on their side. I would actually just ignore these groups entirely. What do you think?
I would agree if you weren't, like, as quickly as you can machine gunning out their talking points, which JonTron was kind of doing during the discussion. There were several times where I gave him enough outs to.
No. Look, I don't think we can. I don't think we can ring fence political issues and say this is a thing that a neo-Nazi cares about, and therefore we can't talk about it.
Okay, so do you agree that neo-Nazis care about an ethnocentric state? Do you think that's important to neo-Nazis?
Yeah, it absolutely is. Yeah.
Do you think it's fair to say that JonTron was pointing towards an ethnocentric state when he was specifically talking about the fact that whites were becoming minorities in the United States?
No.
Okay, I need you to...
He wasn't arguing for a white ethno-state.
Okay, but he was specifically arguing that the skin color of the people in the United States needed to be kept majority white. Is that not...
No, he wasn't saying it needed to be kept majority white.
Then why would he link me a graph saying that if we're not careful, then whites will become the minority? And why was he retweeting a quote from somebody saying, okay, but why is that a bad thing, unless you're very concerned about the race of the United States people remaining predominantly white?
It's actually not to do with the race at all. It's actually
then why
to do
is it
with
that when I asked him specifically...
Okay, I'll explain it if you don't interrupt.
Okay, well, because he specifically said these things that you're saying he didn't say. Like,
no, listen, I'll explain it.
Okay.
The problem with that whole debate, and the problem I have talking to Americans in general, is they are very quick to racialize everything.
Okay, he was the one racializing it. I specifically gave him an example.
I said Americans. You're both American.
I asked him specifically. I said...
I know, hang on, right. Look, when he says white, he's not really talking about white people.
That's not
he's
true,
talking
though.
About, listen, it is. Okay? When you say black, you're not really talking about black people either.
I would have to know in regards to specifically what you're talking about, but...
Okay, but what I'm saying is, in the context of your discussion, when he said white and you say black, you're not talking about rich black people, and he's not talking about... Well, he's talking about other people as well as being white. But really, I think the problem is that he is new to all of this, and he's not very good with the terminology, and I think that showed. Okay, he is more concerned, I think, with the traditions. This is why when you say, yeah, but you're not even white, and other people have said this to him, he's talking culturally. He's talking about the Anglo-Saxon traditions. He's not talking about the skin color of the people, because he's not white himself, is he?
So why is it that when I specifically gave an example, because despite what everyone on your side seems to think, I was trying to be as charitable as possible to him throughout this entire conversation, and he hung himself with every inch of rope I gave him. I specifically said...
Sorry to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt, but your voice is coming along very crackly for me. I don't know if it's happening for anyone else. I'm not sure what's going on there. I'll just hang on. I'll check the chat. Chat, is his voice coming through really crackly for you, or is it my headphones?
Well, here, is it better now?
No, you're apparently going robotic for people in the chat as well. Sorry.
All right. Does it sound better? Does it sound better now?
Actually, no. Can you unplug your mic and replug it in or something? Maybe.
Yeah, I just re-enabled my talking device. Does it really is still sounding crackly?
Yeah, it's really crackly actually. I mean, I can understand what you're saying, but I can understand how people can be... I mean, the chat's going crazy about the fact that it's crackly.
Hold on 1 second.
No problem.
Testing 1 2 1 2. I don't hear any crackles on my...
Still crackling on ours. Do you want to try and maybe leave a hangout and rejoin it?
Yeah, sure. Fuck, I'm already losing it, boys. Holy shit.
Hello.
All right, testing 1 2.
God damn, it's still crackling.
Do you have Skype or Discord?
I do have Skype. Okay. Okay, guys, I'll have to stop this conversation, and I'll rehost another one on Skype. It'll be on YouTube, but
Well,
I'll
wait,
stream
can
it
you not
using OBS.
can you not live stream the conversation on YouTube without using Google Hangouts?
You can, but I can't do it through Skype. I have to use OBS to do it if I'm doing it through Skype. So I'll rehost one in a minute, guys, and we'll speak to you shortly.
Gotcha. I sent you my Skype via Twitter.
Okay, I'll add you now. Hang on. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but it suddenly started coming through really crackly. I mean, you can probably hear it if you listen to the stream again. You know? Is it the Omaha, Nebraska one? There are two.
Yeah, that one.
Right, okay.
You just doxed me, dude.
What?
I'm
No,
just
no,
fu-
no.
I'm just
We're
messing with
off
you.
air. We're off air.
Oh no, I'm on air.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay,
Maybe-
dude. No, I'm just messing with you. It's all good.
Sorry, I didn't realize. Right, I've sent you the request.
Can you send me your Skype as well, so I can send you requests as well? Sometimes it takes a while to go through.
Yeah, I don't actually know what it is. I think it's Sargon underscore underscore.
wait. Don't say it. Can you type it on Twitter?
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, okay. I've just sent it through.
All right. Do you see my contact request?
No, your voice is coming through just fine now. Annoyingly.
Do you want to try rehosting the Google Hangouts and then we can switch to Skype if it doesn't?
Oh no,
right?
it's just started crackling again. Right.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'm just going to call you on Skype.
All right, gotcha. I'll be there.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep. Is my voice crackling here?
Nope, it's coming through loud and clear.
Okay.
That's fantastic. Let me just get this all set up then. Yeah, I wanted to get all this out of the way because I didn't think you were trying to argue in bad faith or anything. And I know there are a lot of people saying that, and I don't think that's true.
Sure, but I feel like most of the mischaracterizations of what I said are in very bad faith, but we're going over that now, so.
Oh, no, I agree. That's the thing.
Well, but I think
it's...
I'm including your characterizations in that. So, but we're
okay,
only
I
on the
think
communist one, so we'll keep going.
Yeah, that's something we can discuss.
Sure. Right now we were on JonTron on whether or not he was arguing in favor of race-based ethnocentricity, like skin color.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Sorry, I just need to. I don't normally use OBS for streaming, so I still have to sort this out. Right. Okay. I think. Can you say something, please?
Something, please. Testing.
Thank you.
1 2 1 2. Good.
Yeah, I think that's coming through fine. Right. Let me just find an image file that people can look at while I'm streaming. You'd think I'd have some more interesting pictures around, wouldn't you? I'll do. Alright, let's set it all up to YouTube. Actually, while we're, I forgot to get myself a drink. I'm just going to go grab a drink and I'll be back.
Yeah, sure thing. Does Sargon have to walk to the well to get his water? Well, maybe because he lives in the United Kingdom, he's got to find the one sink with the cold water faucet. I'm just kidding. Two tap memes were some of the best memes we ever found on this stream, boys.
Sorry about that. Are you there?
Hey, yep, I'm here.
Great. Okay. Let's test the stream. Okay, everything seems fine on the stream. Just going to adjust the mic levels a little bit.
Let me know when you need to talk to test the mic balance.
That'll do perfectly, actually. Thank you. Right. Okay. I'll put us live. Just check with the chat once we've gone live to make sure that they're hearing everything. Right. We should be back. Chat, let me know if you can't hear us. But we should be all good. I don't have the chat up, so I can't see whether we are or not. Hang on. Right, okay, yeah, everything seems fine. Right. What were you saying before? Sorry, where were we?
Alright, I think my last sentence was something along the lines of every time I gave John an inch of rope, he would continue to hang himself with it. We were arguing over whether or not JonTron's talking points were very similar to neo-Nazi rhetoric or any kind of like race-based
Yeah, it was about
rhetoric, right?
about the white ethno-state idea that you had.
So these were multiple statements made by JonTron, okay? So firstly, I tried to reframe the argument because I wouldn't expect him to bring up this ethno-state thing, right? I was kind of assuming that maybe he was misstepping, so I tried to reframe that argument using a specific example. I asked him, if 100 million Mexicans came to the United States and integrated with the culture immediately, would that be okay? And he asked me again to re-clarify, and once I re-clarified, he said that, yeah, it would probably be an okay thing. So I thought at that point, then, we could move on to talking about culture, because we'd reframed his argument in a more sensible way. But immediately after that, he decided to walk to the, that's not normally how it happens, though, and I ask him what he means by that, only asking, not insinuating anything, and he says, usually they would come slower and integrate with the gene pool, right? That's, I'm not sure how many more ways...
He's definitely proposing his ideas in a very bad way.
But I mean, how many other kinds of ways can you propose? Like, and that's only one comment.
Okay. Look, he's not arguing that black people be expelled from the United States. He's not even arguing that...
No, but he did compare black people in the United States to black people in Africa and said these types of people cause problems all around the world. So
he didn't. He just said, "What about in Africa?" And if you actually when I brought up, they're actually, I mean, in some places they're way higher than the United States.
So, but do you think comparing black people in Africa is a valid comparison to black people in the United States?
Well, it depends what their situation is, doesn't it?
I don't think so.
Of course it does.
What similarities do they have besides their skin color?
Well, it could be levels of poverty, levels of single parenthood, bad opportunities, things like this.
Then why not say compare? Why not say then compare impoverished people in Africa, or compare people with similar levels of poverty in Africa to people with levels of poverty in the United States? Do you see how there's so many other ways that you could...
I totally agree, but honestly, I think it's because of generally the way that Americans conduct dialogue on these issues. I really, because we don't use those sorts of terms in Britain yet. I see like left-wing Americans using these terms all the time, and it makes me cringe. I hate it.
I mean, I'm cringing right now. Like, I don't know. Like, what would he have to say? Here's a question. What would JonTron have to say for you to be convinced that it was about race to him? What statement would he have to make to do it?
Like, I think black people are inferior and should be kicked out of the country.
Okay,
I'd
so
say
anything short of that doesn't cut it for you. Can't possibly be racist.
No, listen, I'm not saying that JonTron didn't say things that could be interpreted as racist, but I don't think that's because he is a racist. I think that's because he's very bad in debate and got really flustered.
Okay, so the fact that he said that he wants a culture of people that look like each other, that tribalism is important, that he wants a homogenous society, that he pointed back to the white
Did he say that look like each other?
Yes, that's why he kept bringing up tribalism and everything, yeah. And he said back in the 1960s we were 90% white, and the fact that the big picture that we talked about for half the debate was whites becoming a minority in the United States. None of this maybe even gives you the inkling that he's pointing towards the fact that race is kind of an important thing for him. It doesn't...
Well, it might be an important thing for him, but that doesn't mean he's inherently a racist, does it? For example, I mean, if you're saying that race being important to you is racist, then all of Black Lives Matter is highly racist.
Okay, what word should I use instead then? Because initially I didn't say racist. Initially I said he was advocating for an ethnocentric state.
Well, I don't know what word you should use, because I don't think he's advocating for an ethnocentric state, and I don't think that merely talking about race is something that makes you a racist.
Okay.
Or even making observations about demographic trends. I don't think that makes you a racist either.
Okay, so let me just state your position. You tell me if you agree or disagree with this, okay? So I don't misunderstand you. So even though JonTron spoke about integration with the gene pool, he spoke in favor of keeping America majority white, nothing to do with culture, majority white, spoke about the benefits of tribalism, being surrounded by people that look like yourselves, and then pointed to the fact that America used to be better when it was majority white in the 1960s. None of these things
Hang on. Did he say that it was better? I don't recall him saying it was better. I recall him saying that America is a European descended nation.
He said that it used to be a majority white, and if we're not careful, it's going to be a majority non-white. I believe the implication there is that it would be bad if it became majority non-white. I don't think that's a big stretch. Otherwise, why would you be worried about it?
Well, why are you worried about minorities in America anyway?
Because minorities in America face a special set of problems that are unique to them? What do you mean?
Okay, so why would white people want to become minorities if they face a special set of problems?
I don't know if they would face the same problems of a group going from majority to... Because a lot of the problems that minorities face are things that range back to history. I don't think that white people become a minority, all of a sudden erase all of the prosperous history that they've had.
No, but in 100 years' time, maybe it'll be different, wouldn't it? I mean, no dominant group in a country would ever willingly... Hang on. No dominant group in a country would ever willingly become the minority group, would they?
I don't know. I don't see it as being...
I mean, that was the problem with colonialism, wasn't it?
No, those are totally different times.
No, I'm not saying they're not different times, but I'm saying that the problems are that when you have different people with different cultures and different attitudes arriving in different areas, you end up getting friction between them. And the thing is, there are so many other problems as well. I agree with you that JonTron was making a silly argument as well. I don't even agree that the way he was framing it and what he was saying, I don't even think this is something that is a good argument against what you were saying. I mean, there are far stronger arguments.
Okay, so then...
But, I mean, do we want to go into that right now? Or?
Well, are we not going to agree then that JonTron was pointing towards an ethno-state? We can't agree on that?
No, because he wasn't saying there shouldn't be black people. He wasn't saying there shouldn't be Mexicans or Chinese or anything like that. His concern was the mass immigration from Mexico and the Southern America. And if he's correct on those numbers. I mean, if you look at the chart that he showed, I don't actually have it to hand, which is annoying. I should have got it. But if you look at the chart, you'll see that the percentage of black people and other remains relatively constant, but the percentage of Hispanic just is rapid increase. And that's obviously due to mass immigration.
Okay, but every time I asked him to give a defense of why this was a bad thing, he would respond with race-related claims. He wouldn't go to culture, he wouldn't go to crime, he would retreat back to race every single time.
Yeah, well, I mean, human beings are inherently tribalistic, aren't they? I mean, that's not...
I mean, I don't know. Human beings are inherently a lot of things, but I don't know if that's a good advocation for it.
They've inherently got in-group preference, so... I can see why people would advocate for in-group preference, and I wouldn't begrudge anyone from anywhere to do that on any standard. I mean,
Okay, but that's kind of hard to do in the United States when we have a multitude of groups here, and we've already included some people that aren't necessarily even included in other parts of the world. For instance, if
Sure.
there was a Slavic person in the United States, nobody would see them as a Slav, like they would in a lot of parts of Europe, right? Western Europe especially. But in the United States, they're just a white person, right? What?
I mean, well, I don't. In Europe, we don't really distinguish a whole lot about the Slavs.
Really? I hear really, really different things. I'll
Yeah, but
give that to you if you think so, but...
Who do you think? Yeah, but I'm just saying that as someone who lives in Western Europe.
Sure. Okay. If you want to say that, that's fine. But that goes contrary to every. I've never heard that in my entire life that nobody in Europe makes fun of Slavic people or.
No. We make fun of everyone. I mean, it's never based on Slavic people. It's always based on nationality in Europe. But
Okay.
we make fun of everyone. You know, everyone has fun made of them based on their national characteristics. That's just something that happens in Europe. This is exactly what I mean about the race thing, right? You instantly racialize something that isn't actually racialized here. It's nationalized here. You know, people.
Okay. But that's the difference. I'm sorry. Yeah, but what you just said is, it's very different in America. This is why we have very different cultures. When you say race, and then you say, well, it's not about race, it's about nation. In America, all we have is our nation, right? So like in Europe, you can talk about, French people are from France, right? Italian people are from Italy, German people are German, Polish people are Polish. In America, we don't have this culture like American is, white person from Germany. Like that doesn't really fit in terms of how we define unless you're literally talking about like Native Americans, right? Like
No, it wasn't. This is probably one of the reasons that you racialize things, right? And it's probably one of the reasons you don't do it via state.
Sure, but I mean,
to maintain
again,
the sort of cohesion of the United States.
To reiterate, I tried really, really hard multiple times to get away from the race thing because I didn't want to take up that argument. Multiple times I tried to back away from the race thing, and JonTron kept diving back in head first with the gene pool, with the tribalism, with the everyone looking alike, with the with the homogenous society. Like,
okay, well, I have to say I watched the stream obviously, and it seemed that you were happy to entertain the arguments.
no, I didn't want to. That's why I gave the Mexican example to move away from it. I specifically said if people integrated with the culture immediately, would it be okay? And he was like, yeah, that would be fine. I was like, okay, well then let's talk about culture. That's what I wanted to, because personally, I don't like arguing against the race realists, because when you start arguing against people that are actually racist, those are very difficult arguments to have for or against racism, because you have to get very, very deep into philosophy at that point. It's a much different discussion. So I would prefer to talk about things like culture. But JonTron was the one that kept diving back into the race thing. Right? That's why we talked about whites becoming the minority. And you even seemed to kind of want to take up that argument earlier where you're like, well,
we
wouldn't want to
can
become
absolutely
the minority,
take up that argument. We absolutely can take up that argument if you want. And I mean, you've already said that being a minority isn't usually advantageous.
But not
so
because
why would anyone
you're
want to become one?
But being a minority isn't disadvantageous because you are the minority. That's not how that works, right? Typically, there is a whole lot of history leading up to that. For example,
I actually disagree. I actually completely disagree with you. I think it's disadvantageous because you are the minority.
Okay, then why do women face disadvantages in the society when they're not minorities?
I don't agree that women face disadvantages.
Okay, how about 100 years ago? Why did women face disadvantages in society even though they weren't minorities?
Because we had a much more regressive society back then.
Okay, so then
But
being a minority...
here and now, I don't agree that they do.
Okay, then why is there such a massive misrepresentation in earnings or in representation of women in certain fields or jobs?
Individual choice.
Okay. We've touched on this argument before. I don't think we're ever going to agree at this point.
I mean, I don't think we're going to agree either. I mean, all I see in society are various systems designed to benefit women, and for some reason, and I'm not even bothered about the reason. Women can choose their own destinies as
Why
and
have
when
they been choosing?
as they will.
Why have they been choosing more and more to get into different sciences over the past 20 or 30 years? Have women just evolved biologically like that, or what?
I have no idea. Why do they?
I don't know. It seems to be heavily influenced by the culture.
There's undoubtedly a cultural aspect, but I mean,
so
did you
there
not
is
see the? Hang on. Did you not see the documentary on the Norwegian gender paradox?
No, I didn't.
Oh, it's really, really worth checking out. But basically, Norway is the typical Scandinavian model of gender equality, and yet women still overwhelmingly refuse to do things like construction work and whatnot, and men overwhelmingly refuse to be midwives and nurses and things like this, even though they've got every incentive in the world. They're as gender neutral as you're going to get. Even then, men and women just happen to choose different professions. So maybe it is evolutionary.
Sure, I don't deny that they're in a perfectly balanced world. I think that you would still see some disproportionate amount of gender selection for certain disciplines, but it is undeniable that in the United States over the past few decades, women have overwhelmingly been have higher representation across multiple disciplines in school and multiple types of jobs than compared to in the past. So it would seem like culture.
Sorry,
does
hang on. Before you,
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't think I understood that correctly.
So
Can you repeat your argument for me, please?
So women have a much higher representation across a multitude of fields than they did 20, 30, 40 years ago.
Yeah,
Right?
but that's because you have things like quotas, affirmative action, and mass campaigns to try and encourage them into these fields.
Okay, so you think that the only reason why women are choosing to be more involved in sciences and engineering is because they're being forced into it. It's not because they're
No, I don't think anyone's being forced to do anything.
Okay,
I
so
think
then,
they're being encouraged.
okay, so some encouragement is starting to balance out, the representation of the genders in certain fields. So that
No,
seems...
I disagree. I disagree with the framing. I don't think it's about balance.
Okay, can you frame it for me then? It sounded like you
Yeah,
were saying that they were encouraged,
It's
so more of them
encouraging
are...
people who might otherwise not have been interested in going into these fields to be interested in going into these fields by appealing to them like any advertiser advertises anything else. And that's you're effectively, if you were to like talk about this from a corporate perspective, this would be the sales you would be seeing, women going into these fields. This is an increase in sales because you've targeted specific demographics. That's what happens.
Okay, so do you think that there haven't been these same encouragements for men for all of human history? You don't think that men are massively encouraged to take up these certain disciplines?
Some disciplines, yeah. I
Okay,
mean,
so
men
then-
are, traditionally anyway. I don't know about now, but like traditionally, there have been certainly been occupations where men have absolutely been encouraged, often by like millennia-long traditions, such as to be a soldier.
Okay, I'm not talking about the ubiquitously bad traditions like being a coal miner, being a soldier. Okay, I'm talking about things that people
I
would
wasn't
want to
talking
do.
about those either.
Okay, all right. You brought up soldiers, so I wasn't sure if you were headed on that. Okay, so
Well, that was just one. That was the most. That's the most obvious example because I mean, like every culture has heroic traditions, which is deliberately designed to incentivize young men to want to fight and to defend what is theirs. Because in the past they had to do that. I mean, they still have to do that now. To be fair, it's just we're a lot more civilized about the thing. But there are occupations that not designed, but that are just culturally more male focused, and there are occupations that are culturally more female focused.
okay, so let me go back and connect the dots from your statements and tell me if you disagree with any of the things I've said, okay?
Go ahead.
So women are being represented more across many different fields today compared to what they were.
No. The word representative is entirely misleading, right?
Okay, there's a higher percentage of
hang
women.
on. I think it's worth hammering this out though, because these women are not representatives of other people. These women only represent themselves and their own individual life goals and career choices.
Okay, so there is a higher percentage of women, okay, across many fields today than there were 20 or 30 years ago, okay?
Some, yeah.
Okay. You have said as much that there is more encouragement and advertising for women to take up these fields than there were 20 or 30 years ago. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. If you believe in both these points to be true, how can you say that culture has no influence over what people choose to do?
I never said culture has no influence.
Okay, if you believe that culture can heavily influence your career choice or
I
whatever...
didn't say heavily influence either.
Okay,
This
why...
is the thing, right? This is the thing, right? Culture undoubtedly has some influence, but I think that there are also biological imperatives that men and women both follow that also have an influence. I did A-level psychology about 20 odd years ago now, and back then they weren't sure what the level of the nature-nurture debate was. Back then they thought maybe about 55% culture, 45% nature, or what, I can't remember if that's the exact number, but it was around 50-50. They really weren't sure, and I don't think they are sure yet. I mean, I haven't looked this up or anything, but back then it just wasn't known. But it was known that some amount was natural and some amount was cultural.
Sure.
That's my opinion on it.
Okay, but you're trying to make it sound like it's majority natural versus majority
No, I think
nurture.
it's. I don't know. I mean, I think there are
but
certainly.
you're not saying you don't know. You're saying that it's a biological imperative. That's what you've been saying.
There are biological, like I didn't have a better word to hand, like biological reasons for people choosing to do certain things. Like for example, I imagine that many women don't go into construction because they look at it and think, wow, that looks like hard physical labor. And, if you're like a 5'2", 120-pound woman, maybe hard physical labor doesn't appeal to you. And that's biological. Agreed?
Agreed. But again, now you're reaching into like the very obvious physical differences, right? I'm not going to tell you that the genders are equal physiologically, but I don't know how that comparison is apt to describe why somebody would go into an engineering field or not, right? Where you don't have to be a strong, masculine, burly man, to be an electrical engineer or a nuclear engineer or something like that.
Well, I think that it might have something to do with the original evolutionary pressures on the human species.
Okay.
I mean, I'm no evolutionary biologist, so I'll just be giving you a layman's interpretation here. But do you not think that might be in some way connected to man's requirement to build?
I'm not sure. That's a hard one to answer.
Well, we've just agreed that hard physical labor is obviously most suited for the people strong enough to do hard physical labor.
Yeah, because we're talking about physiological differences in muscle and bone structure, not in the brain.
I know, but why wouldn't there be some kind of evolutionary adaptation to make them simply prefer doing that sort of thing? If they happen to be the ones suited to do it, why wouldn't there be an evolutionary adaptation in their brain to make them enjoy doing the thing that they're suited to?
It's possible that that's true. And if we were 30 years later, into encouraging women to become more interested in other disciplines and that number hadn't moved at all, I would be 100% in agreement.
Yeah, I know, but that's why I brought up the Norwegian gender paradox, because I mean, I
can't speak to the Norwegian.
I know, but I can. That's the thing. I'm telling you something you don't know. That's my point, right?
Okay.
So,
but I'm telling you something that you don't know. The representation of women I'm sorry, I can't say representation. The distribution of women, or the amount of women that are in these fields, okay, is much, much, much higher. Sometimes doubling or tripling from 10% or 5% up to 30 or 45% than it used to be a long time ago, right? You have massively higher numbers of women being interested in these fields.
Do you want to give me an example of a field? Let's stick with an example.
Sure thing. Hold on. I can actually find you.
Just so we're being a little bit more specific. Take time.
All right, I'm sending you a link on Skype. So these are representations of women across medical school, law school, and physical sciences. This article in specific references the falling of women's interest into computer science and then speaks about some cultural phenomenon that could possibly explain that. Yeah. So
I mean, it's entirely possible that there are cultural phenomenon, that there were cultures involved that prohibited women from wanting to join these fields. Because I mean, at no point have these fields been 0%. So we can safely say that, according to the graph you sent through anyway. So according to the graph you sent through, there's been no point where women have been physically excluded by simply a ban on women, right?
But that's not how society works today. You don't need a physical.
No, I'm not suggesting it is. But what I'm saying is that, I mean, there are going to be certain cultures that certain people are not attracted to. You just happen to be picking women going into law school and medical school, and physical sciences, things like this. But I mean, there are certain cultures that I would be naturally excluded from on the basis that I don't like that culture either.
Okay, but it's hard to say how much is your natural choice versus how much is the society around you influencing it. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Yeah, okay. It is. That's why we're stuck on this problem, because we just don't know.
But we can point to research over time. If you look at this graph in the 70s, and we can go and find a multitude of others, if the interest in these fields of women was 5 to 15%, and that interest has gone up to be almost at parity with men, it seems like culture had a heavy hand in deciding who was interested in what.
Sure, in these three fields, and notice it's got to around 50%. So that's fine. This isn't these aren't things that have to be gendered. And once you not remove, but lift the cultural stigma around these, it turns out the women are just as interested. And that's fine.
My argument. Yeah, I agree with that. Of course.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is it's not entirely cultural.
It might not be entirely cultural.
This is why you never want to talk about the dirty jobs, because regardless of lifting any cultural stigma from them, like in Norway, it always seems to end up being majority men in things
No,
like construction.
I don't want to
and
talk
stuff
about
like
the
this.
dirty jobs because I don't want anybody working the dirty jobs. I don't want more men
No,
going
no,
into
I
the
know.
coal mines,
It's
or more
okay.
men going into the, or women going into the draft, or men going into the draft, or people having to work
Yeah,
shitty
yeah, sure,
construction
sure.
jobs.
Sure. I'm not really worried about what you want. That's the thing. I'm not saying about what I want either. I'm just trying to establish what is. And there's certainly a strong cultural element, but there is also, I think, a strong natural element.
There might be a natural element. I agree with that, but that natural element is not driving a 90 to 10 disparity in these fields.
Not in these fields, no, but it is certainly driving a greater disparity in other fields.
Sure, it might be, and there might be some fields, especially related to physical labor, where there will always be a great disparity. I'm not denying that.
Labor. I mean, if you look at like architecture and stuff like that, it's you know, in many, and it's just more about what people are naturally inclined to do. And I think people should be, you know, enabled to follow their natural proclivities. I mean, one thing I find really unusual is that people in a liberal society think that we would see inequality of anything. That's the antithesis of what a liberal society should do.
Okay, but you're strawmanning the opposing side. Nobody is talking about reaching 100% parity. We're talking about...
There are lots of people saying that. There are lots of...
I don't usually entertain myself with the arguments of the
okay,
extremists on the left, okay?
I'm not. Yeah, sorry. I'm not saying you're doing.
Okay, so I, along with a lot of other reasonable people, are not looking to reach 100% parity. But when you're talking about a 90-10 split or an 80-20 split, there's probably something in a scientific field or in an engineering field, not something directly related to your physical capabilities. There's probably something more going on here rather than just, well, women are choosing different fields.
Well, yeah, they're choosing to avoid certain fields for certain reasons, but
And you're saying those...
What's the problem with, say, like midwives being 90% female? What's wrong with that?
There is nothing inherently wrong with the job. We just want to make sure as a society that we're not trying to hardcore push people off into fitting particular gendered jobs. That shouldn't be our goal as a society because we discourage...
Okay, but who's doing that exactly?
Everybody in society. What do you mean? Movies, film, entertainment, radio, songs? Like, it's at every level of society. There's not like...
Is that because they generally represent the stereotypical view of that field?
It could be. I mean, it's a cyclical thing. Society shows, or entertainment and media show us what society is, and then society becomes a reflection of entertainment and media. Like, that can be a two-way street, of course.
I don't know. I think, does art imitate life, or does life imitate art?
It goes both ways.
Maybe to a certain degree, but I think the life comes first, and then the art comes second.
To a massive degree. I was talking with somebody about this yesterday. Are you familiar with the show The X-Files?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a show that could have very easily showed two male FBI agents, right? Could have very easily been two FBI, and it would have worked fine. There's nothing that would have been taken away from the show.
There would have been no romantic subplot between Mulder and Scully. That's one of the things everyone hung on for like 9 seasons.
Okay, sure, but I'm just saying that it could have been two males, right? And it wouldn't have mattered. But there was a female there.
It would have mattered, though. That's the thing. It would have mattered because you wouldn't have been able to have the male-female dynamic that they did.
So you're telling me that the X-Files wouldn't have been able to exist if that romantic subplot didn't exist? You're telling me that was the major selling point of the show?
If Scully wasn't Scully, she'd have to be a different character.
So, okay, but what I'm saying is the show The X-Files could have existed without there being a female character. It could have been two males, right?
Yeah, it wouldn't have been the same show, though.
Okay, but it could have still existed. It could have been in a similar vein. Two people investigating paranormal activity, right?
Sure.
Okay.
Isn't that like Supernatural or something?
I don't know. All I'm saying is that the fact that Scully was in that show served as a major instigating effect of a lot of women going into different scientific, FBI, and otherwise related fields. It's called the Scully effect. There were a ton of women, and it was actually like a traceable thing in society, who were encouraged to take up interest across these different fields because they saw a woman on the screen who was, doing these things.
Okay. I'm sure that there were.
Okay, so this is an example of where if the X-Files would have been about two men, and I would make the argument here, well, what if the X-Files had a woman in it? Somebody in your position would make the argument, well, why do you have to force women in it? Don't you think people just want to see men on screen? Right? That would be kind of like, I feel like that would be a similar argument thing. Like, well, you don't have to force something on screen that's not natural. You don't have to force somebody to change the way that they're showing.
I'm not arguing against the plurality of media. I absolutely think there should be.
Okay, but earlier you were saying that all media is just a reflection of society, right? Well, Scully, as an FBI agent and a scientist, was kind of an odd one out. That wasn't very common that women were that interested in those topics, at least 20 years ago as compared to now.
Yeah, I'm sure it wasn't that common, but there's been nothing stopping women from becoming FBI agents.
But there has been. It's a cultural thing. If every
Yeah, but
single
that doesn't. No, that's not. That doesn't stop people because there are always a percentage of FBI agents that are women. It's a disincentive, I will grant you, but it doesn't stop anyone from doing anything.
Okay, it is a disincentive then. If you massively disincentivize certain groups of people, you are less likely to see them choose certain paths in life. Can we agree on that or no?
Yeah, we absolutely can agree on
Okay,
that.
then we have no argument. So the goal would be
Well,
to
actually, the question is, what can we do in the service of this? Because I don't think coming along to someone else's culture and saying, okay, you have to change this culture so we can incentivize people who aren't part of this culture, I disagree with that.
I'm sorry, are you saying that women aren't part of our culture?
No.
Okay, then where did that argument come from? What did that mean, getting people from another culture to come and tell us?
No, I'm not another culture. I'm talking about like subcultures. You
Okay,
get
are women a
subcultures everywhere.
subculture in the United States?
No, of course not.
Okay, I don't understand where this argument is coming from or going at all then.
Okay. When, for example, I'll use myself as an example, right? I'm not a nurse, and I didn't have any interest in becoming a nurse for a multitude of reasons, and one of the reasons was because of the way nursing is run. Now, there's nothing wrong with it. It works very well for the people involved, and I'm sure they're very happy with it, but it's not the something I want to do. I mean, it's the same with, the reason I didn't become a Wall Street broker is because I don't like the way that the Wall Street culture is. And I am outside of that culture, and I look at that culture and think, that doesn't appeal to me at all. I don't like the hyper-competitive nature of it. I don't like the sleaziness, the sliminess that seems to ooze out of it. Not for me. I wouldn't suggest that some other third party comes into the Wall Street culture and says, right, you're not doing this in the way that Carl doesn't like, therefore you have to change so he feels incentivized to join you.
I don't think we're ever going to agree on this. You seem to think that every single agent in a society, even though you've admitted earlier that people can be disincentivized or incentivized to certain behaviors, you're giving me that every single person in society is this beacon of individual agency that is free from cultural influence. I don't see
No,
how
not
you
at
can
all. No, this is me
Yeah,
expressing how
you
cultural
literally-
influences me. No,
Okay, but
I'm
you just
literally
said that
telling
you-
you,
you just said
the
that you-
culture of Wall Street repels me. That's a cultural influence on me.
No, that's
means
not a
I'm-
cultural influence on you. That is you objectively
Of course it is.
evaluating that you wouldn't want to be a part of Wall Street. That's not a cultural influence on you.
Yeah, but I'm looking at their culture and thinking, well, that doesn't appeal to me. Therefore,
Okay, but
I'm
you
not
are making the
gonna-
decision as an objective beacon of individual agency, right? That
Yeah,
you're
but
not
you say
analyzing
them
culture's
are
impact on you.
objective beacons of individual agency.
You're not analyzing culture's impact on you. You're saying that you, as a rational, logical, individual agent, can decide that you don't want to be a part of something. That isn't saying that maybe the reason why you're deciding that is because you weren't raised in a very ultra-competitive culture, or maybe you didn't have ultra-competitive pushes. And you're like, these are analyses of culture on an individual, not I have decided
Sure.
I don't want to be part of that, so I'm free of the
Yeah.
influence of culture, right? Earlier, you admitted that it is possible to disincentivize people from something, right?
Of
Therefore,
course,
on
that
the flip side,
disincentivizes me.
okay, so therefore, on the flip side, it is also possible to incentivize people towards things, right?
Yes, I know.
So-
Hang on. Yeah, okay. I agree with you what you're saying, but I don't think you understand what I'm trying to say. You don't have the authority to determine who should be incentivized in any way, shape, or form.
No,
It's not
but it
your
happens
responsibility.
regardless.
But listen. It's not your responsibility. It's not the government's responsibility. It is literally nobody's responsibility to try and incentivize other rational human beings to do things that they otherwise would choose not to do.
Okay, but the thing is, the things that you choose to do are heavily tied into what the society that you lived in. It's almost completely
Absolutely.
determined. So whether or not there is a government or somebody else,
Look, it's not deterministic. It's influential.
sure, it's heavily influential, massively influential. Nobody today chooses to pick up a spear and go hunt in the plains for food and to live on, personally grown crops and, right?
Sure.
Sure. Society has a very heavy influence on what we choose to do as people, right? Regardless of whether there is some agency telling people how to influence people, it happens, right? When you go and you play games where every lead character is a male protagonist, or you watch a movie where every single lead character is a male protagonist, or you listen to media or, like the radio or songs where every single singer is a male singer, male protagonist, and like every form of media, right? This has an influence on people over time,
Sure
right?
it does.
Sure.
Sure.
So I don't think there's anything
But
wrong.
I'm not.
with
Nobody's arguing for anything other than a plurality of these things. I'm more than happy for women to be played on the radio.
Okay,
You know,
but
I'm more than
there
happy
are.
to have leads in films. I've
Okay.
got no objections to any of these things.
Okay, great. Then we don't disagree on anything. Then having better representation of women or people of color in these different fields can be have a positive impact on society, right? Do you agree with that? That if you-
No. Listen. Right. Again, you say representation, but you mean like just a raw number.
Yeah, that's
And
what representation means. I don't know what you're.
No. This is the thing. They don't represent anyone.
I'm not saying they
That's the
represent.
point.
When you talk about a representation of somebody, like
I know, but this is a sort of sly term that social sciences have slipped into the dialogue that people really need to start removing from our dialogue, because this is not an appropriate word to use, because it makes them sound like politicians, and they're not. They are not representative of anyone but themselves, and each individual person has a different reason why they chose the career they did. And I'm fine with making it so that people don't have some sort of thick cultural atmosphere around a certain profession that might otherwise disincentivize them to create some sort of corporatized office world. I'm actually okay with this. I don't like it, but I understand why people do it, and I don't have a particular problem with it. And I think, you know, like myself, you should always opt out if that's what you want.
Sure, but right
that
now there
doesn't-
exists a very heavy culture that heavily incentivizes men towards certain roles, and the goal is just to make it so that both sides are incentivized just as much, not to disincentivize people towards things, but to give people.
Yeah, but I've already said you're not allowed to incentivize people.
What do you mean?
You can remove disincentivizing
But
factors.
you already incentivize people.
You're not in control of what incentivizes people.
It doesn't
You don't
matter if
know-
you're in control of it or not. It happens.
Yeah, but it happens naturally. It happens homogeneously.
Slavery happened naturally. That's not a good
No.
argument in favor of it.
No, it didn't. Slavery didn't happen naturally. It was a social construct.
Okay, and you don't think that do you think that being an architectural engineer is a natural thing that people choose in the wilderness? These are all social
I'm saying
constructs.
what?
Then
I'm not saying
you're implying that slavery was a social construct, but none of the career choices that we make aren't social constructs? What was the point of saying that?
Why did you bring up slavery? What's it got to do with any of this?
Because you're making it sound like because you keep trying to be favorable and saying that, yeah, society can influence us, but then you keep jumping back into this, well, everything is natural. Everybody chooses things naturally. Everybody chooses
Yeah,
things.
but there are lots of things that influence us. There are lots and lots of things. You can't just say, okay, well, it's these two things. I mean, there are lots of other things that influence us. You know, negative and positive events in our lives influence us.
Okay, and
You know,
a lot of those are...
But this is the point, though. This is the point. It's not all encompassing. It's not all deterministic like that. People may choose to do many different things for many different reasons, and I agree that the barriers preventing them should be removed, but that doesn't mean we then need to start pushing people. Just because there are no barriers there now, that doesn't mean we need to shove people in any direction, even if it's using really soft power, like cultural pressure. Because that is just the same as keeping people out, just from the other direction.
Okay, what barriers existed to women going into law school, medical school, or physical scientists from the 70s to today?
Let's say boys' culture. You know, the sort of old
Wait, so
boys
culture
sort of
did influence it then? Which is it?
Yeah, of course it did. Of
Okay,
course
then
it-
we don't disagree. Then culture
Listen,
has a
it's
heavy
not one or
influence
the
on what people...
other. No, Steve, it's not one or the other. It's both at the same time.
Okay, but women's representation in these fields went from 10% to 45%, not by genetically re-engineering women, but by
agree.
changing the culture.
Yes.
Then what do we disagree with?
We disagree with the methods.
We didn't
I
remove
agree.
any barriers from women getting in. We just encouraged it more in culture.
Yes, I know, but part of encouraging it more is disencouraging having an exclusionary attitude within these sciences. For example, there was what was the name of the chap who he was in a conference, a scientist who was in a conference in South Korea, and it was a women's conference, and he made a joke about him being an old sexist dinosaur who doesn't want women in the lab and things like this, right? This was a joke that was taken out of context, and he eventually lost his job over this, and lost his position over this, and it was totally unfair. But the point is, in the past, I agree that there were cultures in these organizations and in these professions that would have actively disincentivized women from joining, in the same way that, like, the culture of Wall Street actively disincentivizes me from joining. Right?
Okay,
so and when it's listen, when it's on like a sort of gender basis, like boys' clubs and stuff like this, and it's the same. Honestly, right? It's the same thing with midwives, right? They have a very I don't know, girls' culture. How would you describe it? Women's culture? I don't know, but It's the same thing. Now, I'm happy for these to become sort of gender neutral office office spaces with like a plurality not based on things like gender. And I'm happy for those cultures. Like corporate culture is another great example. It used to be very much like hard drinking boys club sort of attitude, and that softened a lot. And I agree, because that culture actively keeps out half of the population. But now we don't then have to say to anyone, you must do something. You should be in there, because that increases representation. We don't need to do that. Now what we need to do is leave people alone and let them choose the careers they want.
Okay, so if you have no barriers to entry for women to go into a certain field, like being a doctor, there's nothing keeping them from doing it, okay? There's no barrier, there's no boys club or somebody keeping that, right? And then you look to TV and film, and every single doctor you see is a male. Every single doctor there is a male, and men currently are massively overrepresented in the medical field, all right? Do you think that...
No, they're not overrepresented.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are over... What? Can you give me a term to use instead of this?
Yeah, I know that. Well, I know we need a better one.
That is the term that everybody uses. That is not like is accepted when talking about stats. But what term would you want me to use?
I know. Just say that men are the majority of doctors.
Okay, if men are massively the majority of doctors, and you see men in TV and film always being doctors, and every time there is a large doctor, every time there's a House MD, or there's a whatever TV show, always are male doctors, do you think that women are going to be inclined to choose fields that are constantly shown as being men fields in all of the media that surrounds them?
No, but I don't think women are ever excluded from being a doctor on TV.
And I'm not talking about excluded, okay? And yes, for a long time, most protagonists...
Yeah, but that's not where we live now. We don't live in that time.
Maybe not exactly now, but...
No, we don't at all. There are female doctors on TV. I mean, we're talking about Scully, and that's from my childhood. You know,
okay,
that's old.
But so then you agree with me that having people like Scully on TV can help incentivize women towards moving towards those fields?
It can, sure. I'm not saying it couldn't.
Then what do we disagree on?
We disagree on the fact that we need to pressure people to do anything.
When it's not about pressuring people to do anything, it's just showing people in those fields or in those roles. It's not about pressuring people. Nobody is saying that.
We do that. We have a plurality of all of these
things. But we've been doing it harder over the past 20 years than we were in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. Right?
Well, yeah, but then I don't really want to live in the 50s, 60s, and 70s.
Okay,
I don't agree.
So then the amount of the number of women in these fields has gone up as culturally we have shown women that they can be a part of these fields, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't so I'm sorry, one more time. What is it that we disagree on?
Right. Okay. We disagree on the fact that we need to push people into it, which is certainly what the left is doing these days. I'm not saying you specifically, but I mean you
What do you mean by push people in?
Well, okay, like things like quotas, things like affirmative action, things like campaigns. We see these all the time. Like active. I mean, like literally, the UK government had a "This Girl Can" campaign, and I was looking at this thinking, wow, this. If I was a woman, I would find this the saddest thing in the world.
You literally just said that seeing women in these positions in culture can influence more women to take it up, and now you're saying that this woman.
Culture. No, this wasn't in culture. This was an organized government attempt using taxpayer money to get women to play football.
Which is part of the culture.
No, it's not.
In the United States,
smoking... But an organized government... No, listen. A government campaign is not part of the culture.
Of course
it's actually...
is.
No, of course it's not. If it was part of the culture, they wouldn't need to do it, because the government would be like, oh, we're getting everything we want. The reason they have to do these advertising campaigns is to go against culture.
Okay, so to go against culture is to be counterculture, which is to be part of culture. In the United States,
but I don't think the government has any business trying to influence people in that.
Okay, in the United States, very few people smoke today because as part of our culture, smoking is just kind of gross. This has, in a large part, been instigated by the government, banning different types of political advertisements, making certain... So government can definitely have an influence on culture. I'm not saying that that's the best way to go about things.
I know it can, but I don't think it should.
Okay, those are two different arguments then. If you don't think that it should, sure, that's a valid argument, I guess.
And that is my argument. Yeah, I'm not saying it can't do anything of these things, but I'm saying that it shouldn't, because as soon as you open the door to, well, why doesn't the government just manipulate the culture of its country? Where does that end?
Okay,
what is the...
Sure, I agree with that. Believe it or not, because I'm big into capitalism and I like the free market and I don't like a lot of government intervention. I agree with that. However, if another private company decided to start a campaign to encourage women to be more interested in being doctors, and they
can waste their money whatever they like. If you want to advertise to get women into being doctors, you can spend that money. If you want to advertise to get neckbeards into Wall Street, you can spend that money, and it'll probably have some sort of measurable effect.
Okay, then we don't disagree on anything, I don't think.
No, not at all. But the thing we disagree on is the fact that you seem to think it's all culture, and it's clearly not. And honestly, you should really check out this documentary, the Gender Paradox.
The one called Brainwashed?
No,
I'm good at looking at like the stats over a large period of time that have shown that women have gone from being 5% in certain fields to reaching almost parity, right? I think that culture is a very heavily determinant factor. I'm not going to take the insane left-wing position that everything will reach parity at some point in time. I do think that there are biological differences in men and women, and I'm even slightly inclined to believe what you said, that men might be more drawn to different types of fields of engineering, things related to building, things that might, manifest themselves in physiological ways in a man's brain. But I don't think those differences would be shown in society to be a 90-10 or a 70-30 or an 80-20 split. That's all I'm saying. That when you show, this is an anecdote, it's a shitty anecdote, and I know it's not valid, but I was getting out of the car once with my son, and he wanted to play Zombie Killer. Are you familiar with the game Dying Light?
Oh, yeah, I love it.
He wanted to play Zombie Killer or whatever. He wanted to run around and pretend that we were killing zombies. And when we got out of the car, he looked at my girlfriend and he said, hey, if you want, you can play with us too. And I thought it was a very strange statement for him to make. I was like, what do you mean she can play with us too? And he said, well, in Dying Light, when you go in the beginning, there's that girl zombie hunter. So Aaron can play with us too, right? That's like one example out of like millions of different things that advertising can have an impact on somebody, right? If you're constantly seeing, the computer science thing, the fact that we see such poor representation in computer science is because it's one of the only fields that was heavily advertised to men growing up. Video games were targeted towards men. Most electronics were targeted towards men. Anytime, and these old, I don't know if you're familiar with old movies like Revenge of the Nerds or any of these, right? All of these are massively male-dominated, right?
Sure.
Men,
okay,
geeks, computer things.
Hang on. The thing is, the people advertising didn't have a desire to have it be men rather than women.
You're focusing on intent rather than on the effect, right? I'm not worried about the intent. I'm saying what
what you're saying, there's a direct implication that, they advertised it to men rather than women. Okay, why would they do that?
I don't know. There's a multitude of reasons.
Well, I do know. I do know. So, if you don't know, that's fine. But I'll tell you why. And the answer is very simple. It's the same reason that Lego decided to stop their gender-neutral advertising, and they also started advertising towards men. The answer is that men were more receptive to what they had.
Okay, that's very strange because up until mass marketing occurred for electronic products, it seemed like women were increasing in representation among computer science fields along with every other discipline. But then that abruptly sharped off as soon as those things started to become available in the household.
Yeah, but that's because these things changed, didn't they?
Well, but they didn't in medical school, law school, or physical sciences. It only did in computer science when people started to advertise these only to men.
Yeah, but the medical, law, and physical sciences haven't really dropped significantly.
What do you mean haven't dropped significantly?
Well, I'm looking at your chart. If you look at the medical school, law school, and physical sciences, it's been a fairly constant growth upwards.
Sure.
Whereas in computer science, it got to around 1980, 1985, where home consoles began coming out. If you were to chart this along the sales of consoles, you would probably see a sort of like a crossover on the graph, as women's interest.
Yeah, that's the whole
down.
argument that the article is making. That as soon as people started to heavily market towards men, rather than keeping their marketing gender neutral, when they started to heavily market towards men, you saw women interest in the field drop off, which kind of shows that culture probably
men and women have different interests. That's what it shows.
It's showing the exact opposite of that.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I promise you, it doesn't.
The article is literally about that.
Look, right.
The article is literally about a woman who has a
gender paradox is about.
The article is literally a woman with a PhD in computer science saying that when women showed up in college classrooms taking these computer science classes, they found that they were massively behind men because all of these toys that had been marketed towards men had given them a huge head start in these classes compared to all women, and women interest started to drop off as men were exclusively advertised to for these products. And even growing up, we saw commercials that were only advertised to men for things like video games. You think girls don't want to...
But look, the reason these corporations didn't start off advertising exclusively to men.
For the computer stuff, they did.
okay, take the Lego example then. That is the single best example of this, right? In the 70s, the Lego's advertising was totally gender neutral. And then, as soon as they started realizing they get the numbers back and, oh, more boys are buying this than girls, they start marketing to boys. And the more they market to boys, the more sales they get from boys. And as soon as they try and literally this happened like only about 10-15 years ago, where they were like, right, okay, our market share from boys is fantastic, we huge sales, but we're not selling to girls. What are we doing wrong? They had to gender it. They had to stop making the Lego playsets about building things and make it more about like interpersonal interactions and sort of like almost like a little soap opera is included with the Lego set. And then young girls got into it. This has got to be a biological thing, right?
I mean, I don't know. Every piece of evidence that I shows me completely differently, but I haven't watched the Brainwash documentary yet, so maybe I'll come to a different conclusion after looking at that.
Maybe, honestly, it's a real thing. They just can't explain why women would choose different professions that men otherwise choose, and it's not all of them, obviously. I mean, things like medical school, law school, and science. Why would that be either way? I don't see why that would be gendered in either direction. That's just for whoever's interested and is smart enough to go into these fields, surely. But when it comes to things like toys and Legos and stuff like this, there are very clear gender divides. And it's really, I think people always treat this like it's sinister. It's just personal interest.
And nobody is treating it like it's sinister.
No,
This is one of the big
there
things. Okay, there might be, but I'm not talking about the intent. I'm talking about the cause and effect. All right, I don't care about the intent. The intent is irrelevant. Even in law, the intent is irrelevant. You're looking at the effect, right?
Okay, so let's sum it up then. I mean, I think that, I like going back to my A-level psychology days. I would say it's probably about 50-50 culture and nature.
Okay,
and you
so
think
why,
it's more
if
than
it's 50-50 culture nature, why did women's representation go from 5 or 10% to 40 to 50%?
In what? Sorry.
In medical school, law school, and interest in physical sciences.
Well, I don't see why there would be a natural divide on science. I just said.
But there was. And you said it's 50-50, so why was there this massive divide?
Listen, no. Well, it's not, is it? I mean, 50% of people going to medical school are now women. Then that shows that there's not any particular natural divide there. Proportion of men and women is about half and half.
But if it used to be 10%, then it seems like culture can have a...
Yeah. I agree that there are certainly cultural factors that can influence, but it's not only cultural factors.
All right, I think that okay, I think we had this kind
Should
of
we
similar
change subject? Because I think we've made our points clear.
Yeah, and we talked about this a lot last time.
But honestly, I really do think it's both.
I think it's both to some extent, but you keep saying like it's 50-50, but then when I point out to like the 60s, 70s, like, oh well, back then it wasn't 50-50. Like I don't understand. Like
No, I didn't say back then it wasn't 50-50. I said back then there were heavy cultural pressures in favor of males or females in certain professions. And I agree that it's right to remove the cultural pressure in that way. That people shouldn't be shamed.
But if you remove the cultural pressure, then you're saying that it's not 50-50. Because if it's 50-50, then even with cultural pressure, you should see 50% still trending towards. That means it's not 50-50.
No, that's not what it means. What it means is basically if you remove the cultural pressure, then you're basically relying on people's natural inclinations. And if men have a natural inclination to go into construction, even if there's no cultural pressure to say men should go into construction, men tend to go into construction. And women, for example, with nursing, tend to go into nursing, even though there's no cultural pressure either preventing them from going in or encouraging women to go in, then why wouldn't you just chalk this up to natural inclination?
I feel like I'm going to bring up the same thing I said before. I wouldn't bring it up to natural inclination because of everything, the distribution of the fields in the 60s, 70s. But
the point is, like in Norway, for example, they live in a society where they've specifically removed those things. Like, so it's not like in the 60s and 70s. It's in 2017 in Norway, and yet a similar effect is still seen. But anyway, we'll move on to the next subject. So the immigration thing. I think a lot of people, and I found this. I don't think I understood your position because you seem to be arguing in favor. I mean, I'm not sure what your ideology is when it comes to immigration, because it sounded really neoliberal to me, really corporatist. And I found that surprising. So would you like to tell me your opinion on why immigration is a good thing?
I think that immigration is a good thing because it brings us undeniable economic benefits to an economy. There are pros and cons to immigration, right? Do we agree that there are pros and cons to immigration?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think that if you are enacting any kind of government policy, I think it should be a policy that capitalizes on the pros and attempts to minimize the cons. That is my approach on immigration.
Okay, but what if the cons are due to the scale of immigration?
Then you would scale it back, or you would figure out why that's causing it to happen. What are the incentives in place for people to immigrate? How can you control for things like this? Yeah, or account for things like this using
And
policy.
so, if one of the cons is that it's easy to immigrate, you would make it more difficult, right?
One of the cons is that it's easy to immigrate.
Yeah, the actual sheer number. Sorry, I misphrased that. The sheer we agree that if one of the cons of immigration are the raw numbers of immigrants, then you would make it less easy for them to immigrate to try and reduce the raw numbers, right?
If that's true, but I don't think a con of immigration is usually the raw numbers.
Well, it depends on the scale, doesn't it?
I mean, if you would have dropped like 10 million people somewhere instantly, then sure, I mean, there could be a massive problem.
Well, it doesn't even have to be. No, it doesn't even have to be instantly.
Okay,
I mean, like,
in the
for
United
example,
States, I haven't seen
the United States has 11 million illegal immigrants from Mexico,
Okay.
and illegal immigration has been one of the major problems in America for decades now.
Well, I mean, it's been a major talking point in terms of a major problem. I mean, it's
Yeah,
a
but
little.
it's a talking point because it's a problem for so
Well,
many
it's
people.
no,
And-
that's not. I mean, terrorism is a talking point and isn't a major problem for the vast majority of the world. So, I mean, just because.
Well, no, hang on. We'll go into that in a bit if that's all right.
Okay.
But I think it's really unfair to say that people in like the southern states of the United States, to say that they don't have real problems with immigration, I think is really unfair. What do you think?
It really depends on the individual, but for the most part, I haven't seen a lot of studies connecting immigration to destroying job markets, across, like, job markets have changed a lot in the United States for a lot of reasons. This happened with manufacturing as well. That wasn't because of immigration.
No, I
right?
wasn't suggesting it was.
Okay.
But I'm talking specifically about the southern states and those
Sure.
who have like, effectively what are like, new Mexican cities springing up in like shanty towns outside of their cities and stuff like that.
I don't know what you mean by Mexican cities.
Well, I mean, literally, as I said, like massive amounts of immigrants come over the borders. I mean, there are places in like Texas and stuff where outside of the city you have like a Mexican shanty town, because
What does
people
this mean
got
by Mexican shantytown? What do you mean by that?
a shanty town filled with Mexicans.
Okay. What's wrong with this? Or what's the negative here?
What do you mean? What's the negative?
What's the negative? If there is a town
Do you
filled with a
think
lot of
having
people.
a large group of people who are very poor on the outskirts of like traditional American cities, do you think that doesn't come with any social problems?
No, poverty is a really bad thing. That's not
Well,
that's not
it's-
exclusive to immigrants, though. There are a lot
No,
of poor
course
rural
it's-
communities all
you know,
across the United States.
Listen. Right, I know it's not exclusive to immigrants,
Okay.
but we agree that poverty for people causes crime. Yeah.
Sure.
So if you bring in a large number of poor people, regardless of where they're from, you stick them together in a little piss poor shanty town, then we will see an explosion in crime. Agreed?
I would agree with you in principle, but when you look at all the numbers, I can't.
That's a direct consequence of mass immigration.
But it doesn't. But that Hispanics aren't really overrepresented in crime. Like
I'm not talking about Hispanics in general. I'm talking about in these specific locations.
even across
where-
income levels, I haven't seen like immigration pointing towards increases in crime. Those studies have never existed.
But you've just logically agreed that all of these things are true. You know all of these things are true.
I said that in principle I might agree with you, but knowing the data, you cannot draw increases of crime from immigration in the United States.
I can literally speak to the people who say that they have problems with these cultures. And we have a very similar thing with Islamic immigration into the UK and into France. This is why Jontron was trying to reference Europe, because it is a similar phenomenon, even though it's two different cultures who don't share any values. I don't in any way think.
We're talking. Jontron was referencing Europe, but we were talking about race. So this is you can reference Europe now, I guess, if you want. But
That's what I was trying to say. Jontron, he's an idiot, but I don't think he was actually talking about race, because this is why he was trying. No, but he doesn't think the Middle East is.
he said the word gene pool, dog.
I know he did, okay? I know, but that doesn't make any sense in the context of his actual argument. This is why I think he was just really flustered.
And the arguments of tribalism, it doesn't make any sense to bring up the gene pool.
Tribalism isn't based on race either. I mean, like There will be plenty of British people in Spain who are Welsh and Scottish and Irish, but that doesn't mean that they're not tribal to being British.
I wish on an alternate timeline, I wish there would have been a video of like Obama talking about the black gene pool or keeping black people looking like all like each other. And I wish I could have seen a video of you responding to the things he said, because I guarantee the people on your side would be furious if there were.
I'm not saying that those arguments aren't bullshit. Okay, I'm saying that JonTron wasn't making the arguments he was trying to make.
Okay, because it sounded, but we already disagreed on this, so.
I agree with you. But this is what I'm saying. He's a bad debater because he's never done it before. And you're not a bad debater.
It's not about being a debater. I'm not debating. I'm usually just asking him questions.
Yeah, I know, but it is.
The reason why I initially talked to him was because he was getting mad that white people were being outbred in the United States.
Well, I mean, we've already agreed that being a minority in the United States is a bad thing.
We didn't agree on that. No, we absolutely did not. No, we didn't.
You were the one who said that minorities face problems in the United States.
Yes, but not because they're minorities. That's why we got it. Remember, that's why we got sidetracked into the whole women thing.
No, it is because they're a minority. Like,
okay,
for
wealthy
example,
people in the United States are a minority. Do you think?
It's the status of being a minority that's the problem for them.
No, it's not.
So it's what, they're black?
No, it's the history.
Yep. That's because they're a minority.
Okay.
The history is like that because they were a minority.
At one point in time, they were targeted with government policy to disenfranchise them. And now, 60, 70 years later, this is what we have as a result. If you are in an advantageous position...
I don't think that's true, actually. Right?
You don't think that there was government policy that targeted minorities?
I didn't say that. I said that I don't think that the consequence of and this is why I say, when you say blacks in America, that's an inaccurate statement. What you mean are poor black communities, which can we call them ghettos, or is that offensive?
Ghettos is fine, but I am talking about all blacks in the United States. But go ahead.
What, you're discriminating between different types of black people?
I mean, depending on the specific argument.
For example, Nigerians, 80-something% of Nigerians who go to America have a degree.
Okay. I'm talking about blacks as a whole group of people. It's not
a whole group. That's what I mean with Americans and racializing things, right? What you need to do is speak to low-income blacks, and not even all low-income blacks. We're talking really about low-income blacks in certain areas like Detroit and Chicago and stuff like this, where they have massive gang problems, massive amounts of crime, massive amounts of murders, totally disproportionate to blacks in other parts of the country. This is why you can't just racialize this. This is why JonTron was wrong to do it.
You literally just said poor blacks. Is it not racializing things?
No, because I'm not saying rich blacks.
Okay. First of all, tell me what context first you want to talk about in regards to blacks, and then I can tell you if we can talk about them as an entire group of people or as a socioeconomic class. Because when you're talking about things like the penal system, these are problems that affect all blacks, not just poor blacks, but all blacks. So what specific issue do you want to talk about?
I was really talking about the state of affairs before you arrive at the penal system.
Okay, so what specifically?
The conditions, I specifically said these sort of cultures that they find themselves in locations like Detroit and Chicago. High crime hotspots where it's lots of poor people who also happen to be black.
Okay.
We've got the same sort of thing in Britain, places like Moss Side and areas of Glasgow and stuff, where it's 99% white, but it's poor areas with a shitty culture of people who. And one of the things that I read a study about this. I actually did a video about why do blacks commit more crime, and my interpretation is probably very similar to yours. And I used this study from an area in Glasgow that pointed out that when you become very poor, you need some way of impressing people, because everyone needs some way of impressing people. And so you end up using violence and crime as a replacement for having wealth. And I honestly think that's one of the. I mean, that seems to be ubiquitous to poor communities, and not poor countries either. I mean, specifically insular poor communities. That seems to be a way of social currency is generated by how much of a badass you are, and that's what this study said. And I think it's true, because I've lived in these sort of areas before, and I think that there are definitely people who walk around with their chests puffed out, trying to act like the big man, and these people have got fuck all money, they've got fuck all wealth. They've got nothing apart from their ability to punch someone in the face. So I think that kind of fosters this kind of thing. And so when you say blacks, I'm not talking about blacks. I'm talking about these poor these deprived communities in Chicago and whatnot, right? And this isn't something that has always been ubiquitous to black people all the way through America. I mean, if you go back to like the 60s and 70s, when black marriage rates were on par with white marriage rates, the crime rate was not significantly higher. But in the beginning of in the end of the 70s, beginning of the 80s, again, I'll send you the video so you can see all the data that I'm referencing, and all the sources are in there, so you can read through it all through your own leisure. In the 70s and 80s, black marriage rates plummeted absolutely in the beginning of this, like end of the 70s, and then by the mid 80s, crime rates were going up. And I mean, I'm just a layman interpreting that, but I'm guessing that was a lot of fatherless kids going out and causing trouble.
So why did marriage rates plummet?
Good question. I don't know.
Is it because black people are just less prone to getting married? It's like a genetic thing, a racial thing?
It's all over the place, but black marriage rates plummeted first.
Why?
I don't know. Yeah.
So you have no guesses, no...
No, you'd have to ask them. You'd have to say to them, you'd have to go by an individual basis and survey the people.
Why are you trying to talk about entire... You were just talking about entire classes of people, and now when I ask you a question, you have to go by individual basis? You just said that poor people are more likely to commit crimes or to use crimes as social capital.
Yeah, but no, that's the consequence down the road. At the point at which the black family breaks down, and again, it's not universal, but in these areas, you can look at the marriage rates, and they are shockingly low.
Okay, but I'm asking you, why did that happen?
I don't know. I don't know.
So what is your guess?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I could go to like an individual who would now probably be about 50, who in the 70s chose not to get married, and they'll say, well, I didn't get married for X reason, and someone else will say, I didn't get married for a different reason.
We're talking about classes of people. We have to talk about stats, and we have got to talk about class influence, not individuals. That's not how this works.
Yeah, but that's my point. Ultimately, we are always dealing with individuals.
No, that's not true. We're dealing with entire masses of people. Policy is...
For different reasons. They might make similar decisions for similar reasons, sometimes the same for the same reasons. But again, I don't know what the reason for that is, so I can't tell you why they did this. I mean, maybe women's liberation was particularly appealing to these people. I don't know. I don't
black
know.
people were more interested in being liberated, or...
No.
So what I'm trying to find out is, black families fell apart, but white families didn't. So I'm asking you what the difference was.
They are absolutely falling apart.
Okay, I mean, why aren't white people experiencing similar levels of poverty as black people?
A single mother. So I don't. It's.
Why aren't black people experiencing similar levels of poverty as white people then?
Well, because their families broke up to a higher degree for whatever reason. I don't know.
The reason is really important. That's literally what we're talking about. You told me my explanation was wrong.
I agree with you that the reason is really important. So getting hung up on like the consequences is really, and then saying that it's racism that's causing this. Like, no, I'm sorry, it's crime rates that are causing this, and the crime rates are being directly influenced.
Black families literally broke up right after Jim Crow ended, and you don't see any connection to the racially motivated redlining or gentrification or any of these policies in the United States to the destruction of black family. You don't see any connection whatsoever.
Explain to me why redlining prevents people from getting married.
I don't know. Moving people in and out of communities, destroying communities, tearing apart communities, like these things all have...
Is it preventing men and women from getting married?
It can, sure. If you're breaking up communities or ghettoizing people or forcing people into impoverished lifestyles, yeah, sure.
How is that preventing anyone from getting married? I mean, like there are not loads, but there are, believe it or not, black people who are in the United States are married, and black households who are married enjoy a similar level of income to white households.
So, I don't think you're arguing in good faith, dude. I can't.
Oh, fuck off, man! No, fuck you! Don't sit here and tell me you're not. I'm not.
You're literally saying like we're talking about classes of people, and you keep going back to like I
give you the reasons that I'm not.
You haven't given me a reason. You haven't given me a reason. You're saying, well, because black people stopped getting married. I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know why, but I'm not going to say that these things aren't real just because I don't know why they're happening.
It's not about them being real. I'm asking you why these problems happen. You go, well, I don't know. I'd have to talk to the individuals. These aren't individual issues. These are issues facing an entire class of people. There aren't individual black people in the United States having trouble with marriage. The entire class of black people in the United States has trouble with this. And I'm asking why, and you have no answer for me.
I have an answer. Nobody does, and you're asking the wrong question.
But people have given answers. No, these are absolutely crucial questions. Because for you to come in and just go, well, black people need to get married more is entirely fucking retarded. Like, you have to find out why aren't they getting married. You have to address the problems and fix them.
Right? Let's calm down a bit. But seriously, don't accuse me of arguing bad faith.
Why do you keep talking about you?
Listen, that's a dick thing to do. I didn't accuse you of arguing bad faith, even though what I think you're saying is ridiculous because
When
what
you
you
were-
want to do. Listen, right? What you're trying to do is say, right, more black people are in jail, therefore this must be racism. Even though we know that, like, for white people, if white people are raised in single-parent households, they have a much higher occurrence of, causing crimes. Therefore, they are much more likely to be found in jail. Therefore, what, are the British court systems racist because most of the people are poor whites in jail? No. It's a consequence of poverty, okay? But because this is happening to black people, you go, well, must be racism. No. That's just literally an assumption that you're not proving. I mean, name me a black person who's currently in jail who shouldn't be in jail because they didn't commit a crime, and yet the court just stiffed them because they were racist. Name them.
So the question is, why do black people commit more crime? These are the questions that we have to answer.
Because they come overwhelmingly from single-parent households.
Okay, why do they come from single-parent households?
Married.
Why aren't they getting married?
Is something you'll have to ask the fucking parents, isn't it? I don't know.
It doesn't
why
work
their
that way. We can't go and survey every single individual and try to remedy their problems on an individual level. This isn't how any type of policy in the history of all of mankind has been enacted.
I appreciate that, right? I appreciate that we cannot ask every single one of them, but we can ask a representative sample of them, can we not?
This sounds like stats.
That's fine.
So a representative sample would probably point towards the fact that black people were disproportionately impacted by certain types of laws and certain types of activities.
Prevents them from getting married. I mean, when these laws were in place, black people had a remarkably high marriage rate.
And I'm sure that when black people were slaves, they probably...
Listen, the laws themselves were not preventing black people from getting married. When these laws were repealed, and it wasn't even... Let me just get the numbers up just so I can chart exactly the date that this happened. So the Civil Rights Act of 1964 is when they got repealed, right? So, and I think it was the late 70s. I'll find it later. Actually, fuck it, I can't be asked to look for it. It was the late 70s when the black family started breaking down. I don't think, and look, correlation does not imply causation. Just because these things happened at a similar time doesn't mean they're directly related. There could be something else going on that we're not accounting for. Okay? But ultimately, every decision to get married is an individual interaction between two people. We need to survey a representative sample of people who are like, who were basically in their late teens, early 20s, and 70s, and ask them, why didn't you get married? And maybe it was something to do with the culture or the zeitgeist of the time, being a bunch of hippies or something. I don't know.
So
it could be anything.
The
but
problem
the point is, because they're black, I'm saying it's because they have been through a certain set of life circumstances, and this is predictable. We see it in not just black communities, but white ones as well. I'm sure that, like in Romania, you see one with gypsy communities and things like this. It's not a racial thing. It's just something that happens when people go through these experiences.
The problem is you seem to have this ultra one-dimensional view of how policy or culture or society interact with one another. It sounds to me that unless I can literally show you a piece of legislation banning black people from getting married, you will never admit that any type of widespread policy could have an impact on the marriage rates of black people, which I think is an absurd argument.
Yeah, but you can't show me any policy that does.
But you can draw lines. You can draw lines. You can say that if you enact policies that break up communities being broke up lend themselves towards poverty. Impoverished communities lend themselves towards people not getting married as much. You can start to draw these correlations throughout all of society.
Yeah, but at no point are you demonstrating why any of this would cause the breakup of the marriage.
That's never going to happen for you, dude. You're never, ever going to see anybody who's educated in a field like this come out and say, well, this thing right here directly influences this thing here. The intersection of society and culture and policy and legislation is never going to be that simple, ever. Never. In any case, ever. It will never work that way.
Yeah, but what? Okay, explain to me why, after the Jim Crow laws are repealed, the black people decided not to get married.
There's a lot of different explanations for that. A lot of people point out the construction of the highway system is destroying certain black communities. Redlining, neglecting black people.
Hang on. Okay, let's take these one at a time then, shall we? Right. So just to confirm then, repealing the Jim Crow laws, in your mind, was Are you saying that black people only remained married because of the Jim Crow laws, or what?
It's possible that when you give people a certain amount of freedom, and then when you introduce a whole bunch of other variables, it's possible that people can fuck up. But another argument, you could argue that black people who were slaves probably very rarely ever committed crimes, and as soon as you freed the slaves, now you have black people committing crimes. So what was the argument, that because they were slaves, they didn't commit any crimes? Well, you're putting them into an entirely different life situation. Like,
well, I didn't say.
Okay, but I'm just saying, you're saying that, like, well, just because you repeal Jim Crow, it's going to impact, now people aren't going to get married. Marriage is a very complicated thing. This isn't a life thing that just happens when you turn 19, right after,
I know.
You finish puberty,
That's
now
why
you get married.
Can't just expect to extrapolate a reason from a bunch of statistics.
But that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to say that...
No, I'm not. You're trying to do that. You literally demanded that I give you the reason, even though I don't know it. I just know the numbers. Okay. And the reason I don't know the reason is because I don't know the people.
It's not about knowing the people individually. That's not how any of this works. If you're talking about something like marriage...
It doesn't work that way due to a paucity of information on our end. Ideally,
but there is a massive amount of information.
We would know the people.
There is a massive amount of information about the impacts of Jim Crow laws and gentrification and putting people into ghettos and having them be impoverished.
I know there is, right? But none of those impact the marriage rate. Those things... The marriage rate is a different issue. The marriage rate was high under Jim Crow, so you can't say Jim Crow is responsible for breaking up the marriage unless you do actually think that repealing the Jim Crow laws actually broke down the black marriages.
It's possible that repealing Jim Crow laws and then other types of discrimination encouraged black people into areas of their lives or life situations where getting married became less of a priority or less important to them or less likely to occur.
That's fine, and I'm happy to entertain that, right?
But you made it sound like...
Listen, I don't know. It could be that. Now, what exactly do you think supports that?
The fact that when people do widespread analyses or studies on things like gentrification, you can find that black people have been specifically targeted by certain policies in the past that have focused on destroying their communities.
Yeah, but that's the community as a whole, not the family unit, isn't it?
Do you think the family unit is somehow, like, invincible from what goes on in communities as a whole?
No, not at all. I think the community is made up of family units, but that's about splitting up family units, not splitting up the family. No, it's dividing the units themselves into different groups of units, not splitting up the individual units. And the thing is, right? Okay, now let's just go on with let's say that there was some kind of government targeted policy that somehow got black people to stop marrying. Does that exist now?
Probably not, or maybe it does. I don't know.
Well, let's assume that it doesn't, right?
What about the war on drugs?
Hang on. This is, I think, what John Tron was trying to argue. That he was when he said, like, with fixed racism, he means institutional racism, as in there are no laws saying black people can't do things, right? Now, I'm sure I can't think of a law that does. I mean, I don't think you can either, right? So, right. Now, we see that... let's just assume that there was, the things you're saying... I've got no evidence for it, but let's just assume they somehow contributed to the breakdown of the black family. They are not in operation at the moment, so what needs to happen now?
I don't know. What do you mean, like in terms of government policy, or?
No, not in terms of... Unless you think there's a... I mean, maybe there should be government policies that incentivize black people to get married. Do you think so?
It's possible, yeah. I mean, you could talk about the penal system. You could talk about the targeting of black people for things like drug crimes and whatnot over white people. The fact that... Yeah,
but you're looking at the consequences again. I'm not
looking at the consequence. If you've got a legal system that disproportionately locks up black men, do you think that people that go to jail are less likely to get married?
Yeah, but why doesn't it disproportionately lock up Chinese men?
Because it doesn't target Chinese men. Because laws like stop and frisk or the policing of certain ghettos doesn't target Chinese people. It targets black people. I don't know. Ask the superintendents. Ask the people.
I know.
Okay, why?
There are much higher rates of crime in these communities.
Why is it that when you survey people across the United States, you find out that white people use marijuana far more than black people, but black people go to jail way more for it?
Because these communities are more heavily policed.
Oh, so there's the problem.
Yeah, but these communities also commit a disproportionate amount of crime.
But we just said that in terms of marijuana, they don't.
Yeah, but that's one crime, and a minor one at that. In terms of, say, violent crime, these communities are colossally disrepresented. And this is the problem, right? There are people who grow up in unstable families, and they become unstable people. And then they commit a disproportionate amount of crime, and then a larger proportion of them go to jail because they've committed crimes. So let's nip it in the bud before it gets to the jail, and let's say, right, okay, so we know that it's single parent families that cause this. This is something that statistically, as far as I can tell, shown. So we should be disincentivizing single parent families, should we not?
Sure. How would you do it? What's your solution?
I'm actually not sure. I'm not actually saying I have a solution, but I think the important thing is identifying the problem.
Okay,
And,
well,
you
here's
know,
the problem. The problem is they're not getting married. So now what conversation would you like to take place to fix that?
Well, I think emphasizing the responsibility of people having children is something, because the thing I think that a lot of people take objection to talking about the prison rates is, by that point it sounds like you're trying to ameliorate personal responsibility. And I agree that it's not really very fair for someone who's grown up in a shitty culture, in a shitty area, where it's high crime, high gang rates, all that. I think it's unfair to expect them to be able to become self-actualized enough to be able to spot this, right? I agree that that's unfair. But we definitely should be talking to people who are thinking about, I don't know, having children, about whether they should have children out of wedlock, because we can say, look, it's an irresponsible thing for you to do. And that's the man, man and woman, obviously, not, before we get anywhere near a criminal justice system. Let's talk to the people who are going to actually breed the children that will become, teenagers in a terrible community and then find themselves disproportionately targeted by the police because it's a terrible community and become just another statistic. I would like to avoid that. So we need to emphasize the concept of personal responsibility to young parents.
Okay, how do we do that?
Well, I mean, like the way you were saying earlier, we can have advertising campaigns and stuff like this. And it doesn't have to be targeted at black people. It can just be targeted at young people. And the thing is, like I said, like in Britain, more than half of the children in Britain now are currently in a single-parent household. That's a travesty, isn't it? Just that's almost like condemning them to a life of toil and poverty. It's terrible. And the black statistics in America are fantastic to show this, because married black households are barely any different to white married households on average income per year. So it's something that is obviously the problem. So we need to start getting it out of people's minds that they shouldn't be having children out of wedlock. And,
Okay,
I mean,
this might be unfair, but earlier you told me that things like targeted ad campaigns for women will have almost no impact, or they might have a little bit of an impact. You said they might have a little bit of an impact.
No, I didn't say that. I said the government shouldn't be trying to manipulate culture by targeting people for, like influence.
So why is it okay
campaign.
to do it here?
Well, because this is a real problem. I mean, what difference does it make if the percentage of female, like, let me just get your graph up. The percentage of women in law school is 15% rather than 35%. What difference does that make?
I thought we weren't allowed to say the representation.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Okay, well, I've made the point about representation, but the point is nobody gets hurt from it.
That's not true. Women that could be contributing in that field, or women that might otherwise want to go into it but are discouraged from doing so due to social pressure, might feel like they've lost out on it.
Yeah, but they're not hurt by it, are they?
It depends. I mean, are you saying because they don't suffer like physical pain, there's no damage there? Like, is that the argument you're making?
There's no suffering. There's no, what are they suffering?
I mean, all of society suffers. The person that wrote a lot of the code for the first lunar lander was a female. I mean, there's talent pool that you could.
Hang on. I hate that argument because you're not saying a man couldn't have written that code, are you?
I don't know. It's hard to say. There have been.
That's not based on gender. That's based on intellect.
But it was a woman that did it. There have been contributions by people of color or women's in different fields in the past. You can't say for sure whether or not these things would have come. If I kill Albert Einstein in the past, I can't say for sure that.
I think that those people's contribution is valuable and necessary, and they should be encouraged to contribute. But I'm not saying.
But you're saying there's no damage done.
Listen, I'm not saying their contribution is because they were black or because they were female, which it seems to be your argument you're making to me.
No, mine was that a female or a black person happened to contribute this, and it might not have happened with people like you saying, well, what's the harm of there only being 15% representation here?
But that's the thing. If you're saying it might not have happened, you're saying that them being female or black is one of the things that this hinged on.
No, I'm saying that particular person being there. That's why I brought up Albert Einstein. I don't know if you kill Albert Einstein if somebody else stumbles upon the general theory of relativity.
Yeah, they do.
You know this for a fact?
I'm certain of it.
Okay. I don't know.
It's not some sort of undiscovered scientific thing about the universe that just goes, uninvestigated, but just because Einstein died.
Okay. I mean, I don't think I would make that argument, but
Why? For example, like, inventions all through history have been invented in multiple different places at multiple different times, and often forgotten and rediscovered. This is how I know that someone else would discover these things.
sure, but maybe it takes 10 or 15 or 20 years longer.
Yeah, okay, so what?
So what? Then we're 20 years behind on our computer technology, on every piece of tech. What do you mean? That's a negative thing for all of society.
Know that. You can't know that. And even
You
then,
just
I
said
think,
if they discover it 20 years later. What do you mean?
I don't know that it's necessarily holding back society. There are other things going on, but even then, I would rather a free society of free people who live the lives they want to live than a controlled society that was highly effective.
But again, we're going back to the society of people that live the lives they want to live. No individual is a perfect agent that is capable of making these decisions in a vacuum, because we all exist by a culture that we're heavily influenced by. There is no such thing as a culture where everybody's making choices they want to make. You're always influenced by your media and your entertainment.
But the choices of what you consume, the choices what people
You
have
don't even
their
choose what you consume that much, dude.
The
Not
problem,
at
no, I totally disagree. Right, the advent
you're-
of the social media has actually totally. It used to be that you didn't have that much choice over what you consume, but now people have got incredible choice, and it's creating ideological ghettos on the internet. But that's a different subject.
How many people in the United States watch Nigerian TV?
I don't know. Why is that relevant?
Because it seems like, to some extent, the choices that you have in front of you are going to heavily, influence which ones you choose, right? If you're born in America, you're probably much more likely to grow up watching specific types of programming. If you grow up in the UK, you're probably very likely to grow up watching specific types of programming. Do you think that more people in the United Kingdom prefer tea than people in the United States because people in the United Kingdom are just genetically predisposed to tea? Or do you think that it's because you guys, it's part of your culture and it's part of what you learned growing up? Okay, so there are things that, so you can't just say like, well, people choose 100% what they watch. Of course not. Like, you're not going to watch something that none of your friends are watching. That isn't...
But I want to increase the options rather than like pressure people into other fields. I don't see why we have to pressure anyone to do anything.
Because people are pressured, whether you like it or not. People are constantly.
Yeah, but that's a bad thing.
No, it's not. Not to. You want to pressure people to go to school, to get a job, to have a family, to not commit crime. Pressures are good. To wear clothes in public.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm not talking about the necessities. I'm talking about their options. I don't want to pressure people to take a certain option. I want them to take the option they like. I mean, they might be, obviously you've got to get a job.
But what you like is influenced by your pressures.
Yes, it is. Yeah. Well, it's influenced by lots of things.
Sure, a lot of which are social pressures.
Some of it is but some of it is social. Some of it is natural. Some of it is, based on events in your individual existence and positive and negative things that have happened in your life. The people you've known and things like this. So I don't see why we would need to feel the need to pressure people, because we could always just try not pressuring people, and then people can make decisions as much as possible uninterfered with.
You can't live in a society where people aren't pressured. That doesn't make any sense. What kind of society are you talking about?
I didn't say they wouldn't be pressured. There will be pressures, right? But we don't need to add new pressures to get to some ideological end goal.
Okay, so you agree that pressure exists right now, right?
Of course it does. Of course it does.
Some of that pressure can be one way. Why not add incentivizations on the other side of things then?
Because you're creating new pressures. And I don't think we should.
So we should just leave them one-sided as they exist today and say, fuck it and leave it as it is?
Minimize the pressures as much as we can, but obviously things like getting a job and, learning to read and all this sort of stuff, these are pressures that you're always going to have, so you just endure them. I mean, what are you going to do? What can we do about it? Nothing. But
well, you can introduce opposite things to encourage multiple people. Rather than having every single character of a movie be a white man, you can also introduce women or people of color. These are things that you can do to provide...
You are free to do all of those things, and I'm totally fine with the complete plurality of, ideologies, opinions, representation, however you want to view it. I'm fine with all of that. But, I mean, like, when it comes to, like, government interference and, like, organizations for mass social pressure... I'm against that. I don't think they have any need or desire or right to tell people what to do.
Okay, it seems like you're backpedaling on what you said earlier then. Because earlier you made it sound like we shouldn't have any of these pressures at all, and now you're saying, well, I just don't want the government doing it.
There would be no pressures at all, but even then, I'm not even sure if that would be healthy for the human condition.
Wait, you're saying without government there would be no pressures at all?
No.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I thought that's what you said.
That's not what I said.
We live in a society where there are tons of pressures for certain people to do certain things. Why not try to equalize that a little bit? Or do you think that's an okay thing?
Is adding new pressures.
But the pressures already exist one way or another. And there are pressures. There are positive and negative. If you don't...
I know, but the thing is, right, I mean, in the example of, let's say, racial quotas, right? Or let's say gender quotas. Either way, any kind of quota, right? That's a positive pressure in your favor, but that's also discrimination on the basis of sex. And you can say, yeah, well, I've got a good reason to discriminate in favor of someone, but you'll never have a good reason to discriminate against someone on the basis of their gender. And every time you put a quota in, you've discriminated against lots of people on the basis of their gender. So I'm sorry, I don't agree with these things. And this is what I mean. These positive pressures are never actually positive.
Okay, so quota is only one type of pressure. There could be organizations that exist in schools that incentivize certain behavior, that give resources to people of certain statuses. Like, a quota is just one type of pressure. That doesn't mean every single positive pressure is bad.
I didn't say every single kind of positive pressure.
These positive pressures are bad.
No, listen, I didn't say they're all bad. I just say I don't think they're necessary.
Okay, but if you don't have any of these deferring pressures, then how do you ever get people who are currently discouraged from being in a field to maybe be encouraged in the future to take up that field?
Well, I guess you don't.
So then you just leave everything... I guess
people who aren't particularly incentivized to go into a field don't go into it. And only the people who are incentivized already to go into that field go into that field.
Okay, so then you just leave, if there are some gender disparities that are at 90-10, you just leave those as is, and you just...
Well, nobody's arguing to get more women into construction, are they?
No, but that's a physical field that nobody's arguing for anybody to get...
Matter. We've got machinery, we've got all kinds of stuff now.
Nobody's arguing for anybody to go into... Even men don't want to be construction workers, dude. That's looked down on.
It's not true.
It absolutely is true.
It's not. Men do want to become construction workers.
Since what? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm speaking as an American. Are you telling me that if I go to the United Kingdom, I can find a lot of aspiring young men that want to grow up to be construction workers? It happens in the United Kingdom?
Yeah, you can.
Okay,
right? And
I was unaware of that.
Tell you the kind of men that they are.
What?
I can tell you exactly the kind of men that they are. And I bet you've got these all over America as well. Sure. You just don't know who they are, right? Okay. These men will be young, white, and poor.
Okay. Does anybody want to be poor?
No, but doesn't matter.
So these sound like jobs that people don't want to do. These sound like last resorts.
No, these sound like jobs you don't want to do. These men look at that and think, well, that's a noble career. I'll be building houses. People will live in the things that I build. They have. This is what I was trying to say to you in the last conversation we had, right? You have a different perspective on the world than they do. And I think it comes from a position of privilege.
I think that you have just made one of the most insanely privileged comments I've ever heard in my entire life. You're saying that people that are poor and are forced to work in construction view that as an occupation of nobility?
Yeah.
Okay. I think we should move on to the next topic. I don't think we're ever going to find common ground here.
Well, honestly, I would suggest try talking.
I don't need to talk. I've worked these jobs before, okay? I was a carpet cleaner for a fucking year. Nobody looks at these jobs as a position of nobility. These are shit jobs that you work as a last resort, all right? This is why... When
carpets cleaner is not. I agree with you.
When people grow up,
is not these jobs.
When people grow up as construction workers, dog, they're not having kids with the hope that I hope that one day my kid grows up to be a construction worker. This doesn't happen amongst poor people, dude.
Themselves. Look, my family does this, man. Okay, I'm telling you, there are even when you get down to the bottom, there are gradients of what is good and what is bad. Right, being a if you're unemployed but you're good with your hands, being a bricklayer is not a bad job. Being a construction worker is not a bad job. Eventually, you become the manager of that construction firm. You become someone who is respected. This is the life path they aim for because that's within their vocational abilities and within a realistic scope of what they can actually achieve. And it's unfair. You can, I'm not a big fan of class divides and class holding you back and stuff. But that is life. This is how these people think.
Sure.
They don't see themselves as being in an ignoble position.
Gotcha. I mean, it feels to me like in society, it feels like most of the incentives are in place for people to go to school, to get a good education, and to get a high-paying career or something involved in the sciences or technology or engineering or medicine or whatever. Yeah,
that's not going to be available to everyone, isn't it?
No, but ideally, that's what most people aim for. When people have children and they try to send them to school, it's not because they want them to grow up to be construction workers. But I don't think we're ever going to agree.
I'm talking about the parents. I'm talking about the people themselves. I mean, it's a sad fact of life that some people are not in the above average intelligence area, right? I mean,
I don't think anybody acts like that. Everybody acts like their child has the capability to do anything. I don't think anybody would say, well, I have a low IQ child, so I'm just going to hope he becomes a construction worker.
Well, I'm sure that parents don't say that, but people say that to themselves. I mean, you get some people who know they're never going to be a rocket scientist, and then they think, right, okay, but I can do something productive with my hands or something, you know, and then they go into vocational jobs rather like these sort of things, rather than academic jobs. And society needs both types, and there's this constant stigma about these things. And I think, well, you live in a fucking house built by some dude who, you know, whose arse crack is always showing, and then he's whacking brick after brick, and he doesn't think of himself as ignoble or embarrassed or anything by his situation. He works hard to get where he is, so I don't think we should pour scorn on them.
I'm not pouring scorn on anybody. I just don't think the general level of the general direction of society encourages a lot of people to take up like jobs in construction or blue collar work. That seems to be the type of work that most people try to avoid. But
again, it depends on where you are. I mean, if you're middle class and you have an intelligent, educated child, and you're an intelligent, educated person, then yes, to you that seems like a step down. But if you don't start in that position and you start from, say, a single-parent family on a council estate somewhere, then becoming, you know, an employee of a construction firm like Jewson or something like that in Britain, that's something to aim for. Because
sure. So you're telling me that these are lower class jobs. That's what you're telling me.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I guess we don't necessarily disagree. But I think that most people that work blue collar jobs, I think that they aspire their children to go to school and do something greater than.
They do, but they don't see their own position as being ignoble. That's the thing. You talk about these things like they're like embarrassing or something.
No, that's not how I talked about it. But
sounds. Yes, maybe it's my interpretation.
Okay.
But was there a different subject you wanted to go on to?
I don't even remember what it was next.
Right. Okay. Well, the mass immigration thing, right? There are studies that show, like, there's a study from the Bank of England. I'll send you on Twitter. I'll send you in a DM. It's a really fascinating one because you seem to argue a lot from a systemic overall position, and that's that's fine. It has its place, but when it comes to things like immigration, it's not really very helpful because systemically it's not very obvious what's going on because it's a huge system and you're only taking in a percentage of people who are like, you know, maybe like 1 or 2%, like 1% of the population or something like that. It seems small, but then if you drill down into the sort of relevant areas, you find that there's a much greater effect. For example, like I can only use the statistics for Britain because they're the only ones I have, but it's the same principle and the same effect happens everywhere. It's the market forces of supply and demand, that if you bring in more labor, the value of labor goes down. Mm-hmm. We understand? So if you bring in millions of people who are low skilled, low educated, and take up low earning jobs, the value of low earning labor goes down.
Okay.
And this affects the people who need those jobs the most and who need their wages to go up. For example, in Britain, it reduced it by 2% a year. Now, I think the last thing anyone wants to see is their wages going down by 2%, right?
Sure.
So you can understand why poor people would be against mass immigration.
Sure.
And so that's the argument against mass immigration. The people who need it to not happen the most are the ones to whom it is happening the most. And they are understandably angry. And so when they say, look, you can't bring in millions of Mexicans because it's ruining our job prospects, it's destroying our future, you can't then call those people racist.
Okay.
Do you see the...
Yeah, I saw the lines that you drew.
Yeah.
Can I start now?
And that is basically... I mean, that's the economic argument against mass immigration, because the only people it really benefits are the bourgeois class who employ these people. And obviously, they're doing fine, so we don't need to worry about them so much. They're the people with the money and the wealth and the ownership of corporations and whatnot. We don't need to pander to these people. What we need to do is help the people who are actually going hungry, worrying about paying their rent. You know, the people at the very bottom. And I mean that's not even talking about the social issues that comes with bringing in large numbers of people from a foreign culture. They happen to stick together. Like we already talked about the in-group preference. Everyone has it, including foreigners. So when they come over, they tend to form...
Okay, wait, can we talk about the economic thing first before we lay out the entire case for keeping immigrants out of a country?
Well, no, I'm not saying keeping immigrants out. I'm saying being...
Can we go back to the economic argument then?
Go ahead, yeah.
So in the United States, where a lot of lower skilled immigrants were immigrating, one of the things that was found was that when a lot of low skilled immigrants immigrate to an area, yes, it can have an impact temporarily, or sometimes in the long term, it can have an impact on certain classes of people, right? That when these immigrants moved to these areas, the overall market size increased, that complementary positions, that there were certain classes of workers whose jobs were actually bolstered because complementary jobs had opened up as a result, and that the cost of living for a lot of these different types of people for different things had went down, right? There are benefits to immigration,
but
even when a large number of people.
As you've just laid it out there,
Yes.
you literally described how the benefits come at the expense of other people.
Yes, they do. But there are
Yeah, but
benefits.
that's not acceptable, because it comes at the expense of
I'm sorry,
poorest-
dog, but a lot of benefits come at the expense of some people. That's how sometimes it works, right? So
Yeah,
your
but it
goal
shouldn't-
as government
Okay.
policy, your goal is to find the major winners in this transaction, okay, which are oftentimes business owners, and find a way to redistribute some of the major winners' earnings into the biggest losers to try to help them out, right? So whether that means retraining them for different types of jobs, right? Maybe there should be a tax on people that import things from China, right? For to help retrain people who are in
I'm not sure that's-
manufacturing into other what?
I'm not sure that just arbitrary tariffs are a wise move, but go
It's
on,
not
sorry,
arbitrary at all. I'm talking about specific taxes on businesses that take advantage of cheap labor and having that money divested in a way that helps people that have lost jobs, right, to retrain into either complementary or otherwise different positions, right? Maybe what you do is maybe you find that a fuck ton of business owners are taking advantage of Mexican immigrants coming over the southern border, and you have a tax for every immigrant that comes over, and this is sent into some kind of education fund to help lower class people of all races, right? So now
Right,
you
okay,
have
but
people.
you could circumvent doing any of this by just not allowing mass immigration.
You could do that, but you're doing that at the expense of growing your economy, because then you lose every other benefit of the immigration as well, right? Cheaper prices
That's
on
fine.
goods.
Though. I think that the quality of life of the people in the economy is more important than the size of the
No,
economy.
you don't. You don't. You would rather
I do
have them
think-
working lower level. If you go to like Germany, nobody wants to work as a bus driver from the airport, all right? In general, most of our people want to be more educated, want to get higher level jobs, right?
Okay.
We need people to fill out these lower level jobs, right? If we can tax the biggest winners that are benefiting from immigration and find ways to redistribute these winnings to the native population to educate them more, to train them into better jobs, this is a scenario where literally everybody can potentially be a winner.
Except for the people who you're exploiting.
No. What do you mean? The people that we're
The
exploiting
poorest
for
people-
labor,
yeah.
this sounds like communism. Whoa. Whew. Which people are you
No,
talking about?
I mean, no, not at all.
Who's being
Capitalism
exploited?
can be exploitative.
Okay, who's being exploited in this circumstance?
The working poor who are now competing with immigrants for jobs.
So what I'm saying is you spend money to help out the specific natives that are being the most
Yeah,
impacted
but you don't have to do that.
But then you
You
miss
just
out
don't
on
have to
all
allow
of,
mass immigration.
But then you miss out on all of the other benefits of the immigration. Cost of wages goes up, cost of product to the end consumer
Well,
goes
no,
up.
no, cost of wages goes down.
What? No, what? Wages
Yes,
aren't
it
going to
does.
go
When
down
you-
if you prevent immigrants from coming over because there's going to be less
No,
competition.
oh, no,
for
no,
these
no,
jobs.
no, no. Sorry, that was no. Look, if you prevent immigrants from coming to your country en masse, wages go up because competition for labor is what becomes scarce because you don't
Sure.
have a ready supply of people.
Which is not something
So-
you want.
What? You don't want wages to go up for people.
Not in that way. Not because you're artificially limiting the supply of labor. No.
You're not artificially limiting it. You are actually artificially inflating it.
Okay, if you allow people to freely move to an area where they can seek employment because they have economic pressures to do so, right? Then you'll see it fall in the cost of wages, okay? But then you see a lot of other benefits as a result of that, right?
But
Typically,
the cost of wages is an acceptable thing.
okay, would you be in favor, this is something that I asked the Naked Ape dude, would you be in favor then of like some kind of like minimum wage, like a big minimum wage or something for these people?
I think the minimum wage has become necessary because of the deflation of wages. If wages weren't going down, in fact, like in Denmark, in fact, Scandinavia in general, they don't have government-mandated minimum wage laws. These things are always dealt like in a union basis in industries, and which is fine. I think that's actually a much better way to do things. And it's because they don't have, well, some of them do, but like, for example, in Denmark, they're actually having a labor shortage at the moment, which is good for people who work because their wages are actually going up.
But you don't
That's-
want that.
that's-
You want to grow the overall size of your economy. And one of the only ways you can grow the size of an economy is to increase the supply of some type of resource, which is labor. Labor is a resource.
Look, when you say you want to grow the overall size of the economy, what that translates effectively to is you want the 1% to get even bigger bonuses.
Except I literally just said that you can have government policy that redistributes the winners
Government policy to redistribute. I would rather we didn't need that.
by artificially inflating the price of labor by keeping it scarce for no reason.
You're artificially decreasing it by bringing people into the country who shouldn't be in the country. They've got
You're
no
not.
legal
You're letting market forces settle on wages. If people want to come over and work for a certain wage, then they're free to do so. That's the market working. That's capitalism, dog.
That's because you artificially increase the labor pool.
You're not artificially increasing it. People are coming over. You can't artificially increase a resource. If people are coming over to work in the United States, then that's on them. They come over, they work, we take advantage of their...
If you let millions of people come to your country, then you're artificially inflating the amount of labor available in your country.
You're increasing a resource. You're giving more labor. That's good, though. That's fine.
Not the people who need to compete with those people. It's not good. It's bad for them, and they're the poorest people in society. I don't think we should victimize the poor just because it makes some billionaire a few more fucking zeros.
Okay, and I don't think we should victimize the poor or the working class by making it so that they have less people to sell products to, right? Because if you don't have immigrants coming over, now you don't have people buying your products. You've got less places to construct houses for, right? Because if you don't have immigrants coming over, now you've got, if you're a construction worker, you've got less houses to build, right? There's tons of...
Hang on, right. These people still exist regardless of which country they live in. So
but you're not going to go to Mexico to build houses.
No, but they have the internet. They have international marketing. You can order things from the United States from Mexico, believe it or not, right? And people in Mexico also have the internet, if you allow that. And so look, these people, they don't have to be in the United States to buy U.S. products.
So Mexico is going to order houses on the internet?
Well, obviously they'll order. These people will just get construction jobs in Mexico buying houses, won't they?
But why would we want them to go to Mexico? We want to bring these people to the United States and grow our economy. I don't want to grow Mexico's economy with the immigration policy. I'm going to grow our economy.
Yeah, but you want to grow the economy, the overall size of the economy, at the expense of the poorest people in the economy.
I just said that you can account...
Yeah, I know. Then you want to have extra government action in order to compensate for this thing that you shouldn't have done to start with.
But
this is why I'm saying your ideology seems to be neoliberalism, which seems to be pro-corporate influence, pro-government influence, and anti-worker. Because
everything that you just said is you want to be pro-government influence by having harsher immigration. You want to be anti-business by making the supply of labor artificially scarce. You want to
No, first point. Let's not gish gallop here. Let's stick with one point at a time, right? The first point was I'm pro-government influence because I want to restrict immigration.
Okay, so neither of us are pro or anti-government influence. We're on the same page there. We just want influence in a different ways, correct?
Because that's not how I see this at all.
Okay, it sounds like you're pro-government influence by making it so people can't immigrate. Is that...
Well, we have immigration laws, and I think they should be enforced.
A law is government influence, so you're pro-government influence.
But I'm not an ANCAP. I think the government should have a place, and one of the places it should be is to defend its borders.
Okay, so both of us are pro-government influence.
And even then, legal mass immigration, is highly detrimental to the native populations. So, and the poor ones especially. So, I don't see why the government it would make sense for a population to want its government to implement open border mass immigration policies, because it just hurts them.
In the United States, this just hasn't been demonstrated. I don't know, maybe in other countries in Europe it has, but in the United States it hasn't been demonstrated.
It might not have been demonstrated in the United States, but it's definitely been demonstrated in Europe, and it's certainly something you'll see in the United States if we were to poke around and find the right studies.
Well,
honestly, this is just the consequence of increasing the labor pool, is that the wages go down.
Okay, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Everything is a two-way street. There's a lot of different factors that come together here.
For people who need that labor.
Okay, but the point is to make it so that they can train into other types of jobs so that they don't have to compete with the worst jobs in our civilization. We've already made that decision that we don't want to do that with manufacturing. That's why we let Chinese people manufacture shit for us, right? Nobody's making the argument that we should, What?
The fact that corporations are... it sounds like you're pro-Donald Trump, because everything you're arguing for is going to end up with you with Donald Trump in
I don't
charge.
think you have any idea what any of Donald Trump's policies are, so I would appreciate if we don't talk...
Okay? And so far, you haven't demonstrated a solid understanding.
Two things. Donald Trump has talked about...
Not judging your expertise here, because seriously, you are arguing for... I mean, Donald Trump is literally threatening tariffs for companies.
Yes.
Move out of the country.
Tariffs are the exact opposite of what I'm talking about, dog. When I talk about free trade and I talk about open borders for immigration, I'm not talking about anything Donald Trump is talking about. Donald Trump has talked about pulling out of every single massive trade agreement we've ever been in, including the TPP and NAFTA, and Donald Trump has also talked about increasing tariffs on every single country. This is the exact opposite of what I'm talking about. There is no world in which me and Donald Trump have the same position.
But you don't seem to understand that what you're arguing for ends up with Donald Trump.
No, it absolutely doesn't. It couldn't be further apart from one another, dude.
That Donald Trump is your president. He is a protectionist because
You're arguing for
globalists-
protectionism, dude. When you say, I don't want any more labor coming into my country because I need to protect our workers from foreign influence or from foreign competition, that is a protectionist policy.
In fact, I mean, you could call this preventism if you want.
It's protectionism.
No, it's not. Listen, I'm arguing for preventing to getting to the point where protectionism is even needed. You're arguing for protectionism of the poor people. Like, right, let all these people in, increase minimum wage, let people, outsource their jobs to any old country. Don't worry about tariffs. I mean, what you're arguing for ends with Donald Trump.
Okay, so let me define these terms for you, because I don't know if you understand what they mean. Protectionism is the idea of putting artificial barriers up to foreign competition for products. This means artificial barriers to labor, artificial barriers to importing other goods, okay? That is what protectionism means, okay? This has been Japan's economic policy for the past since World War II. This is the economic policy that Donald Trump wants to go with. When you talk about, I want to make it so that people can't move into this country to work so that we can protect our workers from foreign labor, that is a protectionist policy. Now, protectionism isn't necessarily. Oh, no. That's how economists define it. Okay. Now, I am not saying
that's fine.
I'm not saying that protectionism.
Workers should be protected from corporate and government exploitation. That's my position on that.
Okay, I'm not saying that protectionism is necessarily good or bad, but what I am arguing for is literally the exact opposite of protectionism. So you cannot attack my position.
I appreciate that.
Okay, by saying that.
Listen. I'm not saying that that's what you're arguing for.
You said that my position ended up. But that's
I'm saying that that's the consequence of what you're arguing for.
That is absolutely not true.
It absolutely is, and that's why you have Donald Trump.
Can I please finish my point? Can I tell you what both sides stand for? Because I don't think you understand. Okay, Donald Trump is in favor of protectionist policies. When Donald Trump talks about a 20% tariff on Mexico, Donald Trump is talking about artificially increasing the cost of goods from Mexico to protect American industry. When Donald Trump talks about getting out of the TPP or saving manufacturing jobs in the United States, Donald Trump is talking about protectionist policies to protect our industries from foreign manufacturers, okay? When you're talking about limiting the supply of labor coming into the country to protect our workers, you're talking about a protectionist policy in place to limit foreign influence or people coming into the country to compete with a certain thing. These are protectionist ideas. My ideas are in the exact opposite field of Donald Trump, okay? I am in favor of globalized policies that take advantage of the comparative advantages between nations. I am in favor of increasing the supply of labor to give lower cost of manufacturing and other types of goods to companies in the United States, right? This is the exact opposite of protectionist policies, okay? My economic policies and my ideas on them are the exact opposite of Donald Trump. They do not wind up in the same place anywhere near one another, okay?
They do, because what you are trying to implement is, as you said, directly negative for a percentage of your population. And the bigger the percentage of that population that it becomes negative for, the more people who are oppressed by this, the more they will vote for someone who won't do this, who will operate in their interests.
Okay,
and
so you're
this
saying
is how you end with Donald Trump.
So you're saying that my policy is just like Donald Trump's because it's the opposite of Donald Trump's. Is that
it
what
may
you're
as well be Donald Trump's because that's the inevitable conclusion. Just because you don't understand why you end up with Donald Trump, because you end up exploiting a large segment of your population, isn't my problem. That's your problem. Anyone listening to this will be able to explain to you that, look, if you oppress someone for long enough, and with an obvious enough reason and motive and means, they will take action against it, which is why the Rust Belt flipped to Trump, which is why Trump is now your president. These people have problems from your ideal vision of a globalized economy.
But they don't.
These
people have problems because these people were the largest losers of these types of policies, and nobody did.
That's what I'm saying to you.
What is half of my argument, dog? Half my argument is finding ways to redistribute winnings from the winningest most people to the people that have been most impacted. You yourself said that the majority of these winnings go to the top percent. Income inequality and disparity in the United States have grown at unprecedented levels. I am over here arguing in favor of finding ways to redistribute winnings from the people that are taking the most advantage of these things and to the people that are being most hurt by it. Do you understand how that position is not a position that has been advocated for? And that's why the people in like West Virginia and Ohio and Michigan have been left behind the most in these manufacturing worlds?
Look, I'm not
So
saying...
don't say that my policy has wound people up in these areas. I am all for redistributing wealth from some of the people taking advantages of these things the most. The difference between you and me is that you want to go completely in the opposite direction like a child because you see that some bad things have resulted from these types of policies. I would rather continue to capitalize on the benefits of free trade while distributing the winnings from the winners to the losers so that we can all enjoy the benefits of a growing economy together. There's a reason why even poor people in the United States have access to cell phones, internet, computer. All of these standards of living increases have come at the benefits of globalization. You want to throw all of that out the window so that what? Poor people who don't go to college can make $25 an hour working at McDonald's?
Hang on, right? I don't think that the iPhone is invented because of globalization.
No,
I don't think.
Pete, how much do you think it would cost if we manufacture that in America?
It doesn't matter. I don't care.
Then
I don't care.
then let's just talk about something else. If you don't care about cost of goods, then we're not having a conversation in reality, dude.
Listen, right? You are arguing for something that is directly negatively impacting a segment of the population, and then to compensate for this, you want the government to redistribute vast amounts of wealth, right? Now, why don't we just not have it that the government has to do this?
Because I already told you, because there are massive benefits to be had from immigration, and I want to continue to enjoy those benefits.
And there are also massive problems, and we haven't even gone into the social problems, right? We're just talking about the economic problems, right? There are also massive problems from doing what you're doing. And you've said it's exploitative to one group for the expense of the rest. Well, that's not acceptable. Regardless.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I mean, I would rather live in a country where everybody gets to benefit off of a certain policy, and then we just help some of the people disproportionately impacted from it, rather than fuck everybody over with higher costs of goods because you want to protect some arbitrary class of people's wages.
Not people over. What? Just because people have to pay more for an iPhone, that doesn't mean their lives have been ruined. Good God,
this is the
most bourgeois thing I've ever heard in my life.
It's not bourgeois, it's the opposite. You're arguing in favor of the bourgeois. You're saying, fuck the poor person. Who cares if they can afford an iPhone? I can afford one. Fuck them. I make a living making YouTube videos. I don't give a fuck if a poor person can afford a computer or an iPhone. That's exactly what you're saying. You're saying I favor the bourgeois?
Saying, right? These people, they have problems paying their rent.
Okay, and even the poorest people, do you agree or disagree that the poorest people in the United States have unprecedented access to technology today that they've never had in the history of all of humankind?
If they could have all of there could be shops filled with technology, but if they can't even feed themselves, then no, they have no access to it.
This isn't happening in the United States where these swaths of people that can't feed themselves. Maybe it happens in the United Kingdom, but it doesn't happen in the United States.
Not feed themselves then, but have disposable income is not something that the lower classes have a great deal of.
Okay, but they don't have to have a massive amount of disposable income to afford these goods because of the benefits of free trade, because of the benefits of a lower cost of labor. Like, they can afford these products without making millions and millions of dollars. An iPhone that might cost $3,000 if we protected our manufacturing, industry, isn't going to be something that a poor person can magically afford just because people in West Virginia have jobs.
Yeah. It becomes a luxury. That's right.
Why do we want that?
These people might have to only buy one iPhone a year.
Why are you talking about decreasing the standards of living for all poor people so that you can protect some jobs? What?
Not having an iPhone is not decreasing their standard of living.
I don't think you...
And ultimately, they will still have iPhones because they will have jobs which they can earn good money in. They will earn more, therefore the price of goods going up is not that much of an issue.
What you just said was just a factually incorrect statement. Them not having iPhones won't decrease their standard of living. That is literally an exact decrease of a standard of living.
Someone's standard of living is contingent on whether they have an iPhone or not.
Because you have no idea what it's like to exist without this. Because you've probably been wealthy your entire fucking life. What do you mean? You're saying that it's part of being a good listener to have a cell phone or to have the internet, dude. Poor people don't need this. Why do you think poor people fuck all the time and have tons of kids out of wedlock?
That's wrong. I existed before the fucking iPhone, you dummy. Just because you're too young to remember what it's like before it, I'm not. It's not a great detriment to someone's life to not have a fucking iPhone. Jesus fucking
like,
man.
You're
Calm
literally
down.
like, why can't these people just not have so many goods? Their life will be just as good otherwise. For me personally, maybe we just disagree on this. I would rather live in a society where people at the bottom have as much access to technology as possible. Maybe for we would like to tell them what they're allowed to buy or what they should or shouldn't be able to afford. I like poor people to have access to as much as possible, but that's just me. Maybe that's the bourgeois talking in me. I don't know, dude.
You're talking from a position of privilege. That's the problem, right?
You're the one
from
talking about denying privileges to people that are lower class because you want to protect some jobs in the United States or in whatever country.
I want to protect every job, effectively.
No, you don't. You're only talking about lower class jobs.
The people. It's the people. You have to understand. And again, we're not even talking about the social issues that come with it. And there are loads of these as well. And these are real problems too. But we won't get into them because I know you're not going to be familiar with them, right? So from an economic position, it would be better for them to have more money and that these luxury goods cost more than them have less money and the luxury goods be cheaper. Because the non-luxury goods, the mundane standard goods they would have to buy, if they've got more money, they can afford more of these and their life becomes easier. That is the improvement in their quality of life. And then once a year for Christmas, they'll buy their child an iPhone or something. You know,
you're making it sound like if we decrease immigration, all of the people in the United States are suddenly all going to be finding these jobs that increase. There is only a small subsection of the population that is impacted by immigration, and everybody in the country benefits from it. So why not just
benefit?
What?
The people impacted don't benefit.
Yeah, I'm saying there is a small subset of people that are negatively impacted, but everybody else.
Everybody. They are included. When you say everybody benefits, they do not benefit, so you are wrong.
I'm saying that there is a small percentage of people that don't benefit, but everybody else does. So why not try to find a way to keep the benefits and
the small group of people? That's unfair.
No,
that's
so
oppressive.
But what about the construction worker that wishes he could go out and build a ton of houses, but now he can't because the population is dying because people like you don't want new immigrants to come in? Or what about the person that wants to open a store in a part of the city, but there's nobody that fucking lives there, or not enough people that live there, so it's not financially advantageous to do so, and he can't.
Somewhere else.
What?
They'll have to open a store somewhere else.
What? Go to Mexico and do it? You want to send people out of the country so that they can find labor?
Why not? It's something that happens.
Because I want to grow the United States. I want to grow our economy. I don't want people going somewhere else because they can't find labor because they're trying to find an audience somewhere else. Why not continue to grow our cities and help everybody in the United States have more customers to sell products to, have a wider tax base to draw money from, have more people that they can bring in to as labor for their companies? Why not continue to enjoy all of these benefits? What?
That's your focus is neoliberalism, right?
No, my focus is economic.
Listen, right? You are literally not concerned with the quality of life of the laborers.
I am.
No, you're not, because you literally just said, just because it affects a small group of people, everyone else benefits. The small group of people are the people you don't care about.
It's not about not caring about them. It's about redistributing the... You don't care about everyone else then. There's my argument. You don't care about business or anybody else. You want to fuck all of those people.
Yeah, they can get along on their own. That's why.
Okay, so you're actually the real liberal here then, right? Because you're saying that I don't care if that business has to pay $25 an hour, or I don't care if that business has to go out of business because they can't find labor without having to pay, exorbitant prices for it. You don't care about any of those things, right?
It's okay for a business to fail. These things happen.
So why is it okay for businesses to fail, but it's not okay for lower class people to try to retrain or get different jobs? Why is that okay for you?
I'm not saying they shouldn't try to retrain. I'm completely in agreement with government training schemes for people below a certain amount of money. Like university, I would be happy for poor people to have their university for free. I'd be more than happy with that. But that doesn't mean the government should come in and start redistributing wealth wholesale. It would be better to prevent the need for redistribution to start with. Because again, you say that you're acting like this is a one-dimensional thing. No, dude, you're acting this way, right? Because if you start, and Sweden is a great example of this, right? They put a financial transaction tax on their financial transactions. And lo and behold, they all moved to London, or like 90% of them moved to London, right? If you start, say, taxing billionaires really heavily... Sorry, I used to be exactly where you were, right? Until I realized that the billionaires will actually just leave. You can't allow it to get to the position where you need to take their money away, and therefore you can't.
You literally just said earlier that you were okay with businesses leaving to find cheaper labor. You literally just said that, so I'm not even sure what your position is now.
It's fine with businesses collapsing if they fail.
Do what? Oh, you're fine with businesses collapsing. So you're fine with businesses collapsing, and you're fine with businesses going to other countries to find work and to set up there because there's not the population or the workforce here. But you're not okay with billionaires leaving? What's the difference?
Do you? Because billionaires pay a lot of tax. But do you honestly think that there is if mass immigration to the United States is prevented, then what do you think the demographic collapse of the U.S. looks like?
What does demographic collapse mean? What are you talking about here?
Oh, and then, like, do you honestly think there simply won't be enough people to shop in the shops anymore?
Sure. I mean, as opposed to having more people, yeah. I mean, there's a supply and demand. If there's a massive demand for a product and you can supply it, then people will. But if there's no demand, then
If you stop letting people in, the US isn't going to go down to like 50 million people or something.
no, it just won't grow as quickly as it could.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
I don't agree with that. I don't want to sacrifice the economic prosperity of my country. I want it to do as well as it can. I don't want to artificially limit.
Prosperity of a certain segment of your country.
I'm okay with
So
there are ways to make it so that everybody benefits from this transaction, but for some reason you're like headstrong, like locked against believing in that. I don't know why.
Wrong. You're wrong, that's why.
There is no way. So do you disagree with every leading economist that says that immigration, even in its current form, has been a net positive to the United States? Do you disagree with every single person that says that?
No, listen, it's your terms. Listen. A
What?
net
Yes.
positive.
Net.
That means there are some bad things and some good things.
Yes.
And the good things are coming for the people who don't really need extra good things. These are the people who are doing quite well, who buy a lot of who do a lot of consumer spending, buy a lot of cheap electronic goods from China.
Yes.
The people who don't buy a lot of cheap electronic goods from China are the people who are suffering the most under your policy.
Okay, and
I
what did
don't
I
think
say was a way to help that? What did I specifically say was a way to deal with it?
for extra government control, and I don't think that's right either. I mean, I don't want a socialist economy, which seems to be the road you are aiming for.
I don't think socialism is taxing some people and giving that to other people. I don't think that is like
Redistributing the wealth.
so every form of taxation. Then we're already socialists, then, dog, because we already have welfare and social security in the U.S. We're already socialists, so we might as well do it if that's your definition of socialism.
You are definitely going down that road, aren't you?
We already have redistributive programs. I'm not arguing for a full-on socialist economy.
Rein back. I mean, like, welfare state. Have you read Thomas Sowell? Do you read a lot of Sowell?
No.
He's definitely someone to read, because basically he lays out a fantastic argument as to why welfare states, when they get beyond a certain level, actually incentivize people to not get jobs. And I'm all for like a Hayekian style safety net. I don't want people losing their houses, and I don't want people going hungry. And even with healthcare, I don't want people going without healthcare if they lose their job and they're piss poor. But I don't want them getting, and I'm not kidding, the Conservative government in Britain had to cap benefits at 25 grand a year, right? The average household income in the UK is 22 grand a year. Why is that so high? It's obviously a negative incentive.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't speak to the United Kingdom or your policies.
This is one of, and honestly, it might be that an expanded welfare state is one of the reasons that households feel they don't need to get married, that people that feel they don't need to get married. Maybe there isn't like any kind of pressure there for them to get married. Maybe that has to come back to help the children that they end up breeding. Who knows, you know? But the point is, what you're advocating for is the sort of thing I would expect to hear advocated in a corporate boardroom by people who have absolutely no care at all for the workers on the ground who need actual help. And that's why you've ended up with Donald Trump. These people needed help, and Trump is the answer.
Trump is not the answer. Trump is never bringing back manufacturing jobs to the United States because none of Trump's economic policy is rooted in reality.
That's because he's an idiot, and these people don't know any different. But they will still vote for that because he will say what they want to hear.
Okay, if these people had been targeted by government retraining programs or other types of redistribution from the highest winners of the economy, these people wouldn't feel the need to vote for Donald Trump. Again, you're trying to throw out. Are you familiar with the term "throw out the baby with the bathwater"?
Oh yeah.
Like it sounds like because there were some losers, but I guess I don't even understand. Can I? Well, real fast, just so I understand. Are you trying to say that if there are some losers for an economic policy, even if the majority of people win, that economic policy is unacceptable? That's your position?
No. Because some people, like, for example, the Conservatives in Britain, I know I'm using examples from Britain, but it's the same principle. They were recently thinking about increasing taxes for self-employed people. I'm a self-employed person, and I didn't object. It's okay. It was only a small increase, and self-employed people entrepreneurs in Britain generally tend to do quite well. So they can afford to pay a bit of extra tax. It's not going to hurt them. And it's not going to be enough to make them flee the country and all of these other things. But when you've got massively poor people who really are like dirt poor, and you're saying, right, your wages are going to go down, that is unacceptable. Because that creates an instability in your social order of your country, and they vote for populist demagogues every time.
Okay, so if you find ways to help these poorest people, don't you think there are ways to do this that doesn't
And the first and most important way is mitigating immigration. That's it.
Okay, so it's to hurt the entire economy to protect a small subset of workers.
It doesn't hurt the economy.
It does hurt the economy by definition.
How much does it shrink? How much is
What?
it shrinking?
I don't
How
know.
much
To measure it exactly would be very difficult, but it definitely hurts the economy. It decreases the sales base of people that you could sell things to. It decreases
growth.
What?
Sure.
Yeah, so so sure. So then we agree. Then you want to decrease the growth of the economy to help a small subset of workers, right? If that's your position, that's fine. At least be
Absolutely. I mean, I'm not bothered if the grand total of the American economy is not as high as it could have been with mass immigration. I'm fine with that.
Okay. My position is opposite to that. I would prefer to see a larger amount of growth for the economy. I think that everybody can be helped by immigration, and I would rather see government policy enacted that helps everybody rather than stifling the growth of the economy just to help a small subset of workers to artificially keep their wages high.
When did you decide to stop being a liberal then?
When every single economic study that's come out, even by people that sit on the anti-immigration side, agree with these points? I mean, when the facts change, I change my mind.
What would you describe your political ideology as then? What would you describe this as?
I don't fit into like a neat thing so that people can, Google me and come circle jerk with me. My ideology is all over the board. It depends. What?
You don't have a term for what you're proposing then?
No, I don't.
It sounds very neoliberalist.
Sure, I don't hear neoliberal. I thought, don't neoliberals want to get rid of oh no, I guess they are a big globalization.
They're very pro-globalization.
Okay, sure. Then I don't know what everything neoliberals ascribe to, but I go by what the studies and the experts say. So that's usually my guiding light. I don't know what the term is for all of the beliefs.
But you weren't going by some studies, were you? Exactly. You weren't going by
No, I was going by leading expert economic thought, not picking out one study that backs...
Listen, right. The study I'm referencing comes from the lead economist of the Bank of England. He's not a nobody. Okay. So what I'm saying is, it's about perspective and it's about layers. Your layers are you're looking at very top level.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm looking at overall analyses of the economy. I'm looking at leading immigration economists like Borjas, who have come out and said that immigration gives net benefits to the United States, and that a same conversation on economic policy is targeting the biggest losers and helping them out so that we can all continue to enjoy the benefits of these kinds of transactions. Those are the people that I'm looking at.
Yeah, but they're not looking at the things that I'm talking about that are also by leading economists. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, can you give me? I'll go look at this, and I'll go look at this. Can you give me leading economists that say that immigration has been a net detriment to any economy? And I'll look them up after this.
It doesn't have to be a net anything.
But the net is the important part that we're talking about, because if you have a net gain, you have something to redistribute.
Right, for you, a neoliberalist, it's important. But for people who are not neoliberalists, who are much more concerned with their own individual and subjective situations, it's not the most important thing. They don't have to suffer just because overall most people aren't suffering.
If there is a net gain, then you can make it so that everybody wins.
You're constantly band-aiding this now. You're putting plasters all over it to try and fix the leaks, whereas you could just not have a leaky vessel.
Are you talking about Mark Carney?
No. I'm talking about the way your solutions are. What you're saying is, look, I'm implementing a policy, and this policy has a problem. And now, instead of implementing this policy just because a certain portion of the population benefits, incidentally, the top portion of the population benefits.
Sure. I'm sorry.
You're saying that we're going to have to start restructuring the entire system to compensate around this one policy. And even then, that's probably not going to work. But let's assume it does, right? That is a bad idea, in my opinion.
Okay, before we get into millions of this, were you talking about the governor of the Bank of England? Is that who you were citing earlier?
No, the chief economist of the Bank of England.
Okay, gotcha. I don't know what the chief economist position is, but literally somebody just linked me this article on the governor of the Bank of England, the Bank of England, and he is literally saying verbatim every single thing that I've just said in this.
I know. I'm not saying you're wrong.
Just said that I was incorrect in everything I was saying, that this isn't the way that we should... This guy, the tagline to this article is literally, Bank of England governor urges policymakers to do more to share out the gains from global trade and technology. The first paragraph is, the governor of the Bank of England has issued a rallying cry to policymakers across advanced economies to tackle the causes of a growing sensation of isolation and detachment among people who feel left behind by globalization. What does this sound like?
That sounds like a compensatory method for a problem that already exists.
It sounds like he's talking about exactly the same types of policies that I was talking about. That
you are, yes. And I'm saying those very policies are unacceptable to a certain portion of the population. And as a liberal, I'm concerned with alleviating oppression. And so if we can just not introduce things that create oppression, that would be better than trying to find a band-aid for it later on down the road.
But if there's a net growth in the economy, why can't we just, if there's a net growth, why can't we...
Slavery was a net growth of the economy, Steve.
What?
Okay? Slavery was a net growth of the fucking economy. That doesn't mean that, oh, we should just give the slaves some nice quarters then. No, Steve.
Okay,
if people are being oppressed by these things, then you don't do them.
Okay, but what if you found a way to free the slaves and continue growing the economy?
It would be better to not enslave them in the first place. This is my point. You're asking, like, post hoc, like, yeah, but after we've oppressed you, why don't we try and do something about it?
I'm not saying after we oppressed you. The government policy can be predictory. It can be before. If you know that an industry is going to be targeted, you can enact your policy before. And I'm not saying you have to fuck somebody over and then you unfuck them.
Yeah, but we're way past that point. These people have been fucked.
Okay, so then the only thing to do at this point then is to roll back everything, make the cost of goods for everybody higher, so that we can protect a small subset of people that were competing with immigrants for these jobs. That's your solution, right?
More expensive. That's
What?
true.
Okay.
Unfortunately, do you know that these goods might be artificially lowered because of the consequence of the current policies that are in place?
What might be artificially lowered?
These goods. I mean, do you really, honestly, right? There's
Wait,
a
these
part
what?
of me
I
that,
keep missing the word. I'm sorry. These what?
There is a part of me that knows when I pay £2.50 for a T-shirt, I shouldn't pay £2.50 for a T-shirt.
That's a beautiful thing, though.
No, because that means Indonesian sweatshop workers are being exploited.
Okay, to some extent it does, but Indonesia and China are... What?
So to some extent, that is literally what is happening.
Okay, but under your policy, China and India would be left behind to where they were 20 years ago. I think that worker conditions in these countries are pretty abhorrent, and I've argued as much in the past, okay? But you cannot deny the massive growth that every class of people in China and India have experienced as a result of these policies. That would be one of the most foolish things you could do. Say what?
I don't think... I agree that that's happened, but I don't think the ends justify the means in this case.
Okay, so everybody should remain fucked then, so that we can continue to make some people happy. Is that...
Nobody was fucked before globalization.
You don't think the average subsistence farmer in China or the average slave worker in India was fucked before they had access to global markets? Is that your...
I honestly think the sweatshops are worse. I mean, they never used to have to
The
put...
sweatshops are worse, then why would Chinese people choose to work there? Why would Chinese people choose to work in sweatshop shops instead of going out and working in the fucking farms then, if they're so horrible?
Because they don't have a choice.
Yeah, exactly. Right? You gave them an option that was better than what they had before. I'm not saying sweatshops are good, but whatever exists there is obviously better than what was there before because Chinese people are choosing to work here.
It's not how this works, right? For example, I mean, I can give you a few examples of this, right? Guatemala and Indonesia are the ones that spring to mind the first. The corporations simply buy up everything around these people. They buy out their governments with bribes. They buy up land and, like, for utilities. Like, they used to call the United Fruit Company the octopus because it had its tentacles in everything in Guatemala. At one point, it owned 45% of the land of the country, and the peasants had no choice but to work on banana plantations. They had no choice. They didn't have... It wasn't better before the company arrived... worse before the company arrived, and then the company improves it. It became shit after the company there. Even though they were piss poor before, they were at least free. They at least owned their own land, their own products.
If you look at median wages in China or standard living in China, you're like, well, they were free before. Like, dude, the living conditions in China and India have gone up so much over the past 2 decades.
There are multiple reasons for that.
And one of the largest reasons is their access to global markets. You're literally telling me that these people had free and wonderful lives before.
I'm not arguing against international trade. I think they should be able to sell their goods in international markets. I think it's a great thing. What I don't think is this kind of predatory capitalism that ends up buying up large portions of their countries and impoverishing the people who are trying to make a living and making them into virtual serfs for these companies to the point where they end up having to put anti-suicide netting around their buildings so people don't kill themselves.
But, I mean, before they didn't have to kill themselves. They would just fucking die of starvation.
Your products are getting more expensive. Oh, God, it's okay if these people are enslaved by these corporations because you don't have to pay very much for an iPhone. That's your fucking argument, man.
So, and this is like so ironic because so you're telling me like you're taking the extreme socialist communist like point of view, like the worker should be in charge of everything and we need to inflate wages as much as possible and capitalism is evil and all of these capitalist market forces are evil. Like,
okay,
what?
This is a liberal argument. It's not a communist argument. If I was a communist, I would be arguing against the private ownership of these corporations.
Well, earlier you just said you didn't care if business owners went out of business. Fuck the business owners, right? You said that earlier. You don't care if they go out of business. So I mean, it sounds like you're leaning more like pretty close to that direction.
It's nonsense. There's nothing like it.
Okay, that's what it sounds. When somebody tells me I don't give a fuck if business owners go to business as long as the lower class gets higher wages, that sounds to me like somebody leaning towards communism, which is what you accused me earlier of. Funny enough, but
honestly, you're completely wrong. No, I said I'm happy to agree that you're not a communist, right?
okay.
But no, it's certainly not a communist argument to argue for a free market where
You're not
businesses
talking about a
rise
free
to-
market. You're not talking about a free market. You're talking about protectionism. That's the opposite of a free market. To clarify.
Okay. In a country, within
Okay.
a country, I don't think the government should be buying and selling the people's businesses. It's okay for a business to fail if it fails. If for some reason that business model doesn't work, then in a sort of Darwinian way, it's okay for it to fail. And if one works, then it's okay for it to work and succeed and grow and prosper. Right? That's all fine. None of these are communist arguments.
Gotcha.
A communist wouldn't argue any of this.
Okay. I guess I was just a little confused because it sounds like you're pretty anti-free market, or at least in a lot of ways.
I'm obviously for a regulated market, but that's what people mean when they say free market capitalism. They don't mean they actually want child sex slaves being sold in the market square or anything.
Sure.
You know, they're obviously talking in a presupposed position of there are regulations within this market. Right. Was there anything else you wanted to go over? Because I think we've probably given people quite a lot to chew on.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think we've disagreed on pretty much every single point. You think that minorities are treated poorly just because they're minorities. History has nothing to do with it.
No, I didn't say that. I don't think minorities are treated poorly just because they're minorities.
Wait,
For example,
hold on. You said earlier that white people don't want to become a minority because if we became a minority, we would be treated poorly because people are treated poorly.
That's your opinion.
No,
That's
what? That's exactly what you said. You said white people don't want to be.
I'm explaining to you what you're saying. The logic of what you're saying. If being a minority is a problem in the US, then it's natural that the white people wouldn't want to be a minority.
Okay,
But if being a minority isn't a problem, then what are you arguing for minorities for? This is the inherent contradiction.
No,
in your
this is not
position.
a contradiction. Hold on, stop. You said that white people don't want to become a minority because being a minority is bad. I'm sorry, could you go over? These were two totally disconnected arguments. What was the first thing you said?
They're not disconnected, right? So I asked you, is there a problem with being a minority in your country? And you said yes, because minorities are badly treated.
Okay, hold on.
By logic, why would white people ever consent to being a minority?
So let me go back and recorrect you here. There's not a problem with being a minority in the United States. There's a problem with the way minorities are treated. It's not because they're minorities, though. It's typically because of the history going into that particular group of people. They happen to be minorities. This is precisely why I brought up the women's issues, because women are not minorities, and said that they face issues too. You do not face issues because you're a minority. I've never said that. You were the one that said earlier, or it seemed like you were saying, that if white people become a minority, they'll be treated poorly. I thought that's what you said. You said no one will willingly become a minority.
Have you not seen all of the anti-white hatred going around at the moment?
You mean the people posting on Twitter, white genocide?
No. I'm talking about the people in the DNC saying we've got to stop white people from talking. I'm talking about all the.
Oh, you're talking about the
affirmative
one
action
crazy
dudes.
lady that got up on stage and said that white people need to listen to minority issues, and you think that means that all liberals want white people to stop talking?
I don't think you speak for liberals, but I mean, I don't think these
because
people-
earlier you said in one of your clips that I want white people to stop talking. You said that was one of your clips that you posted to me as well.
Oh no, you said you agreed with her though, didn't you?
No, I didn't. I said that in some instances, yeah, white people need to listen to the issues of minorities because people like you exist who think that the only issues that white minorities face are self-imposed, like not getting married enough.
No,
But I've
I
never
said
said that white people should shut up.
I don't agree that white people should shut up because you're saying they should shut up on the basis that they're white.
If you're talking specifically about minority issues and you're a white person denying the fact that minority issues exist, then yeah, you should probably listen to minority people.
They're not saying that white minority issues don't exist.
Okay, well, that was a large part of your
they're
argument
saying you
earlier.
can't just point your
Earlier,
finger-
I'm pretty sure you specifically said that women don't face disproportionate discrimination today in the United States. You did say that, right?
Yeah, I don't think
Okay,
women are
and you also
disproportionately
said that you don't think that the issues minority face today have to do with discrimination in the past. You think it's all issues now that aren't related to discrimination, right?
In the past,
Right.
in the past, there were issues, right? But like we can see the stats for I think it was 2015 stats I had in the video. I'll send you the video so you can see the full details for yourself.
Okay.
In the I think they were the 2015 stats. It might have been like 2011 or something, but it's fairly recent. Black couples who get married have a roughly similar.
Okay, I'm not denying this, but you're saying that this is all on the black community.
Stop. Because if that's true, then it can't be systemic institutional discrimination
That's
against
not
blacks.
true, dude. Nobody would agree with that statement you just made was ridiculous. Because black people aren't getting married, there can't be any other systemic thing that's causing that to happen. That's what you're saying?
No, if if there were systemic pressures and oppressions against black people, how do married black people end up on parity with white people?
Maybe there's something that prevents the majority of black people from getting married.
What?
It's a complicated thing. Marriage is complicated.
What's preventing black people from getting married?
I've already pointed to some things. Maybe unfair...
You know the answer, but you don't say it because then it changes your whole.
No, it doesn't.
Right?
Okay, let's go. Okay, let's.
Black people can get married is black people. It's their choice not to get married, and then it's about personal responsibility, and that is not something anyone wants to talk about, is it?
Nope, you're right, dude. So this is what people mean when they say that white people should listen to some of the issues that minorities face, because you're saying it's 100% personal choice, 100% personal responsibility.
I didn't say 100%.
That's what you. I'm sorry.
No, let's be honest. If the black couples who do get married and exercise personal responsibility end up in the same place as white couples, then it's probably not institutional racism, because otherwise those black couples wouldn't end there.
That argument doesn't make sense. I don't understand it. You can't see that. If only 1% of black people get married and 99% of white people get married, and the 1% and the 99% end up in the same spot, you can't go, well, look, everything's fair. There can't be racism. An intelligent person would ask, why are there so few black people getting married? That's what the intelligent person says.
You can't point me to any government.
I've already listed like 15 things.
No, listen. You can't. You just said you didn't know if there were any institutional barriers to black people getting married.
I specifically brought up the justice system earlier. That the justice system unfairly targets black people, and time spent in prison and recidivism rates might influence the fact that black people get married less.
Right, but you can't point to anything that you can say this is preventing black people from getting married.
Because you're literally looking at this like a fourth grader. Like you want to see a piece of government legislation that says, on this day of April 15th, 2017, black people are not allowed to get married. And if you don't get that piece of legislation, then it's not happening to you.
I'm not saying that. You're saying that. I'm saying, show me anything that indicates why black people don't get married.
I just gave one example. I said maybe unfair
speculated a lot of bullshit. You don't know anything. You've got nothing that shows why people are getting married or not. You don't know this. You're making this up because it fits your worldview. And if you don't make this up, then you realize you actually don't have any hard evidence to show yes or no either way. And I don't either. I don't know what the reason is either. And I told you that from the start, right? Instead of making shit up to fit my worldview, I just say I don't know.
And then you say it's personal responsibility and personal choice.
Absolutely, the choice that black people make to get married or not. That seems to be the only logical conclusion at this point. That black people, for whatever reason, in these poor communities, choose not to get married.
I agree. The fucking blacks, dude. They're so stupid, dude. Why don't they just choose to get married? Fuck. They're so dumb, dude.
I've already told you about the black who choose to get married. They're not a problem.
But there are so many black people that are stupid. I think they're just predisposed to not getting married. Maybe it's the negroid skull or something. I don't know, man.
That's because you're a racist.
You're refusing to speculate on any of the reasons that could contribute to lower...
Because I don't know and I can't speak. I don't know what the reason is.
So why not look at the research or the extensive amount of people in sociology that have looked into types of things like this that point to why black people don't get married as much? The fact that high crime rates or high poverty rates could all contribute to this. Instead you go, well, I don't know why. Maybe it's just personal choice. Well, why are they all personally choosing it then? You're implying that it's something to do with their race. Black people are making these personal choices poorly and you won't speculate to any other reason, so it must be because they're black.
I have literally told you that under Jim Crow laws, when there wasn't a great welfare state, there wasn't the impetus to not get married, the societal acceptance of single motherhood, black people stayed married. I don't think it's anything to do with their race at all, and I've made that clear. You bring it back to race, though. Why is that?
Because I think that there are policies and programs in the United States that disproportionately impact people of certain races, which can be empirically proven, like the court, like the legal system.
Yeah, there are, absolutely.
I'm willing to bet that if you...
Listen, they impact people of certain races. In fact, and like I said, if you drill this down to more specific communities, it impacts these specific communities even more disproportionately. And then when you look at the marriage rates in these communities, they're really low. Large amounts of teenage delinquency, huge amounts of crime. And then the people committing crime go to jail. And then you're looking at this and going, fucking racism.
Why are they committing more crime than white communities?
You either send the black people who have committed crimes to jail, or you let the people who have committed crimes go free. They're your choices.
Or you ask, why do black people commit more crimes than white people? Wouldn't that...
In low-income areas, and low income encourages crime.
Okay, and it also encourages lack of marriage. So then you ask, why are black people more likely to be low income?
I don't know if that's true. I don't know if low income encourages marriage. I don't think it does. And every time someone gets married, and getting married is one of the few things you can do to get yourself out of poverty reliably. getting married is a way of getting out of poverty because now a single household has 2 incomes.
All right. I mean, I feel like we've come at an impasse. I don't think.
I'm happy to say that we've come to an impasse.
Yeah.
Were there any other things you want to cover before we end it?
No, I don't think so. I think that in the future, I think that I mean, I don't. I'm sure that you won't take any of this, but I think that it does you well to talk about both sides of an issue because I think that people like JonTron largely. I mean, like the only reason I talked to JonTron is because I listened to him talking to you guys, and it was a massive circle jerk of horrendously one-sided issues. And I think that most intelligent people saw the road that you were sending JonTron down there. You kind of led him into that extreme ethnocentric, point of view.
I don't think I did at all. I don't think I did.
I mean, that's the impression that I got. I was surprised when I pulled him on that he had gone that far into
you
it.
seem to under a lot of misapprehensions, so I'm happy to.
Maybe.
I'm happy to agree you had a misapprehension.
It's possible. I think it's really entertaining that the guy that you had a video clip of me supporting communism, and now you're here telling me that you want to protect the lower class worker and let businesses fail to protect them. But
not communism. You asked what's communism have done. I implied you didn't know anything about communism.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
And I'm happy to agree that you do, and you don't support communism. And from what you're arguing, you obviously don't.
Gotcha.
It's like a heat of the moment thing, and I'm happy to say, okay, fine. And the clips come down, so everything's copacetic, right?
Sure. All right. Any final words? I'll give you the last word, like O'Reilly.
I think that I've argued my case fairly, and I think that I'll send you the video over in a second after the stream, so you can see it because you can see what my position is. I mean, I'm not an ethno-nationalist. I'm not even white, so I'm not arguing for an ethno-state.
No, and I've said as much. I don't think you necessarily are, but I think JonTron is. The fact that you don't think JonTron is was pretty mind-blowing to me. But
I've spoken to JonTron, and he just said, look, I'm not an ethno-nationalist. I don't think. I mean, he's not even fully white himself, so he's not arguing for an ethno-state, but he is arguing against mass immigration. And he does see it as a concern, and it's a lot of people's concerns. And I don't think you can just dismiss it by calling them racist.
Nope, and I wasn't trying to dismiss it, but he's the one that kept going back to race, so... But...
Okay, well, all right. Well, we'll leave it there then, and I guess thanks to everyone for watching.
Yep. All right, thanks a lot, buddy. I'll see you later.
Yeah, you too, man. Take care.
I don't know how to... he wouldn't budge an inch on literally any topic. I don't know how to argue with somebody that won't move on anything. That wouldn't admit that JonTron was talking about white people in the slightest. I don't know. I don't know what to say or do. It felt like a really unproductive conversation. I'm pretty sure I said it at the start, that everybody that thinks that I'm right is going to agree with me at the end, and then everybody thinks that he's right is going to agree with him at the end. Holy fucking shit. If you compromise, then you lose, that's why? Oh, he's like a pro, internet debater then? That was a really productive discussion, except, I can't imagine how somebody could be, so one-dimensional on so many views. He kept asking, what is the policy that keeps black people from getting married? How the fuck are you supposed to answer a question like that? Or the back and forth on, does culture influence women? Well, I think it's 50-50. Then why did only 10% of women are interested? Well, because then culture was more influential. Okay, but now it's 50-50? Oh, dude, fuck me. Pew Research article about marriage being linked to wealth. Yeah, but this isn't enough. He would say that it's different. That he would say that they got married and that's what made them wealthy, right? That was what our first discussion was about. He's like, if black people just all go get married, they'll become more wealthy. He has made up his mind. He has his narrative, and it's yeah. A few months back, you said this is the direction you wanted to go with your stream. Do you still think this? I don't know, dude. He doesn't understand that rich people are more likely to get married. That doesn't mean if you... No, but he thinks that if
poor people get married, they'll become rich. That's his argument, right? That's what he's saying. If black people just got married, then they would be single. They would be single, or they would be double earners. Like, it would be so smart. Like. He also thinks that blue-collar workers don't aspire to white-collar jobs. Oh my god, dude. That sounded like some fucking, what was it called? Bioshock 3 propaganda, where the signs are up and it's like, they're proud to be construction workers. Like, yeah, dude, people take pride in their work, sure. And there are blue-collar workers that are proud of doing the work they do. But, dog, this idea that, like, blue-collar workers are dreaming that one day their children grow up to become blue-collar workers like them, come the fuck. Like, if he's not even gonna give me that, like, how the fuck am I arguing with somebody that's saying shit like that, right? Like, blue-collar workers want their children to grow up and be blue-collar workers just like them. Like, how? Come on, dude. What am I supposed to say to somebody that's honestly arguing that? I think the worst part was that he didn't understand that a net gain can benefit everyone. That's a very basic economic concept. Yeah, there's a lot of very basic things that people seem to be missing out on. I hate these fucking cucks, dude. Oh my fucking god. What the fuck is Destiny talking about in the debate with Sargon? Every physical labor worker I've talked to is proud of the work they do. This is the whitest, most ignorant fucking shit I've ever heard in my entire life. Like, this reeks of some fucking dipshit that makes his fucking life on YouTube, that has never stepped outside of the, like, to see the fucking world. You think that the average blue-collar worker that's busting his ass, that's got a massive amount of fucking health problems by the time they're 30, 40, 50 years old, is happy that they're back to some fucking work because they've got to do shitty-ass fucking construction labor for their whole fucking life? This is the most privileged fucking shit I've ever seen. Like, how can you want to say, oh yeah, dude, all the people that work these, like, horrible blue-collar jobs, oh, dude, they love them. They're so proud, dude. Oh, that dude is so proud to be a janitor. Oh my god, dude, he's so proud to lay bricks. Who is this Destiny guy? Like, oh yeah, let me go fucking draw more cartoons so I can make, you know, $250,000 a year, and then talk about how proud these guys are. Like, I wish I didn't have to draw cartoons for fucking YouTube so that I could go out and have a really proud job doing blue-collar work and shit. Fuck off, dude. Fucking off yourself. Oh my god. Holy shit. What a fucking retard, dude. Oh my god, please fucking kill me. He literally went from his mom's house to Newgrounds royalty. Seriously, some fucking inbred that started at age 17 drawing cartoons for fucking internet sites is gonna sit here and say that everybody that works blue-collar work is, like, super proud of it and loves to do it and blah, blah, blah. Like, never mind all of the financial difficulties and the health complications that these people face. Never mind the fact that how many white-collar workers came from blue-collar working families who wanted to send their first child to college. Never mind the fact that more people today than ever are getting college degrees because these people are trying to move their children into service-related fields rather than doing blue-collar work. Like, come on, dude. I don't know how to entertain these people in conversation. I can't do it. I don't know how to talk to somebody like this. I don't know how to talk to somebody that makes a living drawing cartoons on fucking YouTube, saying that all blue-collar people are happy to be making 30 or 40,000 a year, if that, destroying their bodies. Like, but okay, dude. I'm glad that we have a fucking 12-year-old kid that started, like, making money drawing cartoons on the internet telling us how great it is to do blue-collar labor, but for some reason he chooses not to. Really makes you think, huh? Why doesn't he work the job if it's so great? Who knows, dude? I mean, his argument is proved by, what was that one movie where Matt Damon wants to go be a construction worker even though he's really smart, right? That proves his argument, right? You guys saw that movie, right? I think you should be more aggressive in these debates. It's a lose-lose. I think that in these debates, I think you try your hardest to speak to the people in the middle, right? I let Sargon walk all over me in a lot of points in this debate, but I know that's because, but I also know that even though I let him, there's going to be a lot of people saying like, Jesse was trying to talk over him here and here and here. And there were a few times where I was more aggressive, but like, it's a lose-lose. You either say nothing and you let them, you know, like build up their 450 weird, you know, points built on autism, or you actually, you know, stick up and try to defend him, and then people say you're talking over him. It's whatever, dude. I think that people that are in the mindset that Sargon are in, like there's a particular type of mindset where you believe that every person is this pure, free, 100% agency, chooses their own things, is free of all societal influences. Like if you're of this type of mindset, like you have to go back so many levels and to try to unwind it, that like it's not possible to talk to somebody. Like if you're somebody that genuinely thinks that you can make decisions free of all societal influence, like Sargon didn't even understand what cultural pressure meant, right? When I brought that up, his example was, well, I resist cultural pressure because, you know, I don't like the culture of Wall Street. Like, the fuck? That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. What does that even mean? Right? That's you saying that you can make some decision as a objective observer who is detached from all society that has influenced you. Like, that. Oh my God. Fuck, these conversations hurt my fucking brain. Oh. He said you sounded like corporate boardroom. Yeah, I'm sure companies are filled with boardrooms that want to redistribute well. Yeah, fuck me, dude. At least Psychic Pebbles is repping your streams on his Twitch. Oh, I don't think this guy would ever talk to me. Oh, fuck. We should do IRL streams like fucking Ice does. We should actually go out onto the street, since I'm pretty sure like most of the people have never fucking stepped outside before. For what it's worth, you've changed my position on a number of social issues. Well, thanks, buddy. I try my hardest. Unfortunately, I missed the whole debate. You can go watch the first one with Sargon. It was pretty much the same thing. You should actually bring him on if you can. He isn't a Trumbull. No, but he's like super dick riding JonTron, so I don't think he's going to say anything that, you know, dissuades his friend. When a guy who plays video games for a living gets angry that you draw for a living. Oh, that's so cute. Because I had mommy and daddy pay my way through college, remember? And I also definitely didn't work through college, and I also definitely didn't have a shitty job before streaming. None of those things are true. Nope, I was 17, 18 years old, and I drew pretty cartoons on Newgrounds, and then I went straight into making money on YouTube, dude. You got me, man. Did Sargon at least concede that he did the same thing he complained happened to PewDiePie? No, Sargon will never concede a single thing ever. I think that he has like the there's like the polls guide to like internet debates, and like number one is never, ever, ever concede any point ever, not even the slightest ever. Do not ever give any ground ever anywhere on anything, no matter how dumb or how contradictory you said. Like that's like his thing. And so like you always like keep charging forward and like never, ever, ever look back. Yeah, Shuan Head spoke out against JonTron. I thought that was admirable. I didn't think she would do it. I don't know fuck all about her, but... Did you guys talk about the DMCA stuff at all? No, but I'm pretty sure he's not a retard. Like, he knows that I'm in the right there. All the weird kids making fair use arguments have no fucking idea what they're talking about. But everybody is an internet expert on everything, especially things like IP laws, so... Destiny, I do think it's worth exploring the pride that folks have in their blue-collar jobs because I think that will help you articulate the difference between pride in labor and aspirations to higher employment. Yeah, sure. No, I understand, dude. I think that there are people that work their jobs that are proud of their jobs, even if they're shitty jobs. I don't think, but it's not mutually exclusive that you can be proud of your job, but also wish that you could do anything else, right? And also you could, and also, like, again, like, people that work blue collar, like, do it so that their children have better lives, right? Are they, when you hear somebody say that, like, I want my child to have a better life than me, are you thinking of a Wall Street banker that wants their kid to go into carpet cleaning or construction? Like, what? I thought it was funny when every time you brought up JonTron, said Sargon immediately, no, that's not what he meant. Yeah, like, oh my god, the amount of charitability towards JonTron's points. The idea that, like, oh no, he wasn't talking about white. Oh no, the gene pool comment, he was just misspeaking. Oh no, when he talking about the amount of white people, he meant culture. Well, even when he didn't say he meant culture, he really meant culture. Like, oh my god, dude, the charitability. Like, it's so fucking obnoxious. Holy shit. I do not think they understand that when given the chance to either doctor or construction, they would always pick doctor over fucking construction. No, of course not, dude, because they're proud to be construction workers. Why would they want to do something different? At least we know now that Trump was the answer. Oh yeah, my economic positions are the same as Trump. What? My economic positions are the opposite of Trump. Okay, but when people have your economic positions, it pushes more people to believe in the opposite things that you believe in, which wind up with Trump. So you're kind of the same. What? Oh, dude, fuck me, dude. I almost lost it. Oh, maybe I did. Maybe I did, dude. I did. Oh, fuck me, dude. Why do you think so many YouTubers and Twitch streamers are right-leaning? Well, look at the fucking basis for it, right? It's majority white male kids, right? Majority white men that already feel persecuted as fuck. Majority of them had easier lives growing up, right? You had mom and dad that put you through school. You had good households that gave you access to internet and video games, right? What are, like, some of the prerequisites to being big on YouTube, right? Oftentimes, you need to have been playing video games a lot in your youth, right? So your parents had to have been able to afford a PlayStation, a Nintendo 64, PS2, right? So you're already in, like, middle class or upper family, right? So, I mean, it's not very surprising that the demographics on YouTube very much favor, you know, white middle-class male people, right, who are the biggest group of people that lean towards things like Trump or Brexit, right? So, I mean, it's not... listening to Sargon defend JonTron sounded like Spicer defending Trump. That's a good point. Yeah, maybe. Have you ever talked to ContraPoints? Yeah, I've talked to him before. He's a really cool dude. I don't like to circle jerk a lot, though, so I don't talk to people that agree with me on a ton of points, like...
Doesn't pay, doesn't have hospitalization or nothing. Now I have all that again, and I just hope that it
This
lasts.
is anecdotal, dude. It's just one person. I can't use it. I really can't. I don't care about this dude. If he wants to come on and talk, he can, but I don't give a fuck about some retard firing off tweets at me. Or some retarded shit. Does Sargon actually agree with people in other debates? No, this is the problem. I wanted to get into this more, but we got sidetracked on so many issues, is that I genuinely think people like Sargon are at fault for a lot of these extreme, like, racist ideas and whatnot, even though, and I'll say it one more time, I don't think Sargon is racist. But when people do this extreme demonization of the other side, where they can't possibly see, like, where an argument could come from, right? Well, oh, this is always bad. These people are always evil. These people are horrible, blah, 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 right? When you go on and on and on like this shit, it's really predictable that people like JonTron come out of those kinds of talking points, right? Like, it makes sense, right? Like, well, okay, well, if you're constantly going to say that every single thing that a left-leaning person does is reverse racism or some shit, then yeah, you're going to get people like JonTron that get spit out of systems like that. Destin, he was such a bad faith arguer. Yeah, I don't know, dude. For the discussion of black people being more violent, I recommend sending ContraPoints video here. There's, like, so many different... There's so many different, like, I don't even know. Like, what do I even start? Like, there's so many books and shit that I would need to read to, like, become, like, do I start reading books on black people in poverty? Do I start reading books on economics to argue my economic points of view? Do I start reading, like... It's so hard to keep up with. Like, I would rather just cite what leading people believe rather than... I love these threads, dude. He just said that it wasn't important to know the individual reasons for not getting married, yet not 10 minutes ago he berated Sargon for not knowing the individual reasons. How can you support such an obvious hypocrite? Do you think this guy is actually that stupid? What I said was, it's important to know the individual reasons. What Sargon was saying, that he wanted to know the individual's reasons. You understand the difference there, right? Do you think he actually doesn't know the difference? Hello? Fucking spam ass bullshit. Do you think this guy doesn't actually know the difference between what I said? Sargon was saying that you needed to go and talk to individuals to figure out why they weren't getting married. And I was talking about how you need to know the individual reasons why people don't get married. Is this... Moshi. Oh my god, dude. Fuck me. The thought will be, when Sargon says people are free to use Destiny's comments without being transformative as long as they preserve context, then wait for Destiny to get bus blasted and go on DMCA. Dude, it doesn't matter if you use a comment in context or out of context when it comes to DMCAing or IP laws. People don't realize this. It doesn't matter if you link back. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't point this out because this counts as forgetting. My bad. It doesn't matter if it's in context. It doesn't matter if it's out of context. It doesn't matter if it's a short clip or a long clip. Like, these things don't matter. Like, you can't just copy somebody's content verbatim and say that, fair use. Fucking kill me, dude. Do you think that mass immigration and the importing of foreign workers positively or negatively impacts the homeless and extremely impoverished population? Do you think we should help those people before assisting them? It's not a before or helping. It's not... Okay, I'll read this article, dude. I've read this article a million fucking times on stream, but there's a lot of new people here, okay? I've read this article like 4 times in the past. We'll do it again, okay? This is the argument that I essentially put forth. I've pretty much copied it from this dude, okay? This guy, okay, George J. Boras, okay? This guy is one of the leading people that argues and does studies about immigration, okay? This is the guy most often cited by anti-immigration people, okay? Let that sink in for a moment. This is the leading economist that people cite on the anti-immigration side of things. Do you understand? Okay? Leading authority, okay? Let's read an article real quickly by him. These are essentially the points that I try to put forth, all right? I've been studying immigration for 30 years, but 2016 was the first time my research was cited in a convention speech. When he accepted his party's nomination in July, Donald Trump used one of my economic papers to back up his plan to crack down on immigrants and build a physical wall. Decades of record immigration have produced lower wages and higher unemployment for our citizens, especially for African American and Latino workers, he told the cheering crowd. But he was only telling half the story. Hillary Clinton, for her part, seemed to be telling only the other half. At her convention a week later, Clinton claimed that immigrants, both legal and illegal, improve the economy for everyone. She told the crowd, "I believe that when we have millions of hardworking immigrants contributing to our economy, it would be self-defeating and inhumane to try to kick them out. Comprehensive immigration reform will grow our economy." Here's the problem with the current immigration debate. Neither side is revealing the whole picture. Trump might cite my work, but he overlooks my findings that the influx of immigrants can potentially be a net good for the nation, increasing the total wealth of the population. Now, Sargon says this is irrelevant. I don't know what Sargon's economic background is, but Clinton ignores the hard truth that not everyone benefits when immigrants arrive. For many Americans, the influx of immigrants hurts their prospects significantly. So this is what Sargon talks about in the declining job market for high school dropouts, is typically the people that are talked about, right? The second message might be hard for many Americans to process, but anyone who tells you that immigration doesn't have any negative effects doesn't understand how it really works. When the supply of workers goes up, the price that firms have to pay for hire workers goes down. Wage trends over the past half century suggest that a 10% increase in the number of workers with a particular set of skills probably lowers the wage of that group by at least 3%. And again, if you read any of Borjas' studies, he's specifically talking about high school dropouts in like the 18 to 32 group, right, is typically who he's talking about. Even after the economy has fully adjusted, those skill groups that received the most immigrants will still offer lower pay relative to that received fewer immigrants. Both low and high-skilled natives are affected by the influx of immigrants. But because a disproportionate percentage of immigrants have skills, it is low-skilled American workers, including many blacks and Hispanics, who have suffered most from this wage dip. The monetary loss is sizable. He talks about it more here, sorry. The typical high school dropout earns about $25,000 annually. According to census data, immigrants admitted in the past 2 decades lacking a high school diploma have increased the size of the low-skilled workforce by roughly 25%. As a result, the earnings of this particularly vulnerable group dropped by between $800 and $1,500 a year. We don't need to rely on complex statistical calculations to see the harm being done to some workers. Simply look at how employers have reacted. A decade ago, Kreider Inc., a chicken processing plant in Georgia, was raided by immigration agents and 75% of its workforce vanished over a single weekend. Shortly after, Kreider placed an ad in the local newspaper announcing job openings at higher wages. Similarly, the flood of recent news reports on abuse of the H-1B visa program shows that firms will quickly dismiss their current tech workforce when they find cheaper immigrant workers. But that's only one side of the story. Somebody's lower wage is always someone else's higher profit. In this case, immigration redistributes wealth from those who compete with immigrants to those who use immigrants, from the employee to the employer. And the additional profits are so large that the economic pie accruing to all natives actually grows. I estimate the current immigration surplus, the net increase in the total wealth of the native population, to be about $50 billion annually. But behind that calculation is a much larger shift from one group of Americans to another. The total wealth redistribution from the native losers to the native winners is enormous, roughly $500 billion a year. Immigrants, too, gain substantially. Their total earnings far exceed what their income would have been had they not migrated. When we look at the overall value of immigration, there's one more complicating factor. Immigrants receive government assistance at higher rates than natives. The higher cost of all services provided to immigrants and the lower taxes they pay inevitably implies that on a year-to-year basis, immigration creates a fiscal hole of at least $50 billion, a burden that falls on the native population. What does it all add up to? The fiscal burden offsets the gains from the $50 billion immigration surplus, so it's not too far-fetched to conclude that immigration has barely affected the total wealth of natives at all. Instead, it has changed how the pie is split, with the losers, the workers who compete with immigrants, many of those being low-skilled Americans, sending a roughly $500 billion check annually to the winners. Those winners are primarily paid to their employers, and the immigrants themselves come out ahead too. Put bluntly, immigration turns out to be just another income redistribution program. Once we understand immigration this way, it's clear why the issue splits Americans, why many low-skilled native workers are taking one side, and why immigrants and businesses are taking another. Our immigration policy, any immigration policy, is ultimately not just a statement about how much we care about immigrants, but how much we care about one particular group of natives over another. Is there a potential immigration policy that considers the well-being of all Native Americans? Maybe so. It's not a ban on immigrants or even low-skilled workers. High-skilled immigration really can make America wealthier. The steady influx of legal immigrants also produces more taxpayers who can assist financially as the native population ages. Then there's the matter of principle. Many Americans feel that it's a good thing to judiciously give some of your tired, your poor, your huddled masses a chance. But we're worrying about the wrong things, with policy fights focused on how many and which immigrants to accept, and not enough on how to mitigate the harm they create along the way. To use a label recently coined by Larry Summers, a responsible nationalist policy cannot ignore the reality that immigration has made some natives poorer. A policy that keeps them in mind might tax the agricultural and services companies that benefit so much from low-skilled immigrants and use that money to compensate low-skilled Americans for their losses and to help them transition to new jobs and occupations. Similarly, Bill Gates claims that Microsoft creates 4 new jobs for every H-1B visa granted. If that's true, firms like Microsoft should be willing to pay many thousands of dollars for each of those coveted visas. Those funds could be used to compensate and retrain those affected natives in the high-tech industry. But let's not be naive. Policy fights over immigration have often been fierce, taking decades to get resolved. To even partially compensate those Americans who lose from the current policy would require massive new government programs to supervise a massive wealth redistribution totaling tens of billions of dollars. The employers that profit from the way things are won't go along with these transfers without an epic political struggle, and many of the libertarians who obsessively advocate for open borders will surely balk at such a huge expansion of government. To make this work, Clinton and her supporters will have to acknowledge that our current immigration policy has indeed left some Americans behind, and Trump and his supporters will have to acknowledge that a well-designed immigration plan can be beneficial. All of this is probably not going to happen, but only then can we have a real debate over immigration policy. So how does that help the homeless? How does that impact black marriage rates, though? Oh, fuck me, dude. Can you please send this to Sargon? I don't think he'll care. I don't think there's any communicating with people. Are you using an appeal to authority? Why doesn't the government force poor people to get married? There's the article. You forgot the fact that the Politico is owned by Soros, rendering the article invalid. Why was he so comfortable saying, I don't know the reasons and I don't want to find out about all these issues? Because it's the same thing with the guy yesterday. I don't know. I don't understand. I'm not sure. If I'm being charitable to him, I think that he wants to say that there are... I don't know. I can't phrase it without using racial terminology. Maybe that's a problem on me. Because it sounds like he wants to say that there are no pressures negatively impacting the black community, but then he doesn't want to go as far as to say that the black community are choosing bad things for themselves. I don't know what the middle ground is there. Somebody tell me, if you guys can tell me, in arguing in good faith, tell me if you have it, okay? I don't know what the middle ground is. Sargon doesn't seem to want to consider that there could be any type of societal pressure that messes with minorities today, but he doesn't want to say that minorities choose it because they're minorities. So I don't know what the middle is. You have to somebody else can try to explain it to me. Can anybody? For fucking 10 minutes, he refused to acknowledge the second half of your point about redistribution. Yeah. I imagine it would be pretty hard for you to understand the concept of economic and societal pressure considering you stream video games for a living. One, I didn't always stream video games for a living. Two, everybody in the world of academia seems to agree with my point, but I'm sorry. I know that the enlightened geniuses on YouTube might point you in a different direction. Unimaginable that a whole bunch of white guys on YouTube who have been pampered their whole life are all saying that everybody's free to make their own choices and society doesn't influence you at all. Destiny, if you play this, I'll sub. Play what? Oh shit, dude, I was getting so fucking triggered. Oh my god, I thought I was gonna fall off my chair. You need to address the fact that the war on drugs was a systemic effort to create a slave prison population for cheap labor. But that doesn't matter. Like, this is like a thing, there's a thing like when considering a law, you have, you've got some things that are going on, okay? You've got the intent of the law, okay? You have intent, and then you have letter of the law, and then you have effect. When you're considering whether or not something is good or bad, lawmakers oftentimes literally only look at this thing. The effect becomes like the major thing. Now, these things can, if it's like close or whatever, these things can hurt, right? Intent or letter can hurt, but this becomes paramount. Let me give you an example. If I have a law whose intent has no harm to black people whatsoever, okay? No harm to black people whatsoever. The letter of the law doesn't specify black people, okay? Has nothing to do with black people, but the effect of the law is that it disproportionately targets black people. This law can get struck down as being racially discriminatory, even though there was no intent, even though there was no letter of the law saying that, right? Whereas Apple will back me up on this, I think. You should have Comic Man come to help you with these drawings. Is it possible that Sargon is not changing his mind because he's thought about them a lot? I mean, I guess, but then he wouldn't argue. I don't know. What arguments did he put up to disagree with me? Like, yeah, I think that for somebody like Sargon, I think that we need like a moderator. Maybe. I would say, you got to get meta, consider why he believes what he does, and deconstruct that. I'm trying to. I'm making an honest effort to try. So, black people have a disproportionate amount of crime compared to white people, and I want to know why. So, when the issues that I've looked into, it seems like you've got people pointing out the new Jim Crow, right? Things like redlining, things like gentrification, things like the criminal justice system, things like the war on drugs. These are all policies that disproportionately target and impact black people, right? And as a result, you've seen it in their communities, right? Over years and years of the forced ghettoization of black people, the destruction of the black family, right? These are all reasons that I think, it seems to me, and everything I read points into the destruction of the black community. But when I ask Sargon, why are black people falling apart? He won't give me an answer. He'll say like, he'll give me like an effect. Like he'll say like, well, black people don't get married. But when I ask why they don't, he has no answer. Then he wants to go like, well, individuals, you have to talk to them. Like he won't give me an answer. So what am I supposed to assume there? What am I supposed to think? That he thinks that black people just don't because they're black? I don't want to say that because it sounds like I'm saying that he's racist, but what else am I reaching for there? Why don't black people get married? Why did he keep saying that, well, we got to go talk to the individuals? And then when I say, it's not, we're talking about a class. You can't, and he's like, well, and then he brings this weird, like, you got to individualism. You got to talk to the individuals. Like, what the fuck? That's not what we're talking about. What? He's not interested in the why of anything. None of these alt-right guys are. Oh, hold on. Apple, let's get on Discord real fast. You're my lawyer friend. I need you to do this for me. The law article that I sent you breaks us all down. But then Sargon won't accept that. When I point out something, like, he literally needs to see. Like, this is why I tried doing that strategy that you guys said. And I tried doing the thing where you guys asked me to ask him what he would need to prove or disprove his argument. I did it for the JonTron. Like, did I ever ask him what kind of law would he need to see to show that black people aren't getting married? It made it sound like he literally needs to see a law where it's like, on this day forward, black people are not allowed to get married. Like, this was like, he needed to see like a law that said this in order to believe that any type of policy could have an impact on black marriage rates. Like, we talked about this when it comes to voter ID laws, but a lot of people won't even agree that the voter ID laws were racist. Go look at my Twitch chat after I say this. I bet you're going to find a ton of fucking alt-righters that are triggered as fuck. Voter ID is racist. You're saying black people are too dumb to get voter ID? I'll take a stab at it. I don't think JonTron or Sargon are able to voice what their real gripe is with black culture, which is not inherently racist. It is saying nothing about the quality, but rather a culture based around it. They want to blame black culture, which is formed and shaped by what white people have done and can be remedied. Okay, but even at that, then, like, why can't they say that? I don't know, dude. Okay, I'm sorry. I had a lot of people that were disagreeing like a motherfucker with me. So, okay, so you have the intent of a law, the letter of the law, and the effect of the law, right?
Yeah.
Okay, if a law has a disproportionately racial impact, like it disproportionately affects a group of people racially, right? That law can be struck down as racist, even if there isn't malintent, and even if the letter of the law doesn't pick out a particular race, right?
Well, not necessarily. So
not necessarily, of course.
You're
but like,
talking about the disparate impact doctrine, sort of, which is that even if you don't show a discriminatory intent, if the letter of the law results in a disparate impact towards, you know, a particular race, religion, sex, whatever, then the idea behind disparate impact is that you would be able to strike down that law as unconstitutional, or you'd be able to implement legislation that would somehow deal with that law or prohibit that that level of discrimination based solely off of impact. But not every single law works like that.
Sure. Yeah, I understand. It's not going to hold true in every single circumstance. But you don't necessarily, but I guess all I'm saying is that for any law, you don't necessarily have to prove malintent or prove, letter of the law is racist.
Not for everyone. For example, I think the Fair Housing Act, I think under the Fair Housing Act, the Supreme Court has said that if you can show disparate impact, you could show that, for example, a particular race has been prejudiced just by operation of what's supposed to be a racially neutral statute, then you can strike that down under the Fair Housing Act.
Okay. Yeah, cool. All right.
Is that all?
Yeah, that's it, dude. Get the fuck out. I'm done with you.
All right.
All right, I love you, buddy. I'm glad that I have an Asian to guide me on these things because he has superior IQ to me by virtue of being Asian. The marriage thing is useless anyway because he never provided any kind of proof that there existed causality. Well, but that's what he was trying to say, that people that get married are better off financially, therefore getting married makes you better off financially. He was trying to say that there was a causality there. It's something that prevents the majority of black people from getting married. What? Oh, no. It's a complicated... Oh, shit. It's something that prevents the majority of black people from getting married. Are we memeing here?
What?
It's a complicated thing. Marriage is complicated.
What's preventing black people from getting married?
I've already pointed to some things. Maybe unfair.
You know the answer, but you don't say it because then it changes your whole...
No, it doesn't. Okay, let's go. Okay, let's... Oh, fucking kill me, fam. Oh my fucking god. Could you say how it is, please? I've heard that it costs money and takes a lot of time, which minorities often don't have. Is that your stance on the IDs? No, voter ID was literally racist right from the fucking start in a lot of places. I know in North Carolina, and then didn't they just do a gerrymandering thing in Texas? In North Carolina, where it was struck down. By the way, if you look up where it's state by state, the voter ID laws all happen to exist in conservative states as well. It really makes you think, doesn't it? But in North Carolina, the reason why these voter ID laws were struck down is because it was found that the legislatures literally picked specific data like relevant to a race and then went to remove all of those types of votings that disproportionately impacted black people. So literally, like, you were able to vote 14 days before an election with absentee polling, and they saw that the majority of black people voted earlier, so they made it so you can only do it 7 days beforehand, right? Or they closed certain polling places. They made it so that certain types of IDs were no longer valid, the types that black people were most likely to hold on to, and like it was pretty disgusting. I don't care about any Merkel Trump shit. I don't know why you keep spamming this link in chat. I feel like you really need to emphasize history impacts on current racial. No, but they don't believe it. Nobody on the right believes it. So it's because Sargon already smacked that down. He said he didn't think that Jim Crow or any history has impacts on blacks today. Nobody believes that on the right. It's literally like you live right now and today. But that goes along with his point of view that everybody is a true independent agent that is capable of thinking in a vacuum and isn't impacted that much by society or culture, except I guess when I bring up specific arguments. But then he says it is, but then he goes back to saying it isn't when we pull back into the general. I think one thing you should have done after getting to ask why are black people marrying and letting Sargon say, I don't know, so I'm not going to conclude that it's racism, you should have stepped in and said all the reasons, yeah, but I did. But then this is how it goes. Okay, I go, what's wrong with black people? And he goes, they aren't getting married because that seems to be a solution for everything. And then he goes, oh, and then I go, why aren't they getting married? He goes, well, I don't know. And it's like, but I'm not going to say racist. It's like, okay, well, what about all of these things, disproportionate impact of crime, ghettoization, all this shit. And he's like, okay, how does that keep a black person from getting married? And it's like, if I can't draw him like with a red Crayola crayon, a straight line from this point to this point, like there's no connection, right? The problem is that all of these cultural issues are very, very, very complicated, but a lot of alt-right dipshits like can't see past fucking anything. Like they're again, this is a very common trend of thought, right? Where you ask somebody like, you say something like, yeah, racism still has an impact on society, and they go, point to one racist law, idiot. And it's like, okay, well, it's not like laws that, okay, point to KKK people killing black people. Okay, racism doesn't manifest itself like that. But okay, so racism isn't real. What's next? It's like, okay, dude. Well, I mean, sexism still exists. Like, okay, point to me one law that tells a woman that she can't become a biologist. It's like, I don't have like a specific law. It doesn't, okay, point to a teacher telling a young girl that she can't grow up and be interested in science. It's like, okay, I don't have like, so sexism doesn't exist either. Checkmate, libcuck. So you're saying that because you can't back up your points that he's wrong to ask for them? Which points do you want me to back up? I mean, there's like a ton of different things that you can look up. This is one I brought up yesterday, right? Marijuana use by race, right? White and black people use it at similar rates here, right? If you look for past 12 months, here's the use among 18 to 25-year-olds by race, right? White people use it even a little bit more in younger communities. And more blacks say that they've never used marijuana whatsoever. But when you look at the arrest rates, interesting. Why? And this is only marijuana. These kinds of trends can be found along lots of different types of crime. Low IQ gets you caught. Oh, all those race realists in my chat. Because it's a poverty thing. Okay, Xander the Gamer says, because it is a poverty thing, there are more poor people who are black. Okay. Black versus white, incarceration rate, socioeconomic. This is measuring with school diploma or with no school diploma. Even... Let's see if we can find something that controls for socioeconomic. Academia is liberal. You should get real life difficult experiences to sharpen your viewpoint. Fucking off yourself, dude. Students of color face harsher punishments in school than their white peers, leading to a higher number of youth of color incarcerated. Black and Hispanic students represent more than 70% of those involved in school-related arrests. African American students are arrested far more often than their white classmates. The war on drugs has been waged primarily in communities of color where people of color are more likely to receive higher offenses. According to the Human Rights Watch, people of color are no more likely to use or sell illegal drugs than whites, but have higher arrest rates. African Americans comprise 14% of regular drug trade or regular drug use, but are 37% of those arrested. Police stop blacks and Latinos at rates that are much higher than whites. In New York City, where people of color make up about half the population, 80% of the NYPD stops were blacks and Latinos. When whites were stopped, only 8% were frisked. When blacks and Latinos are stopped, 85% are frisked. Once arrested, blacks are more likely to remain in prison awaiting trial than whites. For example, the New York State Division of Criminal Justice did a 1995 review in disparities in processing felony arrests and found that in some parts of New York, blacks are 33% more likely to be detained awaiting felony trial than whites facing felony trial. Wants a valid argument, looks up HuffPo, no wonder. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead and email me with a better article, you fucking retard. I know, every single thing is fake news. I'm sorry, every single thing is fake news, unless it comes from Breitbart. Let's go find out the truths, okay? Let's find out the truths between, let's find out the truths of black crime on Breitbart. Oh, here we go. Black Lives Matter is the reason for the rise in violent crime. Okay. Oh, there we go. What the fuck? Did he even say this? Wait, hold on. He said that they created a political atmosphere of anti-police sentiment. So what's happening, and this is ironic, is that a movement with the goal of saving black lives at this point is getting black lives taken because 80% of our murder victims here in Chicago are male black. Less than 1% of all of our shootings in the city involve police officers shooting civilians. Oh, this guy got fired for shit. And that's saying that he blames Black Lives Matters for the rise in violent crime? Okay, that seems to be pretty horrendously misquoted, but I wouldn't expect anything less of Breitbart, I guess. Oh, study. Black officers are more likely to shoot than white officers to shoot suspect. Okay, here we go. So blacks are the real racists. What else can Breitbart show us? Oh, they don't have many articles on it, I guess. Alright, I'm gonna take off. How are we doing? Do we have any final questions before I peace out? Wow. How much? Wait, hold on. What did it say? 1,500 bits. Cheer 1,000, cheer 1,000. Followed you years ago for Sargon 2. Found you again for Sargon's YouTube. It's nice to see thoughtful political debate. Yeah. What is your idea on the basic income as an inevitability due to automation? I don't know, dude. That's way too complicated. Basic income to me sounds like a bad idea at the most core principle, but maybe automation will necessitate it one day. I'm not sure. Can you expand what you mean with construction workers? Or do you mean low-skilled labor like plumbers and stuff? Most people don't grow up wanting to be in low-skilled labor because these jobs are often very tough physically, okay? If you have to work construction jobs or something, these are people that are bothered with back pain or bothered with, you know, issues with their hands or whatnot growing up, right? When they hit their 30s and 40s, it's very, 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 very common. It's pretty funny that you get a lot of these like white 20-year-old dipshits on Twitter saying shit like, oh no, these guys love their jobs. Like, sure, they might be proud of their jobs and proud they're working for their family, but these are very, very tough jobs, okay? They're tough jobs. They hurt you in your health. They often have very shitty benefits. Oftentimes like pensions or 401k contributions don't exist in these companies. Oftentimes you're paid under the table, paid via 1099 as a contractor, so you have to pay SC tax, you get fucked on it. Also, the pay is often pretty bad, right? These are usually bad paying jobs. People don't go to become, you know, a construction worker or any other type of blue collar work to get paid, you know, like 70, 80,000 a year, right? These are usually pretty shitty jobs. So I think that generally, so if those jobs suck, why are you okay with immigrants taking them? Well, because those prospects are better than what they have in whatever country they live in generally. In Mexico, if your options are between doing nothing or being extremely fucked versus coming to the American and working a harder job and getting by, much better. I mean, typically you would want to move and do the American job. But yeah, the manual labor jobs are very, very tough. They pay very little. They have shitty benefits oftentimes, and you're restricted to how long you can work them because they're very, very rough on you physically, right? You have problems growing up with these things. You know that is all relative, right? Poor people aren't picking between becoming a doctor or construction worker. No, but when poor people typically have children, they always aspire that their children will go to college and become something better than themselves, right? How many lawyers, how many doctors, how many people like that have that background? Wasn't that even Ben Carson's story where he was raised by a single mom? Was that Ben Carson? Where they want their children to grow up and go to college and get better jobs, right? They don't want their children to grow up and work blue collar work. Like that's not what people aspire to typically. No one argued that these jobs pay well or are a cakewalk or even are anyone's first choice. Sargon just sounded like he was saying these people aren't self-hating. I never said that they're self-hating, but I think I said something along as like people in Germany don't want to grow up to be bus drivers, right? They want to grow up to do high education work, right? Immigration is great because it fills in a lot of the demand that there is for people to do these lower class jobs. People don't generally want to do these jobs. That was my argument. And then he got super defensive, running under the cuck route that I was like attacking people for working blue collar work, which is fucking retarded. And it's not what I was saying at all. Rare pick of a proud coal miner. He was virtue signaling? You're right. Oh, shit. I'm an electrician in Norway. Last year I earned $76,000. I'm sorry. Electrician is considered a trade. That's not a low-skill job. Electrician, plumber, carpenter, or whatever. Saudi Arabia, of all places, is a good example of overeducation and the need of lower-skilled jobs. Sure, it happens in Germany and a lot of countries in the West, too. You see the population in general. Two things are happening with populations across the West. People are typically becoming older, or three things, I should say, right? The population is aging, the population is becoming more educated, and people are having less and less children, right? That's leaving a large gap for for jobs that need to be filled by people, and it can't all be filled by students. You need people that will work, for these lower class jobs, and the native population doesn't want to work these jobs, regardless of whatever the fuck random dipshits on Twitter tell you, right? People don't grow up wanting to do these jobs their whole lives. So an immigration population sometimes really helps filling out these lower level jobs, and it's been very important for a lot of nations in Europe, right? That's why they a lot of the times they ask for the temp workers too, right? You do that seasonal vocational thing where you pull people from Eastern Europe to come over and work in your country for a season or whatever, because you need people to fill out these jobs. Becoming an electrician and becoming a construction worker are fairly the same process. I can't tell if you're... I'm sorry, let me rephrase this. When I talk about construction worker, I'm talking about when you're driving by and you see people like working on roofs and doing shit like that, like people that sometimes get paid under the table. I'm not talking about like a fucking architectural engineer that went to school for 6 years to get a master's of like fucking, is laying the blueprint out and like writing up and I'm just talking about like normal, like low level construction workers, laborers, not people that are going to school. Like, it's like people think construction workers are architects. Yeah, I don't know if you don't understand the difference or... An electrician is only 2 years of high school plus 2 years of being a trainee. Okay, and how long do you... Oh, wait, of high school? Wait, to become an electrician? Don't you have to go to a trade school for that? How many years of trade school do you have to go to become a construction worker? Like, not many doctors or lawyers come from low-income families at all. Upwards mobility is dropping for decades. There still is some upwards mobility, though, and I'm still saying that people that are of lower-class jobs typically have children, and they hope that they do better than that. I can't believe that I am even having to argue this. High school doesn't mean the same thing in Norway as it does in the US? Oh, sure. In Norway, you call trade school and high school the same. Gotcha. Hey, Destiny, you mentioned that blue-collar jobs have negative impacts on health. Can you elaborate on that? Sure. If you are working with your body every single day, it has a detriment to your body. Your arms get tired, your fingers get sore, your joints get weak. You could develop, I don't know if arthritis is like necessarily tied to these things, but like you can get back pains. You can get pains in your feet from standing too long. Like there's all sorts of health problems. I've even heard complaints from people that work in like massage that this is something that's rough on your body. But if you go and find people that are in their 40s or 50s, right, and talk to them who've been doing like blue-collar labor their whole lives, these jobs take a huge toll on your body. These are not jobs that you can work. Hell, this isn't like going to the fucking gym, and doing your like hour fucking workout session where everything is perfect form and you're totally, nutritioned up and and you have a day of resting period and like everything between workouts and shit. Like blue-collar work is very, very, very rough on your body. Like, my dad worked as a cop and then as a body man / mechanic and has had back issues despite being in pretty good shape his whole life. HVAC is a good example. I get weak knees when listening to you, Destiny. Nice. What do you think about the idea that you can't have open borders in a welfare state? Yeah, I totally agree with this, right? But this is a sane discussion, right? Kind of. I don't know what his discussion was going on there, but like if welfare benefits are too high, then it's possible that immigration can be a net negative. That's a fine discussion. So if you want to have and I do believe that this is probably a problem in a lot of European countries. I don't think it's a problem in the United States because our welfare state is very low compared to what exists in Europe. But I think that's totally valid. If you're in Germany or if you're in fucking Sweden or whatever, and you're making the argument that like, well, if we provide these welfare benefits to this level, I don't think that we can support these levels of immigration. That's a totally valid argument, right? And I think that because there are still benefits to immigration, you don't want people selecting your country because of welfare benefits, right? So you can say something like you need to be a citizen for at least 5 years to qualify, or you need to have, this type of work, right? Find a way to model your policy so that if people are coming to your country, they're choosing it because they know they can go there to work, not go there to live off of welfare benefits. That's a totally valid discussion, dude. It's 100% valid. And I probably find myself agreeing with people making those arguments, right? That your goal in moving into a country shouldn't be to only live off the welfare benefits, and that welfare benefits should be molded in a way to reflect a sensible immigration policy where people aren't coming there just to take advantage of it. Like, yeah, that's totally positive, dude. My father, for the first 9 years of my life, was doing manual labor jobs and has gained back issues. Yeah, I mean, you can find anecdotal. I hate to use anecdotal here, but I've never heard of blue-collar workers say anything different. And I mean, I knew a lot of them when I did the carpet cleaning shit. I guess as much as people make fun of it, like, we did a lot of shit in regards to carpet cleaning. We worked with a lot of other types of blue-collar as well, right? Because part of what we did for carpet cleaning was water damage as well. So we did work with a lot of construction guys, because if you're doing a water damage job and you're tearing out carpet and padding, you're also cutting up drywall. You're also cutting up a lot of housing related things that we would bring in other guys to work with as well, right? But you hear like these same general complaints from a lot of blue collar people, or at least I did. I guess it's all anecdotal bullshit. I mean, I don't know. I would be surprised if there were studies saying otherwise, but I mean, I encounter similar things, and I do my reading for weightlifting a lot as well, right? That people that do these kinds of jobs over long periods of times run into issues with their joints, with their knees, with their hands, with their fingers, with their backs. Like, it's crazy that you even have to argue this. It's like people don't even know what blue-collar work is, because a lot of them don't, right? Like that retard tweeting at me, right? Oftentimes the people that advocate for these positions are virtue signaling. Oftentimes it's white-collar people that have never had to work any of these jobs really for any long period of time and don't know anybody that works these jobs. So you get some spoiled little rich white punk fuck, right, who spent all of his days in high school and mommy daddy welfare college and then goes on to working some cushy job on YouTube saying things like, oh, blue collar jobs are wonderful. I have so much respect for these people, and they respect themselves, and they love these jobs, and they always want to do these jobs, right? It sounds like the patronizing fucking, I don't know, massa or whatever, some shit. I don't know. It's just, that's some autistic shit that I can't even believe. So, I mean, I can believe it, dude. There's not much that I can't believe these days. That somebody would actually start tweeting at me that like, blue collar people love their jobs, Destiny. What are you talking about, dude? Blah. Like, okay, dude. It's actual virtue signaling at that point, right? Because what you're saying is actually blatantly fucking wrong. And you like, it's like they're trying to say like, I don't want blue collar workers to disrespect me. I want to make sure that everybody knows that I'm the common man. Blue collar workers, we love you and I love you. I'm like, fuck that shit, dude. The little bit of blue collar work, dude. Let me be fucking honest with you. And I'm pretty sure most blue collar people do this. Nobody wants to do fucking blue collar work, dude. That's some last resort shit. All right. Yeah, it could be fun doing it. You can make friends doing it. And you can even be proud of the fact that you're working and providing for your family. But that's not some shit people fucking opt into. That's like the last resort shit, right? That's not like I was 4 years old and my dad told me that I was going to grow up to be a proud fucking laborer, right? We're getting shit earnings, destroying my fucking body, not getting good benefits, right? This is what my dad wanted me to do. No, that's why your parents tell you to stay in fucking school. Jesus Christ, man, being proud of your hard work but wanting your children to have a better, easier life is quite literally the American dream. Yeah. Some blue-collar work can pay well, but that shit is hard on the body. You don't want to do it for too long. Maybe. I know, I've heard that, like, trash men get paid, like, decent wages, but yeah. Would you consider working at a restaurant blue collar? No, I think there has to be some amount of like physical work involved. So like construction involves a lot of like heavy lifting and heavy moving things. For the carpet cleaning, there was a lot of heavy. Those power scrubbers, dude, these things are these things are heavy as fuck. I still don't know, looking back, how fucking 110-pound me controlled these fucking things. This is not what I'm looking for. We call them the power scrubber. Oh, these big ass fucking no, not even this. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Who did carpet cleaning? You know when you would the big things that you would use to agitate the cleaning solutions? The huge like it was always funny because when we put new guys on these machines, when you pull the button to turn it on, it would yank their whole thing off to the side. We had one guy do that and he flew right through a fucking wall on our site before. Holy shit. But it was on one of my first days, so I didn't get in trouble for this. It was the dude that was training with me. But anyway, what are these things technically called? Oh, these things. Floor scrubbers. These things are fucking heavy, dude. Shipping weight 90 pounds, lifting these things in and out of your truck for every single fucking job, taking these things up and down stairs. Oh my God, dude, these things are fucking heavy. Holy shit. But yeah. Carpet cleaning though isn't as rough. I mean, it sucked for me. I didn't like doing it. I'm also weak as fuck, but like there are more brutal blue collar jobs, of course. I'm not arguing that carpet cleaning was the hardest, but even carpet cleaning like had some fucking lifting involved. Like I can't imagine having to do that kind of shit like in harder. I did concrete standing and we had the same things except with rough pads to sand the floors. That shit throws you for the first time. Yeah. You can use them because most of the power scrubbers have adjustable things on the bottom. You can swap out the brushes for different types of, you can do bonnet cleaning, or you can put on sanders or scrubbers for hard floor or whatnot. Like, I worked at as a furniture mover for 2 years. Yeah, sure, yeah. That would be blue collar as fuck, right?
Very possible, this, eh? Very possible. Aye. All right. Good glass of Chateauneuf Chasseler, eh, Josiah? But you know, we were happy.
3 minutes, dude. Too much for me. I scrubbed toilets in Antarctica. I did HVAC? Oh, yeah. I have a blue-collar job with a local school district, 401k medical to work, 22 an hour. I'm your age and have sciatic pain. Sciatic? Can you understand why there would be a completely different mentality about immigration from people of a nation state as opposed to the U.S.? Yeah, sure, but these people don't keep their thoughts to themselves. They usually want to come over and suck up the United States influence as well. Like Sargon, or at least it sounds to me like Sargon is oftentimes talking on behalf of the United States as well. Paul Joseph Watson sure as fuck is talking about. But I mean, I read a lot of similar stuff. I'll be the first to admit, sciatic, that I'm more familiar with the U.S. policy than Europe. But I see a lot of similar things for Europe as well, right? That there is this trend across the Western world that people are generally getting older. Okay, especially post-World War II, right? Big baby boom stuff. People are generally getting older. People are generally becoming more educated, right? The level of education has increased all across the rest of the world. And people are generally having less children, which is reflected in birth rates all across the world, right? Naturally, these three conditions combine to say that you need somebody to supplement your lower working class because you're just not providing these workers. People aren't having the kids to provide these workers. People are getting education to avoid working these jobs, right? And most people are getting fucking old as fuck these days, right? We're waiting for the baby boomers to all die off and we've got to pay for them in the meantime. So it seems like we need a way to supplement these workforces, and a lot of countries are doing it via immigration from poorer countries. And this is a situation where it is a win-win-win, right? Those people are moving from one country to another because they're finding work. They don't have it in their main country, or that country is so fucked that taking a lower-class job in a better country is better. So those people are benefiting, right? The people that are hiring people in a country, the businesses are benefiting because they're finding labor without having to pay crazy prices, right? If you run a McDonald's, you don't want to have to hire at labor as competitive to fucking trades. I don't want somebody thinking the difference, like, should I go work at McDonald's or become an electrician, right? I don't want to have to pay competitive wages to that. Yeah, and then the rest of society benefits because you're still supporting and increasing these jobs. You're increasing your overall tax base. You're increasing the size of the economy for everybody to take advantage of, right? What if we run out of poor countries? That's a really, I know you're lay ruse to that, but that will happen in the future. And I don't know what's going to happen at that point. Birth rates around the entire world are declining. What's going to happen when the human population, you know what? I'll make a prediction right now, okay? And you can come and hold me to it. I wouldn't be surprised if within, okay, you ready? I'm going to say within the next 30 years, we will have a negative birth rate around the world, right? Because even the birth rates among countries in Africa have been falling like at crazy levels. Like Africa has been catching up, joining the rest of the industrialized world at crazy rates, right? It wouldn't surprise me if at some point in the next few decades we had a negative birth rate worldwide. Almost every first world country has a negative birth rate. As countries move into the first world and become technological powerhouses, that's what happens. People just have less children, right? You don't have as many kids dying to fucking childhood death bullshit. You don't need as many children to support the fucking family. People are becoming more educated, so they don't want to have children. If you're really educated and you have a career and you're a woman, right? You don't want to have 6 fucking kids to take care of, right? Destiny, that's an easy prediction. Just look at any world population trend. Yeah, sure. America is closer to a labor shortage than an American surplus. Yeah, sure. Retard Destiny. Africa's population will double in 35 years. I don't think so. But you're probably one of those people that thinks that Africa is just as fucked today as it was 20 or 30 years ago. I can't believe that Sargon was trying to argue that, like, China and India, did he say? Like, these countries are super fucked because they're being exploited. To some extent, the working conditions are bad. Fuck, I hope XSkillsMe isn't here. But, like, I mean, like, these countries have benefited extremely from trade. Big memes. I don't know why this guy's account got suspended. Apparently, the thing is now, I guess every single time a YouTuber's account or Twitter gets suspended, it's because I did something. I guess I'm, like, the all-powerful dude that can that can shut down people's accounts. I don't know how, but... So, I'm not sure. You're not talking about the crime element behind illegal immigrants. I agree it's good for the economy and job growth, but what about crime? Do you recognize any negative elements of immigration? Okay. This is the argument that I've been trying to make the entire time, okay? Everything has a negative, okay? The difference is I would rather account for the negatives and try to remedy them so that we can continue to gain on the positives than throw out everything, right? I'll say this again, even though Sargon didn't seem to understand. There are people that lose in immigration, okay? There are maybe illegal immigrants commit crime at higher rates. I don't know if that's true because the studies on that are so hard to find, right? Maybe these people do commit crime at higher numbers, right? Well, let's fix those problems, right? Fix the problems of crime. Do our best to do it. If it's totally irredeemable, then we'll have to make a decision. Like, is it worth it to keep this? Maybe it's not. Fuck it, right? But try your hardest to fix the problems so that we can continue to benefit from the positives and then go from there. That's literally all I've ever been saying, right? Your argument is that making the rich richer is a good thing. That doesn't work because it's currently not working. Oh, he's talking to someone in chat. Never mind. Okay. What do you see it will double in? Can somebody tell me? Control F double. Destiny, Africa's population will double in 35 years. Scroll down to population forecast. Oh, population forecast. Oh, I see. My bad. Oh, I thought this started off with the highest year and then went. So, this is possible that it will double, I guess, if fertility rates fall at this rate. But if it doubles, it will eventually slope off, right? So from 1955, it doubled to 1985. And then from 1985, it doubled to 2015-ish, 2010, 2015-ish. But you can see, do you see the fertility rates? Do you see the dramatic decrease in fertility rates? Do you see this? Right? The fertility rate used to be 6.6 in 1955, and now it's fallen to 4.65. That's a pretty massive decline, right? If that trend continues, right, they've got it pointed at 3.11 in the year 2050, but, I mean, it could go lower. Hopefully, right? This is part of the reason why I encourage policy that keeps in mind these other countries, so that hopefully, we help them reach industrialized status because it's better for everybody, right? If if the countries of Africa move into this industrialized world where their birth rates slope off, then that's good. Then you don't have this exploding population of Africa, right? Which has happened in every single, well, maybe not every single, but pretty much every single fucking country in the West has had this massive slope off in fertility rate, right? Birth rate, United States, 1.88 births per woman. Birth rate, Germany, 1.38 births, right? Birth rate, Norway, 1.85. Birth rate, Sweden is 1.91, Finland is 1.8. Birth rate, Poland is 1.3, Spain 1.32. Birth rate, Japan is like 1.3, 1.41, right? This has happened all across the Western world. What about like Egypt? What is Egypt's birth rate? Okay, it's 2.1. But look at the falling birth rates here, right? Is Egypt the blue one? Right, Egypt in 1960 was at 6.63, right? And now has fallen to 2.8, right? Look at this huge decline in Libya and Saudi Arabia, right? Or Libya especially. In 1978, Libya was at almost 8 births per woman. And then in 20 years, it's down to 3. That's massive, right? Yeah, these are indicators and these are African countries, right? Right? You count Egypt and Libya, Northern Africa, but still Africa nonetheless, right? Saudi Arabia is not Africa, of course, but yeah, industrialization, right? I think that the Krozak dude, what's his name, has a video on this. Everybody has a video on this. All sorts of people have videos on this, pointing to these worldwide trends. This is the consequence of industrialization, yeah. Kurgagzet has a video on this as well. But I mean, like, I didn't even read the Kurg dude's video until after I'd already read all of the economic data and all of the information that I've read has all pointed to like these same types of things, right? That Western population is declining, that all population declines as you reach an industrialized world, right? How do we fix this? Well, it's not necessarily a problem that needs fixing. It's not like right now the goal. So in my opinion, right now, dude, having a world where everybody is doing good just makes so much sense to me. Like, I don't understand how people, especially in the gaming industry, dude, imagine if women were just as interested in men as gaming. Instead of 2,000 viewers, I'd have 4,000 viewers, right? Instead of 100,000 views on a YouTube video, I'd have 200,000 views on YouTube, right? If women participated in gaming at equal rates as men, I'm doubling my fucking audience. And that's just women. Imagine if everybody across Africa played video games. That's an extra 2 billion people not 2 billion, 1.4, 1.5 billion people. I don't remember how many are currently there, that I can advertise my shit to, right? And that's just me as a video game streamer. Imagine if you manufacture products, if you manufacture bed sheets or window blinds or camera equipment or computer chips, right? If you have a whole continent of people that is entering the industrialized world, this is a whole new market for you to advertise and sell products to, right? All of these people entering the industrialized world is good for everybody. Every single person benefits from these access to new markets, access to new consumers, more people that want to participate in science and education and literature and the arts, right? Music and film. And have you seen the funny shit that comes out of fucking Bollywood? Maybe not quite on the same level as Hollywood, but like... You don't seem to understand that the rest of the world is not capable of consuming products at the same rate as America. Yeah, but these are problems that we're working on as well, right? This is why people push towards green energy for more renewable forms of energy or better batteries to store things like solar power or wind that kind of sucks shit right now, but hopefully can become better, right? Haven't some people guessed that we might have already passed peak oil? I could be wrong on that. I hear that as a talking point. But I don't know if that's true or not. That might not be true at all. I don't actually know. Does anybody know if that's true or not? I'm sorry, but this is blue sky thinking. Can we watch a video? There are so many videos that I want you to watch. Oh no, dude, it's not. Okay, I have you. Listen, I know that you think it's blue sky thinking, okay? It's not though, okay? Listen to me. I love you and I value you as a human being, okay? I value you as a human being and I love you and I love everything about you, okay? Listen, okay? The narrative that has been sold to you by all of these people on the right, by the Sargons, by the Paul Joseph Watsons, by the Trumps, by the Brexiters, by the Faranges, by the Marie Le Pens, by all of these people on the right. These people are selling you this narrative that the world is falling apart, that everything is going to shit, that everything is being destroyed and is horrible. It's not true, right? We live in an era of unprecedented wealth. The world has never, ever been as close to the levels of wealth and education and equal rights and survival of natural disaster and childbirth as it has been today. It's never been this good. It's never been this good, ever. And countries in Africa and South America are catching up so much quicker than people ever thought possible. You cannot go around the world thinking that everything is falling apart and then try to enact policy reflecting that. That's not true at all. Like, everything is becoming so much better. But people have sold you this narrative that ISIS and Muslims and everything are destroying the world. I don't even know what... Wait, somebody said Egypt birth rates have been going up for the past... Egypt birth rates are going up and hasn't decreased in 20 years? So that was a horrible example? Wait, am I reading this wrong? I see 2.81 births per woman right now, and 50 years ago it was 6.6? Forget peak oil, we could reach peak demand. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was mixing those two terms up completely. That's what I thought, that some people had said that maybe we were getting to or had already passed peak demand. Yeah, my bad. No one is signaling against other countries developing. The issue is, what responsibility does the USA have in their development? So this is what I'm saying, dude. Everybody developing helps everybody. Why are you so happy to live in the United States, right? Because it's a good country, because everybody does well, right? I give this example a lot. Like, I don't want to move to a third world I don't want to be the top 1% in Zimbabwe. I don't know shit about Zimbabwe. I shouldn't use them as an example. That's really mean, right? But I don't want to be the top 1% in some country that's fucked. I'm going to be the top 10% of a country that's doing really fucking well. Because when everybody is doing well, everybody does better. Everybody does better when everybody does well. You have more customers to sell products to. You've got more people to draw students or workers from. You've got less conflict and less problem. Imagine if the Middle East was a stable part of the world. Imagine if there wasn't constantly, the Iranian Revolution and dictators being installed and killed and destroyed and Gaddafi's being targeted and Assad's attempting to be detoppled, right? Imagine if the Middle East was a stable place that wasn't completely fucked, right? Imagine if Saudi Arabia could focus more on increasing its civil rights instead of funneling money to Sunni extremists in fucking Iraq and Syria, right? Imagine how much better the world would be. The whole world would be for everybody, right? You guys say, and this is the ultimate irony, right? Like, you guys, some of you guys in Europe, and I'll use that in a general term, will say things like, fuck the Middle East, we don't want these refugees, blah, 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 right? You guys should be the ones who the most want these countries to succeed, because a stable Syria and a stable Syria, a stable Iraq, a stable Iran, maybe a Palestinian state, a collection of Gulf states that aren't constantly fucking with each other, right? Saudi Arabia sending money to people in Yemen and shit to fuck shit up over there, right? Constantly. These people doing better means less immigration for you guys. It means less people fleeing from these countries to seek up refuge. It means less people exporting their problems like Islamic terrorism or whatever other crazy shit to your countries, right? These countries being strong, stable, powerful countries does you a world of benefit. Nobody's gonna fucking flee from a country that's doing well economically, right? Nobody is saying they should be unstable. I'm not saying you're saying it should be unstable. I'm saying that you should take it a step further. You should want these countries to be stable, and you should want to help them be stable. You should want to do everything you can. This is why I get so frustrated in talking about American policy with Mexico, right? You need to want Mexico to be a strong, proud, independent, stable country, because if they are, one, it's a better partner to trade with. Two, more consumers available for us to market our products to. 3, there's not going to be a fuck ton of people illegally immigrating from there, right? Canada's strong and independent and stable. We don't get a ton of illegal immigrants from fucking Canada, right? If we did something to help Mexico in whatever way possible become a better country, rather than we need to build a wall and, you know, build tariffs and all this, why would we want to do things to seek to hurt Mexico? They're our fucking neighbors. Whether or not you like it, you have to deal with the fallout of their problems, right? If you've got to get in a fucking bus and ride that bus for 10 miles down the road, you don't want to sit next to a fucking corpse. If there's a guy that's starving to death next to you, give him something to eat, because you don't want to sit next to his rotting fucking body, because we're all on the same fucking planet. We all have to deal with the same fucking problems. We all have to live with each other's shit, whether or not you like it, right? You have a neighbor and you have to acknowledge his existence, because as soon as shit is fucked up at the house down the street, the first dude that he's going to come running to is your house, right? You have to have these people doing well. Is like that. So that's like my general argument for being invested in a stronger world economy, for being invested in stronger countries neighboring you or even overseas. Like, you want these people to do as well as possible, because it helps every single person involved along the way. But you're arguing to take immigrants from other countries, thus depriving those countries of labor power. I mean, those countries have problems. First of all, if they're leaving that country, there's probably isn't good opportunity for them there in the first place, I would imagine. So I don't know if that's a valid argument. Like, well, if we just keep all of them locked in Mexico, they'll make it a better place. Like, I don't think that works. I think people would probably be more likely to turn to crime or some sort of illegal activity rather than seek employment in a foreign state. Oh, sure. Here you go. Here's a really great, let me read you an article, okay? This is a really good article on globalization, okay? I like this article. I think everything written here is intelligent. What has been made clear by current, here, because I know there are new people that haven't heard this before, okay? What has been made clear by current events and financial upheaval since 2008 is that the global economy has become truly that, global. Wait, Nathan? Oh, I still have an hour before, okay? The near meltdown we experienced a few years ago made it clear that our economic health depended on dependence on each other to do the right thing. We are now closer to having an economic community in the best sense of the term. We work with each other for the benefit of all. I think we've all become aware of the fact that our cultures and economics are intertwined. It's a complex mosaic that cannot be approached with a simple formula for the correct pattern to emerge. In many ways, we are in uncharted waters. The good news, in one respect, is that what we have done affects us all. There won't be any winners or losers, as this is not a competition. It is time for working together for the best of all involved. Never before has the phrase, "we're all in this together," had more resonance or relevance. My concern is that the negligence of a few will adversely affect the majority. I have long been a believer in the look at the solution, not the problem theory. In this case, the solution is clear. We will have to leave borders behind and go for global unity when it comes to financial stability. Is this possible? Is this a new frontier? Yes and no. There is the fault accompli strategy, stay under the radar, and the passive-aggressive strategy, acts of terror, used to paralyze and so on. So the bottom line must be balance. Rationality must rule. There are philosophical approaches to economics. However, at this point, we don't need so much philosophy as we need action. Which way to proceed is the question. You ask about Europe in crisis as an opportunity for investment. I see the world in crisis at the moment. I'm a firm believer that there are always opportunities, whether the markets are up or down, but it requires insight and sometimes creativity to see those opportunities. I have no doubt that the balance we need will be achieved, but it won't happen overnight. Europe is a tapestry that is dense, colorful, and deserving of continued longevity and prosperity. There are many pieces that must be carefully fitted together in order to thrive. Our challenge is to acknowledge those pieces and to see how they can form a whole that works together well without losing any cultural flavor in the process. It's a combination of preservation along with forward thinking. Europe is a terrific place for investment. I am proud to have built a great golf course in Scotland after searching throughout Europe for 5 years for the right location. I've seen many beautiful places. The future of Europe, as well as the United States, depends on a cohesive global economy. All of us must work together towards that very significant common goal. Fuck off, Destiny. This is pure meme reporting. This is up there with propaganda at its best. Wait, is that guy serious? Do you really believe that? This is literally an article that Trump wrote in 2013, dude. Oof, that gotcha. Damn. Oof. Fake news, fake article, propaganda. How do you feel about reparations? Reparations are fucking stupid as fuck. I haven't heard anybody serious talk about reparations. I agree, but don't you need some sort of moral imperative too? I don't like framing it as a purely economic thing. No, because people can be racist, people can be fucking stupid. I don't like going the moral route because nobody cares about other people. That's just a fact, okay? People in the US clearly don't give a fuck about people in Africa or people in Mexico, so I don't even like to frame it that way. Morally, there is no real argument against it, right? Like, morally, you kind of have the moral imperative to help your fellow human. But I would rather go for the self-interested route because it's more easy to get people on board, right? It's much easier to get people on board economic arguments that are self-interested and favor themselves rather than trying to argue some morality that may or may not they may or may not subscribe to, you know? I understand why you frame it that way. I was just trying to get a handle on your own view personally. Oh, yeah, no, personally, I think there are moral and ethical imperatives, of course. But, yeah, I would rather frame it in a self-interested way. Because you're more likely to bring people on board that way. But most things when you're talking about benefiting everybody is usually self-interested or can be rationalized from a self-interested point of view, right? Getting rid of black crime in the United States and getting rid of riots and black people killing, like, these are all self-interested things as well for white people. White people would be happier if black people weren't constantly complaining about their problems. Black people would be happier if they didn't have all these fucking problems, right? Everybody would literally be happier. It's kind of like, where is the quote? There is some quote, dude, I'm gonna butcher it, but it has something to do with like the thing that sucks about being a woman is dealing with your period, right? Well, the thing that sucks about being a man is you've got to deal with women dealing with their periods, right? It's kind of like the same thing, right? If somebody's got a fucking problem, it's not like that problem doesn't impact you whatsoever. And white people are mad as fuck about all sorts of shit, dude. White people get mad at fucking everything. White people get mad when black people are in fucking movies and in fucking video games and shit. Like, if everybody could fix these problems so that we could move forward, everybody would be happier for it. It's not, when you talk about doing things to build up the black community, it's not just the black community that would benefit, it's everybody that ever interacts with the black community as well, you know? Destiny, just spitting that out, but what about the idea that treating these foreigners as a commodity to simply fill up a gap in the market dehumanizes them and doesn't treat them with the dignity they deserve as people? I think you can dehumanize them. I think you should treat them as you would like economic capital, because I think that all of the things that extend from there rationally would have extended otherwise from a moral imperative. If you treat people as a commodity, if you treat labor as a resource, you want to maximize the well-being of that resource. You want to maximize the opportunity of that resource. You want to maximize the happiness of that resource, right? You can look at it from a very dehumanized point of view and still come up with very good ways of dealing with it, right? Like, say I think that you could even make, the reason why I like this argument so much is that you can even rationalize this for racist people, right? Like, you know, fucking I hate Mexicans and I hate listening to Mexican shit all day long, right? The biggest argument, if you hate Mexicans a ton, right? If you legitimately fucking hate Mexicans, right? The best thing that could ever happen for you is for Mexico to be an insanely powerful independent country, because no fucking Mexican Mexican is going to come to the United States if they've got good educational and occupational opportunity in their own country, right? That helps you so much. If you're a fucking huge bigot and you hate Mexicans, making Mexico a strong fucking country solves all of your problems. You don't have to deal with them anymore. They can go fucking stay down there and work in their own fucking country, right? You win. That's like you're the biggest winner in that transaction. When you talk about like helping Mexico to keep Mexicans out of America, you know? I'm not sure that's a good long-term. Once that commodity is useless or too easily full, it is easily thrown aside versus a moral underpinning for doing it. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, I guess you can go a lot more deeper there, but... Sweden immigration memes. I don't know what to believe on this, dude. I have to look into so much shit. I don't know who to believe anymore. I don't know if I've listened to too much propaganda on the right. Everybody on the right claims that like the Swedish government is hiding the stats and doesn't keep real stats anymore. So I don't even know if I can believe when I see .se links, or maybe I'm just buying too much into the alt-right propaganda. I'm not even sure anymore, dude. I would have to spend like a few days like hardcore digging into this, like really hard. I'm not sure. What would you actually propose to do to help Mexico, though? The corruption is so deep and ingrained, they seem to have no real desire to improve. I don't know. I guess if you listen to all the people that listen to my conversation with Mr. Medicare, my ideas were to go carpet bomb Mexico and shit. I don't know. Here's what I think, okay? I'll make these same comments again so people can misquote me the same way. We are willing to invest trillions of dollars, okay, trying to build up and help these, I don't even know what you would call them, these governments overseas, right? We'll spend, 9,000 sorties a year, I think Obama was running, bombing the fuck out of these places in the Middle East, spending billions and billions or hundreds of billions of dollars in contractor work and in supplying arms and vehicles and all this shit. Like, we were doing all this shit overseas, right? If we do all of this shit and we spend all this time, why not spend some kind of help or some kind of time or some kind of thing, doing something, working alongside the Mexican government to fix these same problems? Why not come together with the Mexican government and find out what are your major problems and what is some policy that we can enact to alleviate those problems, right? Let me give you an example. Maybe Mexico says something along the lines of, hey, the drug trade in your country has a lot of fucking traffic coming through our country, and a lot of fucking people in Mexico make a ton of fucking money selling drugs in your country. What if you guys removed marijuana as a Schedule 1 drug, which I'm not even fucking sure why it is. I've never heard a legitimate argument for that before. Why not take marijuana off a Schedule 1 substance? Why not move towards legalizing drugs, or at least decriminalizing it in such a way that there isn't such a high incentive for the black market to function in these ways, right? These are policies that the United States can enact alongside Mexico that de-incentivizes some criminal activity, right? Let's say that Mexico has a problem with certain drug cartels and the type of firepower that they have or the type of ways they run their business. Maybe there are some types of work that we can do alongside the government, whether it's a military operation or whether it's providing security for some place. Maybe there are things that we can do to build up parts of that country, or to donate money or something to build up certain institutions. Maybe there are ways. I don't know if there are or aren't, but wouldn't it be cool if we spent all of our time trying to build up our neighbor to make a strong North America, rather than spending all this fucking money overseas where half these fucking people hate us anyway for fucking around so much, right? Have you ever read Bin Laden wrote a lot of shit on why he attacked America. There's no confusion about it. Bin Laden didn't hate us for our freedom. There were like fucking 500 stated reasons for why the Al-Qaeda attacked us on 9/11. And it wasn't because we were freer than fucking Sweden or Norway or the United Kingdom or some shit, right? It was because we fucked in all these countries so much. Like, I think you fail to see that many people enjoy putting others, people/races down. They won't be happy seeing China and Mexico secede because it makes them feel worse. I don't want to believe that, dude. It might be true, but I don't want to believe that people are like that. I want to believe that the general trend of thought is that white people are upset because it seems like everybody else is asking them to be worse off. And so that's why white people are so hostile to most of these things. But if you instead phrase it in a self-interested way, then you can get people on board with this, you know? In my opinion.
And seriously.
Oh, shit. Where does the FDA even get its fucking power? Here's a question. Why is the FDA allowed to make marijuana a Schedule 1 drug? What if the FDA tried to do the same with alcohol? You needed an amendment to make alcohol illegal. What? That's kind of strange, don't you think? Is that not really, maybe that's non sequitur? Maybe that doesn't really, that's not a fair analogy? I don't know. Do you think that Sargon is writing the back of the marriage thing as a connection to feminism ruining the institution of marriage as it isn't advantageous for most men? Oh, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I'm not even going to pretend to know. And I'm trying to argue. Oh, I'm sorry. It's not the FDA. It's the DEA. My bad. The Drug Enforcement Administration. No, wait. Yeah, the DEA is what does the schedule classification, right? I'm sorry. That's my bad. I don't know how many times I said FDA when I meant DEA. Or I should have said DEA. So here is the Schedule 1. This is what you need to be a Schedule 1 controlled substance. A high potential for abuse, no currently accepted medical use and treatment in the United States, and there is a lack of accepted safety for use of the drug or other substance under medical supervision. Apparently, marijuana meets these points. You cannot write a prescription for Schedule 1 substances, and such substances are subject to production quotas which the DEA imposes. Have you ever seen the video on where is the, I think this was the DEA head. Hold on.
Is crack worse for a person than marijuana?
I believe all illegal drugs are bad.
Is methamphetamine worse for somebody's health than marijuana?
I don't think any illegal drug is good.
Is heroin worse for someone's health than marijuana?
Again, all
I mean,
drugs,
either yes,
illegal
no, or
drugs.
I don't know. I mean, if you don't know, you can look this up. You should know this as the chief administrator for the Drug Enforcement Agency. I'm asking you a very straightforward question. Is heroin worse for someone's health than marijuana?
All illegal drugs are bad.
Does this mean you don't know?
Heroin causes an addiction.
Okay.
That causes.
It's like your discussions,
many
Destiny.
problems. It's very hard to kick.
So does that mean that the health impact of heroin is worse than marijuana? Is that what you're telling me?
I think you're asking a subjective question.
No, it's subjective. Just looking at the science, this is your area of expertise. I'm a layperson, but I've read some of the studies. I'm aware of it. I'm just asking you as an expert in the subject area, is heroin worse for someone's health than marijuana?
And I'm answering as a police officer and as a DEA agent that these drugs are illegal because they are dangerous, because they are addictive, because they do hurt a person's health.
So heroin is more addictive than marijuana? Is heroin more addictive than marijuana in your experience?
Generally, the properties of heroin, yes, it's more addictive.
Is methamphetamine more addictive than marijuana?
Well, both are addictive.
Well, is methamphetamine more highly addictive than marijuana?
I think some people become addicted to marijuana, and some people become addicted to methamphetamine.
You mentioned that your top priority, I believe you indicated to us, is abuse of prescription drugs. Is one of the main classifications of prescription drugs painkillers that you're concerned about?
That's correct.
And are those painkillers addictive?
Yes, they are. Very addictive.
Are those painkillers more addictive than marijuana?
All illegal drugs are in Schedule 1 are addictive.
Feels good, man. I can't even, dude. What a piece of shit destiny is to devalue art. Like getting an art-related job isn't already stigmatized enough. You hear me? You guys hear me all the time on stream, right? When I talk about how shitty art is and how the only real jobs are STEM jobs and that I don't think there's any value in other fields like sociology or history or any other type of soft science field. And that the only, right? I say this all the time, right? Remember when I went to college for microbiology? Let me write you a song about, oh, my piano is playing about how much I hate art. Do you think the USA could afford to insist on taking action against drug trade in Mexico if they declined? I don't think Mexico would decline. Why would you decline a country's help like that? I mean, in this current climate, maybe they would because they would doubt the intention. But no, I think that building relations with Mexico would be a very, 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 very good thing. The thing that frustrates me the most is I feel like, and I could be wrong, I know I've got a lot of alt-righters still in my Twitch chat, those that I haven't banned yet, but like I feel like none of my positions are that controversial. Like I don't feel like I have these insanely controversial opinions, and I recognize that there are degrees of which you could argue for or against most of my positions. It just feels like the arguments get so much more extreme than they need to be, right? And I don't understand. For Sargon, like, even Sargon admitted that immigration can have net negatives, yet he wanted to close it all off to protect jobs. Like, why can't we have a more reasonable discussion where we talk about mitigating the damages of immigration and capitalizing on the benefit? Why can't we have discussions where we acknowledge the pros and cons of something and capitalize on the pros and try to mitigate the cons? Like, why can't this be about policy discussion? Why does it have to be an all or nothing? Mexico good, Mexico evil, Muslim good, Muslim evil, you know, this bad, this good. Why can't there ever be arguments of degrees about making the world better for everybody so that everybody benefits? Why does it always have to be this insane fucking demagoguery? Hold on. What? I don't want to get into this argument too deep. The Psycho Pebbles guy, who does he do art for? What channels? What channels does he do art for? The Psychic Pebbles dude. Make sure to save it before he DMCA's it? Fucking work? Because do you think this... Oh, damn, I was mad as fuck. Do you think I'm going to DMCA my own Twitch clip? What the fuck? I thought this guy did art for like a multitude of people. This guy has 900,000 YouTube subs? If he's got almost 1 million subs on YouTube and he's not making $250,000 a year, I don't know what to say. I'm sorry. Maybe race realism is right and white people just have low IQ. Oh, he like never makes fucking videos. What the fuck? Why can't he make more content? Click the Patreon? Wait, he's got a Patreon? Where? Oh, Patreon. 3,000. So he gets 3,000 a month just from Patreon. So that's 36,000 a year, independent of any YouTube ad revenue as well. Watch the video in his channel that's auto-played. I've already watched this before. I watched it on stream before. I actually really like this dude's animation, so it's really sad that he hates me so much now. We've watched some of these videos before. This shit is funny as fuck, dude. I like the animation style that him and Ego Raptor do. I thought were really, really funny. But yeah. He has no ads on YouTube? Why? Big animations make almost no money. Why can't you never mind. I don't want to give fucking career advice to these people. Why wouldn't you make short videos showing how some things were, let me show, okay, so if you suck at business, I can't help you though. I'm sorry, that's my bad. And I understand that not everybody is business-minded. Who's the guy that does the animations for Carbot? First of all, this dude churns out a fuck ton of content, okay? This guy churns out content like a motherfucker, or at least he used to. Maybe not as much anymore. But, like, why not have... Look, like, these are cute little things. Look, you can make money doing stuff like this, right? Speed drawings for fans or showing creative processes for some of your videos. Like, why can't you put out videos like this to generate more revenue? Or doing FAQs or releasing, you know, doing, like, fan requests. Like, why can't you... Like, you can't do this, or... He's making a TV show right now, so no YouTube stuff. He draws for 40 plus hours a week. Oh, he's doing something completely different then? Destiny, watch this. It explains it.
Independently produced animation have a future on YouTube. Quite frankly, I believe if things don't change, it won't. Please stick with me, this is going to be kind of long. As the structure of YouTube changes, it indirectly affects the type of content which is being produced on the platform. Small changes in the website's algorithm have severe unforeseen consequences for the kind of content the creators create, most of which I imagine go hugely unnoticed by YouTube. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Russ. I've been producing animation on the internet under the alias Rubber Ninja or Rubber Ross for over 10 years. I started producing online animation content at an early age on websites like Newgrounds, and watched as internet content production basically went from being a creative hobby to a full-blown industry. From 2007 to 2011, I was finding work wherever I could, teaching classes and taking the odd freelance job. Growing up in Perth, Western Australia, I was kind of isolated from the rest of the entertainment industry, so I did rely pretty heavily on the internet to get my next paycheck. In 2011, I released a cartoon by the name of Dirtcraft, an animation about my initial reactions to Minecraft. It kind of blew up, reaching about like 50 million people, and it's still to this day one of my most successful animations that I've ever produced. To my delight, my channel became self-sustaining, and I was able to quit my teaching job and focus solely on producing animation for YouTube. Understand, I'm not trying to blow about this. I'm mentioning this because it's incredibly important to the point I'm trying to make. You see, for an animator to meet the same success on YouTube now, the standards they have to meet are so unreasonable that it's honestly quite upsetting. Since 2011, the structure of what YouTube's algorithm considers premium content has changed drastically. The cold calculating backend to YouTube now mainly looks for two things: minutes watched and frequency of uploads. Originally, a channel's earnings were more so determined on the amount of views you're receiving and the CPM you had negotiated with your network. This worked in favor of animation, as the content was generally short, about 1 to 2 minutes long, high quality, and very, very, very easily shared with friends. A piece of high quality animation could take one person from about 2 to 5 months to produce. Frequent uploads for an independent animation channel are incredibly unreasonable requirement, and alternatively, animators have chosen to produce simpler animations in the form of animatics, lesser quality animated cartoons that kind of keep the same comedic vision intact. Though they still don't meet the second requirement. This is kind of what kills a guy's minutes watched. It's unreasonable and entirely unattainable for these channels. The golden number that I hear time and time again is around like 10 minutes or more. For an animation channel to achieve this, they need to be able to pay an entire staff of animators. Like, that's an unlikely scenario for most. The longer the content...
Alright, we got it. I mean, I guess that sucks. I don't know, dude. If you can't leverage 900,000 fucking subs into some kind of way to make money, I don't know, dude. That's pretty... I'm not sure about that, but... Why do you always turn on the Gish Gallop mode on the YouTube videos? Okay, am I allowed to leave yet? Are we done talking about random shit? Destiny, don't let this guy charge back his donations. Please go back to cleaning carpets. Political discourse clears it for you. Also, I'm charging back my $5. Subscribe to Ouija Plays. Wait, what? Oh, I love fighting chargebacks, dude. Oof. Feels good, man. Oh, and he even linked a picture, actually, of the donation. So I don't actually, that makes it even easier to fight the chargeback. Thanks, buddy. I'll keep an eye out for it. If he does it, we'll pull the trigger. Oof. Destiny's gonna win the chargeback. I always win chargebacks. They're very, very easy to win. I just need to, usually I just send a message to Twitter including the screenshot of the email they donated on, the message they donated, and then a screenshot of the donation on stream. And I've never lost a chargeback that way with PayPal. It's never happened before. Destiny wants that $5. Oh, I don't care about the money. It doesn't mean anything to me. It's probably not even worth my time. It's just the principle of it. Was the conversation very productive? Nope. The debate with Sargon was a lot of you doing semi-straw mans and Sargon saying, wait, listen. Okay. Do you only charge back large donations? Wait, what? I don't charge back anything. That guy is also a Twitch partner? Oh, shit. Wait, is he really? Oh, hold on, actually. Because I got my Twitch memer contacts now. Hold on. We can actually find out this exactly. So we would go to our donations. And we would find Ouija the God, right? So we would search under donor name for Ouija the God. Oh shit, hold on, we gotta find this. Donor name, scroll down. Oh, here it is, Ouija the God. He donated via PayPal. So now I need to find, oh, they changed their interface. Because since he donated via PayPal, I can confirm the email that he donated with. And then, once I see the email that he donated with, I can pass it along to Twitch. Oh yeah, here it is. And this is his email address, this right here.
Oh, hell yeah.
142,000 subscriber YouTube channel? Really? Huh. Alright, sounds good, dude. He's got a Twitch channel as well. $50,000 followers on Twitter too. Holy fuck. What was the name of the guy? Oh. This guy made a random donation to poke fun at me and then threatened a chargeback. Wait, can somebody link to the tweet of him threatening, he was saying he was going to charge it back? Wait, did he actually say he was going to charge it back? Because if he doesn't actually say he's going to charge you back, then that's not really a bad thing then. He's just meme donating. You can't really get mad at somebody for meme donating. It's in the donation itself. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, yeah. Oh, there we go, dude. Oh, feels good, man. Oh, God, yeah. Oh, baby, a report. Oh, baby. All right, I don't give a fuck. Get fuck shitter. Friendly reminder that Destiny is still a total fucking moron. What are these memes? Holy shit. What the fuck? How much does a chargeback on $5 cost? It doesn't cost me anything. It just refunds them the $5. But, it's the principle of it, dude. Some of my $5. No, man, that's a hot chocolate from Starbucks, man. Couldn't he lose his Twitch partnership for this? Why are people doing and documenting themselves acting retarded just because they hate me? I don't know, dude. I don't give a fuck. We'll go fucking hard in the paint with everybody. I don't care. Fuck it. Alright, are we good? Can I leave yet? Oh my dude, this guy, oh, this verified dude is shitting up my... I made $180 this month from YouTube. With 413,000 subs? But this is one of the complaints that I had about how people are like really bad at business in this industry. They seem to be really not business minded at all. If you're only making $180 and you have 413, I don't know what to say to you, dog. I make more money off my shitty YouTube channel than that. I think I'm making like $600 or $700 a month, and my shit is only at 50,000 subs, and I don't have any partnerships or any deals or Patreons or anything at all. How do you only make $180 in a month with 400,000+ subscribers? I'm sorry, dudes. You guys should have chose a different job or something. Like, if you can't find a way to leverage this much of an audience into any kind of like monetary stuff. It's time to get a different line of work. You're not cut out for this stuff. Or get an agent or somebody with some type of business or some type of business-minded person to get in here and help you make some money. Because you're fucking yourself like really hard. Like I genuinely feel bad if you have this much of an audience and you're making like $200. Then you just don't know what you're doing. I don't know what else to say. I'm sorry. Good luck. Find better agents maybe. Talk to somebody. Talk to PewDiePie. Find somebody that yeah, I don't know, find somebody that knows how to make money online, because clearly you have no idea how to do it. I'm sorry. Not everyone has as much of an engaged audience as you. It's not really a fair comparison. I'm sorry, what are you talking about? Are you telling me that I have more of an engaged audience at 50,000 YouTube subs versus somebody with 400,000 or 900,000 YouTube subs? With the kind of content you do, I feel the comparison is kind of unfair. But that's the point. I modify my content to optimize my making of money. You can't use that as an excuse, right? Well, animations take a long time. Not every type of animation takes a long time. I'm willing to bet that there's some cheap-ass content that's very quick that you could churn out, you know, to make some decent money. There's probably videos you could do of your thought process on things. There's probably FAQs with fans. You could probably commission fan drawings. You could commission fan drawings. I'm sure that you could do a Patreon where you release certain types of videos about your process to people that are of a certain Patreon level. You could probably have you doing other types of content on your YouTube. Maybe you playing a game or something that people are interested in and have people do that kind of stuff. There's a ton of different ways you can make. If you have 400,000 plus fans on a channel and you can't leverage that to make more than fucking 6 figures, that's scraping the bottom of the barrel. Like, dude, that's on you, man. I'm sorry. At least concede that your subs are more engaged than the average YouTube sub? No, I think I'm sitting right at about where it should be. As of recently, I've gotten better, right? But I think you look for anywhere from 1/5 to 1/3 to be good engagement, right? So we'll give a quick example, okay? Depending on the number of inactives you got, right? So I want to get anywhere from like 10 to 25,000 viewers on a video. That's like what I aim for, right? With 55,000 subs, right? And if we scroll back for the big shit, right? That's more or less what we get, right? 18,000, 12,000, 15,000, 9.5, 14,000, 17,000, 21,000, 11,000, 10,000, 20,000, 17,000, right? This is not unusually high engagement. This is about what I would expect it to be, right? If we look at somebody like Kriparian, right? We'll look for about similar numbers, right? I would expect to say around 1/5. So 1/5 to 1/3. So maybe 100,000 to like 300 to 400,000 views on each video, somewhere in that ballpark, right? Okay, 165, 220, 217, 236, 185, 180, 221, 208, 309, right? Yeah, it's about what I would expect it to be, right? That 1/5 to 1/3. What's another big YouTuber? We'll look at Sargon of Akkad, right? We'll see what his engagement is, right? This guy makes videos pretty often. So Sargon of Akkad has 582,000 subs. I would expect to see around 100,000 to 250,000 or whatever per video, right? Somewhere in that ballpark, right? So 230, 270, 315, 260, 350, 186, 400, 268, 142, 255, 387, 288. Yeah, this seems to be about normal engagement, right? I don't think that my audience is especially engaging on YouTube. So in order to be an animator, you have to be a Let's Player is what you're arguing, Destiny. Not at all, dude. This isn't really an argument that I'm concerned with having. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm too much of a capitalist cuck or whatever, but this is how it works in life, okay? Maybe the animators don't know this, maybe because people that take art fields are sometimes, I don't know, really naive about how the world works. Nobody's going to look out for you. The world is not a meritocracy. Nobody's going to give you anything because you've got a special talent. Nobody's going to help you because the things you make are pretty or nice, okay? Nobody's going to give you money because they like you, right? You have to go out and figure out the best way to make money. That's on you. Nobody's going to help you with that. Nobody's going to babysit you. Nobody's going to take care of you. Nobody's going to hand you a check for being a public figure, okay? If you want to be successful in any kind of world and you want to make some money out of it, you have to go out of your way and figure out what you need to do to make money, okay? To make money, to make your shit work. Like, that's just how it works. Not everybody can just go and do what they want and be lovely all the fucking time, you know? Look at me. If I wanted to do what I wanted to do all the time, we would still be playing League of Legends. But instead, I'm sitting here forced to cuck myself out to these horrible fucking debates. Look at what we've been reduced to. You gotta look at this channel, dude. You can make it work. You just have to take a new approach. Holy fuck. This guy's gotta have like, what, 5 or 6 million subs? What? This guy's got 1.4 million subs and is breaking that on every video? How?
You already know I like art, but there's other things to me, you know? Aside from art, I like other
Boobs. I bet it's because she shows her fucking boobs everywhere.
special violin case with the black interior.
Sure, the lower quality animations are one way to churn out more stuff quicker. But I mean, like, that's just a fact of life. That's just what you have to do, right? This is part of living and functioning in the adult world. I mean, it's a different kind of content. Yeah, of course. Sure.
I know a lot of guys have trouble.
Oh yeah, the casually explained guy is technically an animator.
Flirting is really
in the most technical way of the word, although yeah. These guys are so mad, dude. I'm genuinely sad. Like, it makes me sad that I might be making twice as much money as somebody with an audience that's 20 times larger than mine. I don't know what to say, dude. I'm sorry. Like, yeah, that's actually really, really, really sad. But I mean, I'm used to it, right? A lot of people in this industry are very childlike or don't have any idea. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know, dude. They are lying. Oh, maybe they are. I don't know. I wouldn't. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know enough about what their actual income is, but are they sure they aren't baiting you? Oh, maybe. Who knows, dude? Animators on YouTube want to make stuff like this. Oh, like all the time or whatever?
A couple hoes on the side, don't be acting crazy. I ain't shit when I'm broke when we out.
Did any of these guys ever go to school, or did they just learn how to do it? Because this is one of the things that you learn about when you go to school, is balancing your passion with a way to make money as well, right? Everybody that goes to school to learn an instrument and become a performance major, right? What do you want to earn money doing? You want to earn money playing in grand concerts or playing, you know, the music that you want during gigs, and like this is what you want to do for, right? But that's not how that always works, right? You got to fucking play shitty gigs sometimes. You got to go get a fucking shitty, a certain type of audition for things you don't necessarily want to do because you got to earn money to fucking. I mean, that's part of what you have to do, you know? Like, photographers probably know this. If you're somebody that gets into photography or whatever, right? What do you want to do to make money in photography? You want to take beautiful pictures of beautiful scenes or capture awesome portrait photos of you know, very dramatic scenes, right? This is what you want to do as a photographer, right? Where do you make all your money in photography? Doing shitty fucking high school fucking photos, high school graduation pictures, and fucking wedding pictures, right? Or where all your money is, right? This isn't what people want to do, right? But this is the equivalent of like, I just want to be a photographer that goes to the Grand Canyon all the time and takes, like, that's not how that works, dog. You got to do the shitty jobs. Like, if you want to make a lot of money, that's how it has to go. Or figure out a way to make more money, be the fucking best at what it is you're doing. Like, I started doing high school portraits. Yeah, you do high school portraits, or you do like wedding photos or senior citizen photos or whatever, right? Yeah. Destiny tells animators to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. Destiny, he's not aware that your actual game died. I'm sure you'll be playing League of Legends on Twitch till you're 50. That sounds like a great long-term business venture. All right. Can I leave now? Can telling people to kill themselves have repercussions on Twitch? When I talk to them, they just said not to say it too often. So I try for like 1 per day. Like I'll tell somebody in chat to kill themselves only once per day. That didn't count, by the way. Link this to Arisan. Why don't you do it, Derver? What the fuck? Don't send me these fucking PMs. You fucking artistic as fuck. Holy shit. Yeah, that Chris R dude. Oh, fuck. So am I going to be fighting with all the animators on YouTube now? Are these... There's probably a lot of crossover between these dudes and right and alt-right dudes, though, huh? Do you think? If it's all the same group, like, then why? Then just throw it all in together, dude. Who the fuck cares? I don't give a fuck. I don't have sympathy. I'm sorry, dude. I've done too much shitty work in my life to have sympathy for some guy that makes a living playing fucking video games. Let me give you a fucking tip, people, okay? Let me give you a pro hint. If you ever have to wonder whether or not you should feel sorry for somebody, if they make the majority of their living doing retarded shit like streaming video games or streaming political talks or doing something on YouTube, this is not a person that you need to feel sorry for, okay? Let me give you that pro tip. If there ever comes a time in my life where I'm complaining about finances or I'm complaining about making money or some shit on Twitter, feel free to find me in real life and slap the fuck out of me, okay? Because holy shit. Like, fuck me, dude. A lot of these people are simply misinformed and think you're DMCAing all criticism of you. Oh, yeah, sure. There's a lot of people who think that. I DMCA'd a few things where people uploaded raw content of mine to their channels and they didn't have any, they didn't have the authorization to do so. I don't know. People get mad at me for it. Fuck it, dude. This is my fucking content. There's a reason why no one's fighting any of the DMCA's because everybody knows that they were perfectly 100% fucking valid, too. I mean, what do you want me to say, man? If you want to re-upload my content, that's on, you have to ask me for that, dude. Like, that's a privilege that I will let some people do if I don't give a fuck. Usually I don't give a fuck, but if you're gonna intentionally misframe my arguments and shit and just rip straight video of mine and upload it to your channel, yeah, I'll DMCA that shit. I don't give a fuck. It's my content, dude. I don't need a reason to do it. It doesn't matter if you link back to me. It doesn't matter if I'm being an asshole or being mean or nice. Like, if you want to use my shit, that's on you to ask, dog. Damn.
Alright, can I leave now? I have to leave. I gotta pick up my son, okay? Be safe. Be careful. I might be back tonight to play video games. Who knows, dude? Rip one, dudes.